Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Lettuce Head Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Was Forged in Flame and Fury? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. This story was told in a different universe, an alternate reality shaped by the choices we make. Understanding ourselves is crucial, as it defines our existence and the effort we put into our lives. We are human, and no one else has the right to dictate our paths. When faced with nothing, we must strive to create something meaningful from it. Allow me to introduce you to Izuku Midoriya, a boy whose potential I believe should have been nurtured differently. His life was marked by bullying, contrasting sharply with another boy who enjoyed authority and respect. One was quirkless, while the other possessed a quirk of creation. There's a saying that resonates with their stories: before creation comes destruction. Izuku Midoriya, gifted with a power that embodies destruction, received his quirk from his hero, All Might, the symbol of peace. Then there's Momo Yayarosu, a clever girl with her own unique strengths, embodying a different kind of beauty. They were opposites, yet sometimes opposites attract, illustrating the concept of creation. This tale begins with a single choice that set off a chain of events for these two characters. It was a simple line of words that held immense power, a line that would be remembered as long as the hero society adhered to its principles. It's your power, Todoroki. Not his. Life always had its funny ways of giving its ups and downs. Truthfully, not everything would remain the same way as it always should have. The world works in a funny way, especially when faced with strength, ego, or pride. Here, we tell the tale of someone far different from the canon cusp of the world. Izuku Midoriya, nicknamed Deku. He was a shy, timid, and introverted boy with a difficult upbringing. To many, he was once a weak, useless excuse for a person in a world filled with quirks. However, that was not the case anymore. Those watching saw otherwise. From a destroyed choice of accepting his fate to breaking past the mold of many who doubted him, he had his own issues that led up to this point. To be capable of going toe-to-toe with someone like Todoroki was unexpected. Many were staring in utter shock and awe. One thing was certain: to his classmates, bullies, and those who wished him harm, they all stood in amazement as earlier in the year he had destroyed his arms, his bones breaking from the force of the gifted quirk, one for all. It had become something much more to this version of Izuku, something potent and strong. Todoroki! With every dodge, flick of his finger, and movement, he gained control over his quirk. It wasn't perfect, but it was enough for him to consider options he never had before. Meanwhile, we pan over to a certain black-haired beauty. Momo Yayarosu, the Class 1A vice president, found herself staring at a screen that was still on. She had lost her earlier fight that day and needed a change of pace. Her eyes were fixed on the green-haired boy through the TV screen. With slight surprise at his sudden showcase of power, her teary eyes slowly dissipated. She was beating herself up for her performance and hated the situation she found herself in. Yet, amidst her self-criticism, three simple emotions emerged: awe, amazement, and pride. First came awe, primarily at his sudden growth and the fact that he was fighting such a formidable opponent who wasn't even going all out. Then came amazement at how hard he was focusing, his eyes darting around, and finally, pride in her classmates' improvement. He had fought with such elegance and precision, pushing himself further than ever before. She wiped her tears away, realizing this was not the best time to miss such a spectacle. His eyes were battle-hardened. She looked at her hands, reflecting on her position as the vice president of her class. While she was hiding away from her classmates in the world, this boy was truly something special. She had been crying like a child who just lost their favorite toy, even after being told she could get another. Shaking her head, she steeled her gaze and put her jacket back on. Maybe she could become friends with Midoriya and gain the confidence he had in battle. What spurred these thoughts would not register in her mind just yet, but with this simple logic in place, it was time to see how things unfolded. Back with Izuku, one for all surged around his body. The power of a quirk descended from 8 other users, a gift from his idol and the symbol of peace. He focused himself, launching a finger flick air shot at Todoroki, who blocked with his ice. Izuku remained still, feeling the strain of the precise finger flicks needed before each shot. He recoiled slightly as he channeled one for all through his veins, sparks of lightning dancing off him as Todoroki fired blast after blast of ice. Todoroki was slowing down from the exertion, crouching slightly as his body shook from the cold. He could feel his movements becoming sluggish and knew he had to act. Although it wasn't immediately obvious, both Izuku and Todoroki understood the stakes. Izuku pivoted his foot to dodge an ice spike, his jade eyes focused on the attack. Seizing the moment, he jumped back slightly and channeled one for all into his legs, launching himself at Todoroki, who instinctively raised an ice wall. Instead of blocking the hit, Izuku kicked off the ice wall, raising his right arm. As he spun his body, he shouted his signature attack, Delaware Smash. He feigned a powerful punch, sending out a three-finger flick that sent Todoroki flying back to the ground. Each flick caused pain in Izuku's hand, but he gritted his teeth and took a moment to gather himself. Shoto Todoroki, known as one of the strongest in the class, stood up, realizing the finger flicks were not easily dodged. He coughed slightly, planting a hand on his knee. It was unusual to see the perceived weakest student standing tall against the strongest. Izuku Midoriya stood with pride, a gleam in his eyes as he faced Todoroki, the boy with a powerful hybrid quirk of fire and ice. Izuku narrowed his eyes and clenched his fists, surprised that Todoroki remained still. Shoto closed his eyes, sensing that he was beaten, but a familiar feeling urged him to look up at Izuku. Their eyes met, both understanding that the hierarchy of their classroom would change after this moment. Despite the tension, Todoroki felt a surge of frustration at Izuku's words. Todoroki, you're not at your best, and I'm disappointed, Izuku said, crouching slightly to meet his gaze. Todoroki struggled to respond. You're not trying your best. You're denying your power, he stammered, his calm demeanor cracking. I'll beat you with my ice and prove that I don't need his fire to defeat you. The crowd fell silent, captivated by the exchange between the two students. Todoroki's frustration boiled over, and a large spike of ice erupted behind him as a shield. Izuku's voice cut through the tension. That power is not his. Your fire is your own. It's your power, not his. With renewed determination, Izuku jumped back, lightning arcing off his body as he stood tall. Listen up and understand me, Todoroki. It's your power, not your father's, not your siblings', not your enemies'. No, it's your power. Make it your own and fight me with everything you have. He brought his fist forward, lightning crackling around him, ready for the next clash. Izuku yelled to the heavens as he stared at Shoto. His words pierced a nerve in the boy, causing his eyes to widen. Subconsciously, Izuku increased one for all to 10% as he looked at him, a sad grin forming on his face as he waited. With Shoto standing up, they locked eyes, and for the first time in what felt like forever, a small but noticeable smile appeared on Shoto's face. He didn't fully understand why he was smiling, but as he glanced at his hands, memories flooded back. He had always been too focused on not being like his father to realize that he was his own person. He wasn't what his father wanted him to be. He had his own identity. Even in pain, while gritting his teeth, he focused ahead. It was his power, not his father's. He coughed slightly, still hurting from earlier attacks, but he looked at Izuku and closed his eyes. Fire began to seep from his left side, letting warmth course through his body. It was invigorating, a welcome contrast to the chill from overusing his ice. He would thank Izuku after their fight because he no longer viewed him as an obstacle but as someone he could respect. Opening his eyes, an inferno surrounded them. The icy area melted into water as Izuku stood at the epicenter of the display. With a reinvigorated, battle-ready Todoroki, he gave a nervous smile. He felt overwhelmed but knew he had to push through no matter the cost. Crouching down, they smirked at one another and charged forward, fists reeling back, and with a single clash, everything went white. To many, the fight had escalated quickly. Those who understood the stakes recognized the thrilling showcase before them. Wind crashed against fire as lightning tore through ice. The two exerted pressure against each other, their quirks clashing like titans. This was Izuku and Shoto, the underdog against the top dog. This fight was something everyone had been waiting for. Yayarosu was known for events like this, and the sports festival was beloved for showcasing the growth of new heroes. In the stands, however, another story unfolded. Bakugo Katsuki, a former bully and tormentor of Izuku, watched with a mix of disbelief and frustration. He never imagined that the boy he once considered a nobody could stand against one of their class's strongest. His eyes narrowed as he observed the clash of powers. Gritting his teeth, his quirk activated, causing a small explosion that hit the railing. Hadn't Izuku destroyed his arms not long ago? What had changed? This wasn't how things were supposed to go. Bakugo noticed some of his own moves being used by Izuku, throwing Shoto off guard. Izuku was proving to be an unassailable force, adapting to everything thrown at him. Even when pushed down, he came back stronger. Bakugo snapped back to the fight as another collision echoed. He needed to adapt and understand how Deku was fighting. He would win. Despite his frustration, he remained quiet, focusing on the battle. Izuku pivoted his foot into the ground while dodging a kick from Todoroki. Now that Shoto was fighting at full potential, he was a real danger. Izuku had to play things smart. With ice and fire as the focus, he needed to keep his distance and utilize his power sparingly. He had a plan but needed to be careful. With a large explosion of ice and wind, Izuku clenched his fist and shot down. He had no time to think, he had to act on instinct. Surging 10% through his body, he spun in midair, an ice spike grazing his cheek. He used this to his advantage, grabbing onto the ice spike and throwing himself higher. As a fireball flew toward him, he turned and clenched his right fist, using a pressurized air wave to propel himself downward while destroying the ice. His focus remained on the ice spike that Todoroki had yet to melt with his fire. Gritting his teeth, Izuku kicked off the spike, shattering it in the process, and closed the gap to Todoroki. Naturally, Shoto dodged the attack but was met with Izuku's fist, sending him flying back near the edge of the arena. He was stopped only by an ice sheet, and the two locked eyes. A sudden gust of wind from a delayed strike caught Todoroki off guard as he stared at Izuku's left arm. Though it appeared fine, there was a tint of purple mixing with his skin. Izuku took a gamble, realizing it was all or nothing. However, he waited too long, and an ice wall erupted from the ground. It barely caught him, but enough to ensnare his arm. Wait, ga! Izuku forced one for all through his body once again, breaking free from the wall just before being fully encased in ice. He winced as the ice gripped his left arm, which began to grow, but he pushed through the pain. God dang it. When did? No, I was too slow. You got me there. That I did, Todoroki replied, a hint of respect in his voice. Knowing you could dodge, I had to improvise. You've given me something to think about, Izuku. For that, I must thank you for everything. I will forever remember our fight as I consider you to be. He paused, eyes widening at the sudden showcase before him. Knowing this would sting later, he slammed his ice-covered arm into the concrete ground, shattering it and causing blood to leak out from the sharp edges. But he didn't care. He jumped back, skidding against the ground as both fighters recovered. Izuku smiled slightly. We're both at our limit, Todoroki. Let's cut the chit-chat. I won't hold back anymore. So give me your best. Izuku's tone shifted, and he surged one for all throughout his body once again. But before he could act, he was hit in the stomach by a wave of ice, followed by Shoto's fist connecting with his face, sending him flying back. As he fell, Izuku coughed up blood, his body hitting the rough ground. With quick reflexes, he channeled 15% of his power through his fingers, firing up and charging back toward Shoto. However, Shoto, breathing and smirking in triumph, turned just in time to hear a large crack. His eyes widened as he was met with a punch to the face, pushing him through his own ice. Izuku, back in the stadium, gripped his left arm, which had a light purple hue in some areas from using a 50% punch. His bones weren't broken, but he could feel that further use could lead to serious injury. As Todoroki got back up, Izuku seized the moment to rip off his tattered shirt, revealing scars and wounds that covered his body. He quickly tore a chunk of the fabric and wrapped it around his left arm, keeping an eye on Todoroki, who was on his knees, watching him. Knowing this would be their last battle, Izuku flexed his left arm. With a determined look at Shoto, he phased next to him, raising his foot to slam into his head but barely missing. Instead, he used his momentum to slam his right arm into the ground and spun, landing a kick to Todoroki's stomach and neck. Todoroki staggered back, but Izuku followed up with a foot planted firmly in his chest. The force sent Todoroki reeling. As he regained his footing, both fighters met each other's gaze, blue and gray clashing with emerald green. Izuku clenched his fist, shifting his body, while Todoroki shifted his stance, fire bursting from his left side and ice sparking around his right leg. The pair charged forward, one with a clenched fist and the other with an open palm. Before they realized it, they were going at it with everything they had. Cementos and Nemuri exchanged glances before jumping into the fray, Cementos creating pillars of concrete to cushion the blows while Nemuri yelled for everyone to duck. In a flash, fire collided with wind. Everything around the pair erupted in a blinding explosion, sending two figures flying out of bounds. Despite the pain, a large gust of ice and wind surged once more. When the dust settled, Izuku Midoriya clung to the field, barely holding on. The other figure, Shoto Todoroki, slammed into the wall, cushioned by ice. In their final clash, Izuku had ducked under a wave of flames and delivered a powerful punch to Todoroki's stomach. They exchanged a single, intense glare, a smile breaking through the tension on both their faces before the light struck. As Izuku slowly stood up, he wobbled but found his footing. He raised his hand, surveying the field around him, a simple smile transforming into one of victory as he yelled at the top of his lungs. The crowd erupted in excitement and awe at the fierce battle. Among them was a certain black-haired vice president, deep in thought about someone she never imagined would rise to prominence. Deku Midoriya. Later, Izuku found himself in Recovery Girl's office, having been patched up and checked over. He was relatively fine to leave, but as he exited he noticed Todoroki had already departed. His thoughts drifted back to the events of the previous hour, a small smile forming as he realized that even if he had failed, he had still made a name for himself. As he walked, he adjusted the bandages on his left arm, wincing slightly at the pain. Suddenly, a voice called out, stopping him in his tracks. "Hey, Midoriya, do you have a minute?" It was Momo Yayarosu, and he hadn't expected to hear her voice. Turning to face her, he was met with a warm smile that made his heart race. He felt shy and timid, unsure of how to respond, but he managed to say, "Well, I'm sorry, Yayarosu. What a pleasure. What did you need?" Her soft giggle calmed him, and he found himself looking into her eyes. "Yes, Yayarosu. I got a minute." They walked in silence to one of the back rooms, the same one where she had first taken refuge. She motioned for him to sit down, and he pulled the chair in slightly, his mind racing with thoughts about why she had called him. As he sat, Momo placed a hand on his shoulder, her warm smile easing his nerves. She seemed to radiate a sense of calm that enveloped him. However, she was also puzzled by her own feelings. Why had she decided to approach him? The silence stretched between them, and Izuku glanced at the TV, which he had turned off to avoid interruptions. Breaking the silence, he asked, "Hey, Yayarosu, what did you need me for?" Momo chuckled softly, appreciating how he could shift from serious to kind in an instant. "I know it may have been odd for me to just come up to you like that, Midoriya. However, I have some things on my mind that I was hoping you'd answer. And a proposition for you." Izuku looked at her, confusion evident on his face. A proposition? He respected her and knew she excelled academically, but what could he possibly offer her? Momo removed her hand from his shoulder and began. "Begin for us here." With that, she launched into her first question. "Where did you learn to utilize your quirk like that? You were awesome out there and, no offense, but going against someone like that, I thought you were going to lose. I mean, the way you fought Todoroki? He was arguably one of the strongest in our class, yet you made it look effortless." Izuku was taken aback but scratched his chin, chuckling as he spoke. His stuttering disappeared. It was as if the words came naturally to him. Well, the truth is, during the time before the sports festival, I took it upon myself to train harder. Aizawa pulled me aside one day and told me to start finding a way to control my quirk. With his help, and after breaking my left arm once and my right index and middle fingers twice, I started to notice something. I was like a glass cannon. I could do so much damage, but I only had about 1 or 2 shots to do so. He lifted his hand, showing a red streak flowing through his vein, as lightning arced from his right arm, zapping her lightly, which made her giggle. Unsure if it was hurting her, he turned off one for all, and after confirming it wasn't, he kept it off, much to Yayarosu's disappointment. With the time given, I was able to figure out I can utilize up to 15% of my quirk. However, I can really only use 10% at best. 8 and 12% are what I normally go for. To be fair, I was thinking of a fish and how heat transfers from one area to another, kind of like an egg. If that makes sense. It's weird to think about, but I hope that helps explain it a bit better. Yayarosu smirked and let out a small laugh at his explanations. It was funny to think about. Izuku joined in the laughter, but it soon faded as they looked at one another. She glanced down at his left arm resting on the table and gently placed her hand on it. The scars on his arm showed he wasn't kidding. Earlier in the school year, against Bakugo and during the USJ incident, to now was such a big improvement. She was happy that her fellow classmate had gained such mastery over himself in such a short time. I see, and to be fair, Midoriya, when I saw your fight I was surprised at first. Your improvement in such a short time. It's inspiring. Which brings me to my second question. Izuku listened intently. Although he felt a girl touching his arm, it felt different this time. He didn't pull away, and she didn't do much except feel the scar he had come to accept as part of him. I noticed how your fight with Tokoyami went, and I saw the look in your eyes. It was all too familiar for someone as appealing and talented as you, Yayarosu. She was taken aback by this and looked up at him with a worried expression as he continued. Throughout my younger days I was deemed quirkless. I was bullied and deemed worthless. And a lot of other things came from it. Izuku turned to the side, but he felt Yayarosu gently take his hands in hers. He looked back at her as he continued. It may come as a surprise, but I was a late bloomer. I got my quirk 10 months before the UA exam, and I've been training hard ever since. Believe it or not, I cleaned the Takoba Municipal Beach, and with All Might himself as my witness, I trained myself into the ground. He paused, reflecting on what he had said, but before he could try to fix himself, Yayarosu stopped him by placing a finger to his lips. She looked at him, noticing he was slightly tearing up, and frowned a little. Midoriya, look at me and listen closely. He nodded, tears falling slowly as she wiped them away. Listen, Midoriya. I want to say that no matter what, you're the strongest and most courageous person I've met thus far. Your courage to fight for others and to throw yourself into battle is astonishing. The way you fight is like fire against water. Both are incredibly powerful and devastating, but one always overpowers the other. You are the fire that overpowers the water. Even when you are down, you always bounce back. I heard from Tsuyu how you coordinated your fights against the villains. We all watched how you fought against Bakugo. You beat him, and now you beat arguably the strongest in our class. You're amazing in your own way. So stop putting yourself down and sit up straight. Don't fight with someone else's ideals, but your own. Izuku looked at her as she fell silent. He glanced down at his hands as she continued. Now, Midoriya. She gently cupped his cheek, lifting his head to meet her gaze. His heart started to race for a reason he didn't fully understand as he found himself staring into her eyes. She gave him a warm smile, which he slowly returned after she finished her speech. This brings me to my second question. Midoriya, would you like to be friends? Without a second thought, Izuku nodded. Considering this, he guessed. They were friends or something close by now. Weiss, I'd like to be friends with you, Yayarosu. Momo Midoriya. Izuku blushed slightly. Did he hear that right? Going straight to a first-name basis was not something he was expecting. It what? Yayarosu chuckled as she looked at the blushing boy in front of her. Midoriya, call me Momo whenever we are alone. At least for now, alright? The green-haired boy nodded, and she patted his head. Now, I understand that was sudden, but I think we can grow together and become a good team if you wish to be, Midoriya. Izuku simply looked at her before giving her a small smile and tilting his head. And Momo, call me Izuku if that's easier for you. Now it was Momo's turn to blush at this unexpected boldness from him, but she welcomed it. All right, Izuku. Momo sat back a bit, her hand remaining on his left arm as they stared at each other. After a few minutes of comfortable yet semi-awkward silence, she shook her head slightly before looking back at him. So, about those other two questions. One being, can I join you for training? And also, would you like to hang out this following Saturday? Izuku pondered for a moment before nodding at both questions, smiling. Sure, Momo. I'd like to go out with you that day. Momo let out a small giggle before gently hugging him, and he hugged her back. However, a blush slowly formed as they looked at one another. Realizing their predicament, they broke apart, both blushing and looking away. Just then, the intercom called for Izuku, and his eyes widened at how long they had been there. Hey Momo, my fight's about to start. He got up, looking back at her as he extended his hand for her to take. She accepted, getting up beside him. You better win for both of us, Izuku. Izuku Midoriya smiled and nodded before they left, their hands close together. It was going to be quite the battle, explosive ideals against electrical currents. Who would win and who would lose was determined by one factor, the determination and drive to be better than what someone makes you out to be. Izuku Midoriya against his tormentor, Bakugo, Kachin, Katsuki. As Yayarosu made her way back up to the stands, she was met by a small crowd forming around her, including two familiar friends, Mina Ishido and Toru Hagakure. Mina, breaking away first, looked up at her with mock tears in her eyes. Momo, where were you? We were all worried sick about you. Toru, although sadly invisible, nodded vigorously before finishing Mina's thought. And where was Midoriya? We haven't seen him, and when Ochako and Ito went down to check on him, he wasn't there. They said you sent him off. Momo, slightly taken aback by the sudden questions, waved them off as she looked at them. I was talking with my mother, and as for Izuku, I saw him and thought I'd have a chat with him. His improvement surprised me, so I decided to talk with him about it. But we only talked for a little while. She smiled at this, and Mina and Toru seemed satisfied, until Mina's smile faded. Wait, can you repeat what you said? I think I heard something unexpected. Yayarosu blinked, not quite processing what she said, before giving her an awkward nod. Well, as I said, I was talking with my mother, and as for Izuku, I saw him and she was cut off by a small gasp. You called Midoriya by his first name, Izuku. With this revelation, we find ourselves with our green-haired hero, Izuku Midoriya, the ninth holder of the legendary One for All, facing the explosive fury of Bakugo Katsuki. The two stood a few feet apart as the R-rated hero, Nemuri, looked at them. The tension was palpable throughout the arena. With a simple raise of her arm, she looked at them again, a smirk forming as she threw her arm down, yelling the word that started the match. Begin! As she jumped back, Bakugo raised his hand, a smirk on his face as he unleashed a large explosion that rocked the stadium towards Izuku. In response, Izuku channeled One for All throughout his body and charged forward. Many in the crowd were taken aback by the boy running into the explosion. With a powerful surge of wind, Izuku appeared in front of Bakugo with such speed that not even he could track it. With a rough blow to Bakugo's chest, courtesy of a kick, he sent Bakugo flying back. Izuku charged forward again, channeling One for All through his feet as Bakugo fired a blast directly at him. Using his jacket to absorb the impact, Izuku swiftly wrapped it around Bakugo. Quickly spinning around, Bakugo opened his palm to create a small explosion, but instead of being pushed back, he pivoted his foot into the ground and slammed the back of his fist into Izuku's stomach. Izuku, having taken the full brunt of the attack, doubled over, coughing slightly. He quickly glanced at Bakugo, a surge of anger rising within him. With a swift movement, he grabbed Bakugo's arm and, just like in hero training, body slammed him with One for All at 10%. A large crack formed beneath them as Bakugo jumped back, leaving his singed jacket behind. Izuku, still feeling the effects of the previous match, knelt slightly but refused to let his tormentor win. Raising his left hand, he executed a finger flick, multiplying it into 3 others thanks to his ring, index, and middle fingers. Bakugo, slowly turning around, got to his feet just in time to see the air waves heading toward him. He fired 2 explosions into the ground, propelling himself upward. Izuku smirked at this and slammed his foot into the ground, a surge of electricity forming around him as he channeled one for all at 15%. He shot upward in a flash, slamming into Bakugo's stomach and sending him flying. A shockwave erupted as Izuku kicked off the air, propelling himself higher. Bakugo, recovering midair, used his explosions to stabilize himself, the punch having knocked the wind out of him. The 2 boys hovered above the stadium, eyeing each other as they charged. Izuku channeled 5% of his power through his body while Bakugo tensed up. They collided, each landing a punch that pushed the other back. Bakugo swiftly uppercut Izuku, followed by a kick that sent Izuku crashing to the ground. Bakugo landed, rolling to cushion his fall, breathing heavily. In the rubble, Izuku lay still, but a cough escaped him, surprising Bakugo. Despite the pain, Izuku stood up shakily, his face shadowed by his hair. For the first time, Bakugo shouted, "Just stay down, you worthless piece of trash." His frustration boiled over at Izuku's resilience. Izuku wobbled to the left, blood trickling from his shoulder, which appeared injured. Bakugo's anger intensified as he watched Izuku crouch down, breathing. "You always come back like a cockroach. Whenever I push you away, you just keep coming back," he yelled, but was abruptly silenced by a punch to the gut that forced him to cough. Bakugo's eyes widened as he looked down at the blood on the ground, his knees weakening. He hadn't even registered that Izuku was in front of him, fist embedded in his gut. As he dropped to his knees, he felt Izuku's cold words pierce through his haze. "Bakugo, compared to you, I always looked up to you. Even when you looked down on me, I respected you. Then you got your quirk and became someone I barely recognize." Izuku removed his fist and slammed his right hand into the ground, channeling one for all through his legs. He delivered a powerful double kick to Bakugo's chest and stomach, sending him flying back. Just as Bakugo was about to land outside the arena, Izuku appeared in front of him, grabbing his ankle and throwing him back into the arena. With a battle shout, Izuku slammed Bakugo into the ground, creating another spiderweb crack. He launched Bakugo upward, and the crowd watched in awe as Izuku channeled his quirk through his body. Bakugo gritted his teeth, feeling the pain and knowing Izuku had something planned. He wished for more time to prepare, but life wasn't fair, and he was about to learn just how unfair it could be. As Izuku focused, a calmness settled over him, and he opened his eyes, ready to face Bakugo's next move. Bakugo, prior to this moment, had started to spin rapidly, descending towards Izuku with incredible speed as he shouted, "Howitzer impact!" Izuku surged his body to 15%, shooting to the right before rocketing himself around the arena. His speed caused him to blur, and with a powerful kick off a rock, he propelled himself upward. Both boys glared at one another with intense rage, Izuku clenching his fist. His eyes narrowed as he felt the power of the other 7 holders surge through him. He gritted his teeth, clenched his jaw, and smiled. The anger faded, replaced by a look Bakugo would never forget, a look of victory over years of torment and struggle. "I win, Kachin," he declared, raising his fist as he looked down at Bakugo. Bakugo watched as Izuku used his left arm to push himself out of the way. Gritting his teeth, he flicked himself slightly to the left with 3% of his power, righting himself with a kick from his right foot. He had been to the right of Bakugo, spinning midair as the howitzer impact missed its target entirely. In that moment, everything slowed down for the two of them. Bakugo's eyes widened as he saw that same smile on Izuku's face, the one he despised. Godbreaker smash. Izuku slammed his fist into Bakugo's face, creating a large shockwave that shattered the cracked area around them. Izuku's arm shook from the force, and his shirt began to rip. Time seemed to stop for everyone. In the stands, Momo stared down at her friend, her eyes wide, while various reactions rippled through the crowd. Endeavor was awed by such power from someone so young. All Might felt immense pride in his student's growth, and Aizawa noted he would review it later. Tamura Shigaraki was impressed by Izuku's skill, and Grand Torino admired the ninth holder of One for All. Many others had their own thoughts. The Bakugos were impressed, Izuku Midoriya was crying with joy, and Shoto Todoroki smiled at the newfound independence Izuku displayed. Bakugo's thoughts raced through his life, every moment with his school, family, and friends he had pushed away. Izuku had sent Bakugo flying back with a shockwave, embedding him into a wall. As he fell to the ground, he landed on his feet. Silence enveloped the arena as Izuku could only hear the sound of his own heartbeat against the now-destroyed ground. With a simple look up, he stood tall, taking a moment to return to reality as roars of applause erupted around him. A chuckle escaped him as he glanced around. His dream had come true. He had won against Bakugo, the one person who had always put him down. Izuku Midoriya, the glass cannon himself, has won the sports festival, he heard announced. Izuku chuckled to himself before succumbing to his injuries, falling backward. He embraced the newfound feeling within himself. He was something greater than he had ever believed, something he had always been pushed aside for. He was the ninth holder of One for All, and he was amazing. With one final smile, he fell onto his back, his mind fading to black. Later, we find ourselves in Recovery Girl's medical office. After being treated, Izuku was shooed out, and the day passed quickly. Bakugo was knocked out of commission, but Izuku found himself talking to Momo and others. His stutter had lessened, replaced by a new sense of pride, not the arrogant kind Bakugo had, but a genuine pride in himself, knowing he could strive forward. Momo pondered the earlier episode, still blushing as she got lost in thought. So, you and Midoriya, huh? Who knew you two would hit it off so early? She teased. Blushing, Momo shook her head. And no, you're mistaken, Ashido. It's not what you think. Izuku and I are just friends. Ashido gave her a cheeky glare and winked. It's all right. I believe you, but you said Izuku again, so I know that's a lie. Momo was taken aback, her cheeks turning a deeper shade of red as she looked away. Ashido, stop. It's not like that. Seeing her friend's discomfort, Ashido gently placed a hand on her shoulder. Look, Momo, I'm just teasing you. Besides, if you do like him, I won't tell anybody. Ochako dropped her crush on him. She likes Ida now. So if you end up liking him. She gently elbowed Momo, grinning as Momo turned to face her. A thought broke through Momo's mind. It's too early to say anything, but maybe. Ashido. Ashido smirked before turning back to Toru as the pair started talking about something else. As Ashido turned around, Momo watched the match, her eyes softening as she saw Izuku fire his finger flicks at Bakugo. A small smile formed on her face as she leaned over. Maybe. We find ourselves in Recovery Girl's medical office. After being treated for a head injury, the boys were shooed out, and the day went by rather quickly. Todoroki had been knocked out of commission, but Izuku found himself talking to Momo and many of the others. His stutter had lessened, replaced by a newfound sense of pride, not the boastful kind that Bakugo had, but a genuine pride in himself, knowing he could strive forward. Momo pondered the earlier episode, still blushing as she broke off, lost in thought. So, you and Midoriya, huh? Who knew you two would hit it off so early? Ashido teased, her eyes sparkling. Momo shook her head profusely. And no, you're mistaken, Ashido. It's not what you think. Izuku and I are just friends. Ashido shot her a cheeky glare and winked. It's all right. I believe you, but you said Izuku again, so I know that's a lie. Momo was taken aback, her face turning a deeper shade of red as she spun around, pouting slightly. Ashido, stop. It's not like that. Seeing her friend's discomfort, Ashido gently placed a hand on her shoulder. Look, Momo, I'm only teasing you, so don't worry. Besides, if you do like him, I won't tell anybody. Ochako dropped her crush on him. She likes Ida now. So if you end up liking him. She gently elbowed Momo, a grin on her face as Momo turned slightly to face her. A thought broke through Momo's mind as she looked at Ishido. It's too early to say anything, but maybe. Ishido. Ishido smirked a bit before turning back to Toru as they started talking about something else. Momo returned her attention to the match, her heart softening as she watched Izuku. Having been lost in her thoughts, she looked at Izuku, who had been asleep for a while. The award ceremony was approaching, and the crowd was growing restless, eager to see the glass cannon, as they had started calling him, Izuku Midoriya. Meanwhile, Momo sat peacefully, gently feeling her hair and smiling as she took in the sight of Izuku's scars and hair. She turned to a figure standing nearby, thinking it was All Might. Instead, she saw a small, fragile-looking man with yellow hair approach. "Who are you, sir?" she asked. Tashinori blinked, taking a moment to process her presence before chuckling. "My name is Tashinori. Tashinori Yagi." He extended his bony hand for her to shake, playing off that he didn't know who she was. Momo raised an eyebrow but shook his hand cautiously, ready to defend herself if necessary. She relaxed as he withdrew his hand. Tashinori smiled at her. "I work for All Might at his agency. I usually handle his paperwork, but he told me to take some time off today." He glanced at the sleeping Izuku. "He asked me to watch out for this one and mentioned how strong he was. He couldn't come due to the event, but he sends his regards for such a good match and is proud of Midoriya." Momo listened intently, a small smile forming on her lips. Tashinori continued, "You know, All Might and Midoriya are closer than most people think." He pulled up a chair looking at the pair. "Out there, people are speculating about each other's quirks. They're saying Midoriya," he pointed to the knocked-out boy, "is his son, which I'm going to let you in on a little secret." Momo looked at him with curiosity, nodding for him to continue. "They both trained under one another. All Might told me about a kid he met a while back, how he ran into trouble even without." He paused, noticing Momo's tilted head. She would need to ask Izuku about his story when the time came. All Might and Izuku knew each other? It made sense from what she had seen. "Well, there are some things I can't say. However, know that Midoriya has history with that boy from earlier. I don't know if you felt it, but the anger with each punch and each attack sent toward one another." He stopped to let the information sink in. Blaming one of his students was absurd, but considering how young Bakugo always reacted to his successor, he needed to find out one way or another. It was as if the boy with the explosive quirk was the cause of it all. All Might himself was curious about the history of his successor and Bakugo's relationship with him. He hadn't been able to find out much, but he could kill two birds with one stone. He could ask Yayarosu to inquire about it and maybe discover if Bakugo was the reason for everything his successor had suffered. Perhaps he could even help form a relationship for the young holder of One for All. He recognized that the sudden attachment of young Yayarosu was a blessing in disguise, and he would ensure his successor took the right path this time, avoiding the mistakes he had made. Meanwhile, Yayarosu let the information sink in. She looked back at the sleeping form of Izuku before turning to Tashinori. "All right, Mr. Yagi. I'll keep that in mind, and I'll talk with Izuku when he wakes up." Tashinori raised a brow at the familiarity. If his student was that fast, he worried about the future and whether he would have to deal with mini ramblers. "All right, and if I'm not mistaken, your name is Mrs. Yayarosu?" She nodded to confirm her name, slightly confused by his wording, but no suspicion arose since he had likely been informed of the students' names by All Might. He stood up, looking at the door and then back at her. "I'll be going now. Midoriya has 10 minutes before they begin to give out the rewards. Please give him my regards for such an amazing fight." She nodded as she watched the older blonde walk toward the door. However, he paused, turning to her with a smirk. "Also, don't have kids yet. And by using first names, I can tell you're together." She slowly started to blush at the unexpected comment. "Wait right there, we are not together. I can assure you, we don't have any." Tashinori let out a small chuckle. "I'm only joking. But in any case, sure. That's what they all say before they end up. Well, you know." At this, she blushed a deeper shade of red. "Again, sorry. It's a crude joke among older friends. But please stay safe." Have a good day, Mrs. Yayarosu. He chuckled at her flustered state, finding it amusing. He waved to her before leaving the room, closing the door behind him. A comfortable silence filled the room. Although flustered, she maintained her composure, her thoughts wandering. Could feelings form out of the blue? She felt uncertain and fearful, but at the same time, there was excitement. Is there a possibility that I may like Izuku Midoriya? Her gaze turned to the sleeping form of Midoriya, and she found herself smiling. Maybe. Izuku Midoriya was filled with a whirlwind of emotions, ecstatic, proud, happy, and even a sense of pride. Having woken up 5 minutes earlier, he was walking with Momo, who had mentioned someone named Toshinori Yagi, his emissary, had come in to congratulate him. However, she left out some important details, including the talk about Bakugo. The pair agreed to meet after the event as Izuku made his way down to the arena. He could have sworn he saw a red tint on his new friend's face. Was that correct? Who knows? Upon reaching the arena, he paused, realizing something significant. He had won the festival. Despite the pain and the challenges, he had pushed through to the peak. With this in mind, he took a step forward, momentarily blinded by camera flashes as he emerged from the dark corridor. President Mike announced his arrival, and the crowd erupted in applause, cheers, and the sound of feet stomping. It was overwhelming, but instead of retreating, he walked forward, his steps filled with determination. In third place stood Todoroki, wearing a somber expression, but upon noticing Izuku, he offered a gentle gaze. In second place was Bakugo, his head down, not making a single remark toward Izuku. This concerned Izuku, but he puffed out his chest and gritted his teeth, a smile slowly forming on his face. And finally, for first place. It was none other than him. Izuku channeled one for all throughout his body as he jumped up, nearly overshooting the pendulum. He quickly rebounded in the air, planting his feet firmly on the stand and turning to face forward, executing a maneuver reminiscent of an Air Force turn. Toshinori smirked, glad his student made it in time. He decided to make an entrance of his own. After buffing up, the skeletal blonde-haired hero ran out of a doorway into the stadium. Spectators caught a glimpse of a blur as the number 1 hero leaped from the stadium, spinning around while free-falling. The famous grin on his face, he stood tall as the ground cracked beneath him. With his hands on his hips, he reveled in the cheers of the crowd. He knew he would face a scolding from Aizawa later, but in that moment he didn't care. Fear not, citizens. You have nothing to fear because... He raised his hands, and the crowd joined in with the famous quote, "I am here." Chuckling, he scanned the audience, recognizing many familiar faces, including teachers and friends from his journey to becoming the number 1 hero. As he approached his students, he crouched down in front of Todoroki, revealing a medal hanging around his neck. Young Todoroki, you fought well during your time here, showing that your power is your own. After what young Midoriya said, I'm proud to call you my student. You are a shining example of how one can change. Congratulations on placing in the top 3. Todoroki smiled and bowed slightly, aware that the man before him was the very hero his father wanted him to surpass. Perhaps one day that could happen, but for now he admired All Might's charisma. Turning to Bakugo, All Might crouched down and placed a hand on the boy's shoulder. Bakugo looked up with a solemn expression. Young Bakugo, you've shown great potential as a hero. However, you must learn to control your anger. He paused, then continued, Understand this. You are not a villain, nor am I someone who dislikes you. Your methods may be harsh, but if you refine not just your quirk but also your tendency to lash out, you will become a great hero. We all make mistakes when we're young. It's important to focus on the future. Bakugo, momentarily lost in thought, recalled memories of his childhood with Izuku. He looked down and bowed to All Might, who smirked, knowing his words would resonate deeply with the boy. He then took another medal from around his neck and placed it around Bakugo's neck. Congratulations on achieving second place, young Bakugo. You fought well, and I hope my words will guide you in the future. Please consider them wisely. Bakugo kept his head down, the weight of All Might's words heavy on him. He then turned to his pride and joy in that moment, Izuku Midoriya. The two locked eyes, and All Might gave Izuku a wide grin, which both Todoroki and Bakugo noticed. They recognized the significant change in Izuku, from someone who struggled to someone who had triumphed. Young Midoriya, your growth from the beginning of the year to now has been astonishing. You've transformed from a shy hero in training who often got hurt to this. He ruffled Izuku's hair and addressed the crowd, raising his voice so everyone could hear. Young Midoriya, as the symbol of peace, I congratulate you on your victory. You entered this competition as the underdog and emerged as the top contender. You've shown that no matter the obstacles, you can rise above them, even when I doubted you, for which I apologize. His words echoed throughout the arena, revealing the hero's earlier doubts about his pupil. Yet Izuku understood the intent behind the speech. From where you were to where you are now, I am proud to announce you as the winner of the sports festival. To solidify this victory, I am here to say, he gestured to the crowd before turning to Izuku. Young Izuku Midoriya, I humbly invite you to join me for a special visit to the Might Tower and to stand by my side as my sidekick. Together, we will fight for justice against villains. Bakugo was the first to react, his eyes wide with genuine surprise as he looked between All Might and Izuku. The crowd erupted in cheers, thrilled by the announcement. Many agencies had already sent invitations for Izuku's hero studies, but this offer from the #1 hero was unparalleled. Up in the stands, Class 1A looked down at their classmate with awe, many of whom were already thinking of ways to congratulate them as Ishido had an idea for something after the event on the weekend. It would be quite an interesting party, but she'd need permission first. Momo, however, was lost for words. Not at the sudden revelation, but by the familiarity between Mr. Yagi and All Might. Something wasn't entirely adding up as she looked around for the skeletal blonde but found no luck. Was what happened some type of figment of her imagination? No, it couldn't have been. She squinted her eyes, unable to see clearly from where she sat, a place she subconsciously chose. A seat where she could see Izuku clear as day. Their eyes met among the thousands of people there, and she simply gave him a smile, one to congratulate him on such a hard-earned victory. Back with the main crowd, the entire stadium was filled with the roaring cheers of everyone. Many wanted the boy to represent them, as being the winner of the sports festival showed a lot of promise. Considering how well he fought, even with a damaged arm, and how he moved in battle, many desired that type of skill and idealism on their team. But even then, one couldn't compare to All Might and his agency. As All Might spoke, the roars of approval echoed around them. Izuku felt tears welling up. He had been given the chance to not only be his idol's successor but also to visit his agency. All Might turned to Izuku, who nodded quickly. With a chuckle, he patted the boy on the shoulder before continuing his speech. You and I can discuss the details later on. If you ever wish to join me, my doors are always open for you, young Midoriya. I congratulate you on a victory such as this. And to everyone else who participated in the sports festival. He took the golden medal off his neck and slipped it around his student's neck before looking back at the ground. To all of the classes, Class 1A through K, I congratulate you on doing an amazing job. Young as you all may be, you have proven time and time again that the new generation will always surpass the old. All Might raised his left arm, clenched his hand into a fist, and motioned towards Izuku, who also raised his right arm. Following his mentor, he clenched his fist into the air, looked at the crowd, and together they yelled out words that would remain as one of US new slogans for years to come. Izuku looked at his emcir, and Toshinori looked at his student as they both shouted out to the crowd, "It's your power, so go beyond. Plus ultra." However, even with this, Izuku found his gaze drifting to a section of the bleachers. His eyes locked with Momo for a moment before he lost her in the sea of people. It was too early to say, but he and Momo glanced at one another again, both locking eyes as a slow beating began to fill his heart. It was an unfamiliar feeling, something he didn't pay much attention to. But honestly, he didn't care. He won and changed his destiny for the better. All he cared about was their fists raised high, ready for what lay ahead. The days that followed the sports festival were tiresome. Izuku gained quite a few fans from the whole ordeal, but he would slowly learn to understand them and get better over time. but that would have to wait. The main focus now was between MSTR and student. Toshinori put a hand on his student's shoulder and grinned, a true share of pride that he reserved for only one. Young Midoriya, I am astonished. You did amazing out there. Your mastery over one for all was such an improvement. How you did it is beyond me, but from breaking your bones to being able to utilize it as effectively as you did. How? Izuku chuckled a bit as he waved it off, looking at his emir with a smile. I'm glad you enjoyed the improvement. Aizawa-sensei really helped me out, and your thoughts guided me greatly. I was able to train day in and day out, and since I was decent academically, I didn't have to worry about the hassle of work. Plus, I wanted to heed your word and make a name for myself. The pair laughed at this, and Izuku sighed. Toshinori simply shook his head and closed his eyes for a moment. Izuku focused on his drink, swirling it around slightly. I'm glad to call you my successor, young man. Toshinori sat back and sipped his coffee, casting a slight glance at the boy who sipped his tea. The words registered across Izuku's face for a moment, but he simply smiled at the compliment. A comfortable silence fell around the pair as Toshinori decided to address a few matters that would be needed for his predecessor's future. It had to be done before things escalated. Young Midoriya, I have a question to ask you. Naturally not expecting such a serious tone from his Izuku was taken aback but nodded, raising a brow. His gaze fully focused forward now. Yes, All Might? Toshinori narrowed his eyes before sitting up, his attention now fully on his student. He understood that this could waver the trust they shared, but it was necessary. I'm sorry to press into matters that may not concern me, but can you tell me about young Bakugo and your past? Izuku stared at the skeleton, a faint look of concern, or was it fear, crossing his face. Young Midoriya, I never wanted to breach your trust, but seeing the way you handled that situation with Bakugo had me thinking. Izuku nodded slowly, noticing the hero raise a finger. The first time you were tested by Aizawa, young Bakugo shot at you before being stopped. He raised another finger. During hero training he didn't even acknowledge my words, and the glare he gave was reminiscent of a villain's. After you defeated him, he continued to hurl insults at you. There's something else I need to show you. He pulled out a picture taken by the crowd during the fight against Todoroki. In it, faint burn marks and old bruises were visible on Izuku's skin. The timid nature of the blonde surprised him, but as he looked at Izuku he noticed his smile had vanished. Izuku was staring down at the table, and Toshinori felt he was getting closer to the truth. Thirdly, in this picture, burn marks can be seen on your shoulder and back, right before your scar begins. Considering what Bakugo said during the stadium event, though low, it was still captured by a microphone, we have evidence. He revealed a small device that had been attached to Izuku's shoe. Fortunately, it wasn't damaged. Our young firecracker, Bakugo Katsuki, bullied you when you were younger. Toshinori was interrupted when Izuku raised his hand. The hero raised an eyebrow, but seeing Izuku's softened expression, he let out a dry chuckle. This was unlike the boy he knew. Izuku turned to look at the setting sun, then back at his teacher. I'm surprised. You hit the nail on the head, All Might. Good job. Toshinori watched as Izuku slightly adjusted his shirt, revealing a small but noticeable burn mark. Scars of varying freshness were visible along his side and back. As much as I hate to admit it, yes. He bullied me for roughly 12 years. I don't remember the exact moment it started, but it was shortly after I was diagnosed as quirkless. Toshinori took a moment to process this. He nodded slowly, then spat out his coffee in shock. Wait, you mean to tell me he's bullied you for 12 years? Izuku nodded solemnly as he fixed his shirt. Toshinori stood up, genuine anger visible in his blue gaze. Young Midoriya, come with me please. Silence filled the room for a moment. Surprise flickered in Izuku's eyes as he sensed where this was going. He nodded shakily and followed his mentor, who had visibly buffed up after leaving the teacher's lounge. As they walked, the silence was palpable until All Might placed a hand on Izuku's shoulder, calming him slightly. Please, don't take this the wrong way. Some things need to be addressed. Upon reaching a door, All Might knocked and a familiar voice called out, Come in. Toshinori opened the door to reveal U.S. Principal, Nizu. Ah, young Midoriya. I was curious when I'd get a visit from the next generation holder of One for All. Please have a seat. Would you like some tea? Nizu smiled, but his expression shifted as he sensed the tension. He had been informed of the situation and understood its gravity. After a moment of silence, Toshinori began. The suspicions surrounding young Bakugo were correct, Nizu. I apologize for coming on such short notice, but remember what I said about the current predicament between Class 1A's Izuku Midoriya and young Bakugo Katsuki? Nizu nodded, looking at the two. Yes, I do, Toshinori. I'm guessing it's true. This time, Izuku spoke up, understanding where the conversation was headed. Yes, it is true, Principal Nizu. Katsuki Bakugo had indeed been a bully to many people. Not just me. Toshinori felt the urge to speak but simply looked at Nizu, who nodded in understanding. Nizu glanced between the two One for All wielders. Young Midoriya, I understand your past with young Bakugo may be hard, but whatever you say will not leave this room. All right. Izuku nodded slightly. It felt sudden, but he needed to tell them. He shuffled in his seat as he began. My memory is hazy, truthfully. It's been a decade since it began, but it was at the age of 4 or so. Before quirks were even in question, Katsuki and I were friends. At least I thought we were. The day came when he got his quirk, and I honestly wonder if we ever were friends. But pardon me for this. He paused, swallowing a lump in his throat. When he got his quirk, he became cocky, arrogant and, excuse my language, but a complete jerk. Before that he was simpler, calmer, friendlier, I guess. He paused again, hearing a snicker from the two, which lightened the mood, but they returned to silence as he continued. The day came when he found out I was quirkless. Naturally, that knowledge became a catalyst. Slowly it started. He got more arrogant and began to use his quirk on other kids. It wasn't directed at me often, but one day, I stepped in to help protect a kid, and that's when the pain truly started. He began to hit me. Not just that, but... He paused, gripping his arms tightly and tightening his eyes. It came down to where he would always push me to the ground, always put me below his heel. He acted as if he ruled the world and I was just a stepping stool for his own benefit. Time passed, and it only grew worse from there. Looking back now, I'm surprised I'm even able to break past my stuttering. Realizing the pain in his heart, he hadn't noticed the tears that began to trickle down his cheeks. He started calling me useless, a reject, a failure. That's where the nickname came from. He pointed to himself, offering a weak and sad smile. A Deku. He made the name Deku into a term for those words. He would always test his quirk on me, putting me through pain that didn't stop for years. He paused again, gently wiping his eyes, noticing the wetness on his breathes but ignoring it as he continued. You may be wondering where my mother was during all of this. Even while I was being bullied, I hid it from her for 12 years. I always stole her makeup to hide the burns and bruises, and whenever my uniform got damaged, I took them from school. He trailed off, letting out a sigh. She tried her hardest for me, and to be fair, I don't blame her for giving up at times. He lifted his fingers to show the number 3. It was 3 times he told me to end my life. He stopped, putting all his fingers down, and slowly raised one. Once when I was 8. It was because I had helped him from falling into a river. Although he didn't say it, you could see it in his eyes. He raised another finger. Another when I was 12. That day was hard. I'd rather not talk about it. He shivered slightly, wishing that day had never happened. Then he raised the 3rd finger, pointing at All Might. And another when I was 14. He turned to All Might, putting the other 3 fingers down, before pointing the last one at him. In a similar fashion to what the teacher had done earlier, this cracked the pro-hero. It all made sense now. The day we met All Might. The day of the sludge villain attack. That was the final day I thought it was over for me. He told me to end my life by taking a swan dive off the roof. He rubbed it in my face and told me, maybe in the next life, I'd get lucky and get a quirk. He looked at his teacher, whose eyes widened in realization. Before Izuku could say a word, Toshinori cut in. That day we met. Being the same day when I said that you couldn't be a hero. If not for the sludge villain. Right? Izuku nodded. Yep. If you hadn't come to find me, I don't know where I would be. Instantly, Toshinori started to tear up a bit himself. Young Midoriya. He was silenced by a raised hand from Izuku, who smiled. It's alright, Desu. I know that sounds weird to say, but it's alright, All Might. I don't hold it against you for what you said. Besides, you put your legacy into a boy you didn't know. You gave me a chance to prove myself, and you let me grow in ways you haven't realized yet. He let out a dry chuckle as he looked down. Even if I suffered from deep depression, the time we were together, it went away. You've helped so much. You helped me transform from the fragile boy I was to this. Izuku stood up, channeling the legacy throughout his body as green lightning arced off him. Without this gift, all his efforts would have been for nothing. You gave me one for all. Your quirk. And you told me that I, too, can be a hero. I forgive you. No, I forgave you. Toshinori was embraced by his student, who had appeared in front of him in a flash, thanks to the boost in speed from One for All. Izuku gently wrapped his arms around him. What he said next struck a deep chord in Toshinori's heart. You are like a father I never knew I could have. One that I wished to have, like a dream coming true. Toshinori chuckled softly and gently patted the boy's head, deciding to share his own thoughts. And you are like a son I never had. Nizu smiled at the light-hearted mood before letting the two have their moment. He had been recording their conversation, but both knew that. Off the record, he had written down most of what Izuku had shared, excluding One for All. The pair eventually broke apart and sat down, Izuku's eyes red from their emotional exchange, while All Might had his own tears. It was hard to hear. Midoriya, given your past, history, and lack of support, I've decided on a few things. He looked at Izuku, who nodded. Now, for things can happen, and it's something I took time to consider. Young Bakugo will be expelled from UA and branded as a villain. He will be sent to Tartarus for quirk usage in public, assaulting someone who was formerly quirkless, and a few other offenses. His parents will be informed and given a warning for their lack of DSPLN. Hold on. Izuku jumped up from his seat, waving his arms. Both Nizu and Toshinori were taken aback. No, don't do that please. They opened their mouths to protest, but stopped as Izuku began to explain. Look, I know he may have essentially ruined my life and a lot of other things. However, given how my life is now, I want to prove to him that no matter what he threw at me, I can come back tenfold, if not 100 times stronger. I'd rather him see me become the next symbol of peace, not in All Might's shoes but in my own. I want him to see who he's molded, what he has caused, and what he has helped me achieve. He looked at the pair. Toshinori was silent, but in awe. Nizu pondered for a moment but decided to let him continue. He had a point. Auntie Mitsuki is an amazing woman. She has tried her best with Katsuki time and again. It's not her fault, and she shouldn't be in trouble for what her son has done to me. He paused, looking at them. It's not entirely his fault. Toshinori shook his head. I'm going to have to stop you there, my boy. You can't defend someone who has put you in such a state that you were going to harm yourself. He has made his choices, not you. All Might wait. Toshinori stopped, giving Nizu a confused look. But Nez, he paused, glaring at the principal for a moment before Nizu nodded. Thank you, Nizu. Nizu nodded back, then looked at Toshinori, who wore a conflicted expression. Go ahead, young Midoriya. Tell us your reasoning. The pair looked at Nizu, who smiled at them. Izuku sighed in relief and nodded in thanks before speaking. He isn't fully at fault. Our teachers at our old schools always turned a blind eye. They didn't stop him, they dismissed it. He grew up in an environment where he thought his actions were right, which they weren't. I'm not entirely defending his actions, but if you want to be mad at the school system I grew up in. Toshinori and Nizu exchanged glances before looking back at Izuku. Toshinori sighed, realizing his student's quick thinking was impressive. You are right. You are a smart young man. Consider it done, young Midoriya. I'll have those schools shut down and the teachers' licenses terminated. Izuku nodded, but then his expression turned serious again. Now, I know Bakugo is still your top priority, but I ask you not to expel or treat him differently. I want to prove to him that I'm better than he is. By winning the sports festival, by beating him, I want to show him that even the strong can fall. He smiled at this remark, one he always enjoyed. The two nodded in agreement, smiling at Izuku. And he simply sighed in relief. But he soon realized that this sigh of relief was not something that would last long. As he heard the shuffle of feet behind him, he turned to see Toshinori standing up and walking towards the door. Izuku raised a brow as he looked at him. You may hate me for this, but I considered something a few days ago before this. I've informed. Well, you'll see. Izuku and Nizu exchanged glances before looking back at Toshinori, who was currently in his skeletal state as he opened the door to reveal none other than Class 1A's vice president, Momo Yayarosu. She walked in, slightly teary-eyed, and locked eyes with Izuku. All Might glanced at Nizu with a small smirk, and the small mouse had to admit that the plan worked out. Asking Yayarosu to help Izuku reveal his past would not only assist him but also help them grow together in a way neither would see coming. Momo? He had to hand it to Nizu and All Might. They were definitely trickier than most would have considered. He wasn't expecting them to involve Momo, but deep down, he was happy. However, he also felt concerned, especially since it was just the three of them in the room. This led to an uncomfortable silence. He sat back in the chair and considered his options. Looking into Momo's onyx eyes, he motioned to the chair in front of him. She wanted answers, but would he be able to give them? He cleared his throat, trying to find the words, but nothing came out. In the silence, Momo, despite her tears from listening to the conversation, hadn't heard the mention of one for all. Thankfully, knowing she had something to say, Izuku saw her take a seat and put a hand to her mouth. So, 12 years, huh? That's a surprise. Izuku simply nodded, looking slightly to the left. He wasn't happy with himself at all, and that was clear to her. Before he fully turned his head, he felt a soft hand gently place itself on his lower jaw, compelling him to look towards Momo. You know you're too selfless for your own good, Izuku. A trait that's too honorable in these dark times. In this day and age, people like you are rare. Izuku chuckled softly before placing his hand on hers, mainly to move it off his face, but it gave both of them a slight sensation. Even if you feel like the world is against you. You have me, Mr. Yagi, Class 1A, and your mother. You had to go through 12, almost 13 years of suffering at the hands of. He drilled it into your mind that you are worthless. But you aren't. So why are you keeping him around? She dropped her hand and placed one on his left arm, the same scarred one she had taken an odd liking to when she was with him in the clinic, watching over him. Her words hung in the air with heavy weight. She gently wrapped an arm around his neck and pulled him into a. They shared a silence-filled embrace, both closing their eyes. It was warm. I don't know. Truthfully, I think part of me wants to break his ego and pride. Make him pay for what he did to me. They remained in the hug, eyes closed. It was an interesting change. You aren't perfect. No one in this life is perfect. We as heroes must break through our own barriers before we can ever dream of saving someone else. Even the great All Might, the #1 hero in our world, isn't perfect. We all make mistakes. And Bakugo didn't make any mistakes. Izuku took a moment to process her words. Once he did, he opened his eyes and slightly broke off from the hug, much to Momo's disappointment. He looked into her eyes with a questioning gaze. What did she mean by that? Then he noticed something else, tears. He could see tears trickling down her cheeks, and he registered the wet sensation on his shirt. Momo, sorry, hold on, give me a moment. He stood up, carefully removing his hand from her face before going to the desk and grabbing a few tissues. He pivoted on his foot and turned to give them to her. Never had he thought he would be dealing with such a appealing girl crying. She didn't care. Her focus was on Izuku, and she wasn't full-blown weeping, thankfully. Idiot. Even if it's been a few days since the festival, I've considered every student in Class 1A a friend. You, however, most of us wouldn't be here if we hadn't met you, Izuku. I wouldn't know where I'd be. You're amazing. Smart, funny, quirky, and you have all the ideals to be a hero. Much more than anyone here. When All Might was being attacked, I saw you jump in to save him. When I put 2 and 2 together, I saw the video where you saved Bakugo from the sludge villain. When no other hero could, you would. As you said, you were quirkless. Keep that in mind. She lowered her head but gently reached out and took the tissues from his hand. Looking at them for a moment, she raised her head again. Moving her hands to her eyes, she wiped away her tears. Thankfully, it wasn't anything major. I'm grateful you decided to give someone like me a chance, and you are trusting me as much as you are now. Truthfully, Izuku, you are different from other guys. Don't get me wrong. I enjoy our classmates, but then there's Mineta and Kaminari. Although Kaminari isn't that bad in the regard of being a pervert. Mineta. She went silent as Izuku gently put a hand on the side of her neck. She looked up at him as he gave her a reassuring smile. He is always trying to grope me. And then again, there are the other classes and people. I've been asked out by quite a few guys this past month. Izuku. She found it in herself to chuckle at this. In any case, she simply didn't care for them. You'd be surprised how many people think you are easy pickings just because you are a girl. But it's not as bad, at least. There have been no consistent attempts at all. She pointed to him, a light chuckle escaping her lips as she looked at him. However, there was one exception. You have not once looked at me, even when wearing my hero outfit. Honestly. Izuku and she both let out heartfelt chuckles, leading to a peaceful silence. I'll be getting a change, so there's no more revealing outfit. Izuku nodded slightly. He could probably think about getting her a new outfit design, but he didn't care about that right now. Instead, he leaned forward and hugged Momo. She was caught off guard by it, but it didn't take her long to register that this was just a hug. Thank you for this, Momo. Do my best as your friend. As will I, Izuku. I almost forgot. Izuku, do why? She was cut off by a loud bang as Toshinori and Nizu walked into the classroom. The pair quickly jumped back into their seats, but their hands remained next to one another, her right hand still on his left forearm. Toshinori smirked at this, having decided to kick the door a little to get them away from one another before they decided to start making out. All right, Nizu and I need to talk about some stuff. He motioned towards the door, and the pair looked at one another before nodding. They stood up, and Izuku gently took her hand, a gesture that did not go unnoticed by the two older individuals. Momo blushed at the sudden newfound energy he found to do so, but she let him as they walked out. All right, All Might. Momo and I will head out now. Take care. Before leaving, Toshinori stopped Izuku and gave him a wink, causing him to blush as he scurried out. The door closed behind them, and Toshinori looked at Nizu before sitting down. His face turned serious as they looked at one another. Let's discuss what we can do with Bakugo. Nizu grinned slightly, raising a brow before sitting down in his seat. Meanwhile, Izuku and Momo walked together, their hands intertwined as they passed by their empty classroom. After looking at one another, they broke apart to grab their bags. Yayarosu turned to Izuku. Hey, Izuku. Before we got interrupted, I wanted to ask you. Izuku turned his gaze to focus on her voice, meeting the beauty that struck him. The sunlight hit her in a way that made her look even more radiant. He could swear he was going to have a nosebleed from how appealing she was, but he shook his head and listened. Are you free tomorrow? This weekend, my parents are throwing a party for our class, and they reserved a private restaurant for the occasion. I'm allowed to invite people from my class, and I decided to invite you and the rest of the class, except for Kaminari and Mineta. Although I'm waiting on a response from the others. She scratched the back of her neck before pulling out her phone, slightly bowing and holding it out for him. See, could you give me your number so I can text you the details and we can stay in contact outside of class time? Izuku was blushing intensely. He hadn't expected this from the class's vice president. Clearing his throat, he gently took her phone as she stood straight up again. Sure, Momo. He noticed her blush, and he couldn't help but blush a crimson red himself. She was someone he didn't deserve, kind, selfless, appealing, smart. God, was he lucky to have a friend. Friend? He was broken from his thoughts as he pondered something. She was his friend, and he was getting a girl's number that wasn't his mother's or Ochako's. He shook his head as he looked down at the two devices. He scrolled through his contacts to go to his own and hers, putting down his number into her phone before having her phone call him. After the ringing started, Momo tilted her head a bit, but he showed her exactly what he was doing. After stopping the call and saving the number in his own phone, he slipped the device towards her. I'll send you a text now to see if I got the right number. Momo nodded a bit, and after a minute or so, a message came through. Izuku looked up from his phone. Hey, is this Momo? She smiled back at him and typed a response. Yes, you got the right number, Izuku. He smiled at her message, slipping his phone into his pocket and slinging his backpack over his shoulder. They shared a comfortable silence as they walked toward the exit. After a moment, Momo reached for his hand, and they began to walk together. Izuku maintained his composure as he glanced at her, chuckling when she turned to him. A confused look crossed her face before she smirked and teased, "In the end, you're always going to be the same Izuku Midoriya I know." He shook his head but looked back at her as they exited the building. Well, Izuku, today was interesting and I enjoyed it. I'm sorry you had to share that in such a way. I can guess that keeping a secret like that must have been hard, but trust me when I say this. She stopped walking and put her arm around his shoulder, pulling him close. I'll be there if you need me. Like I know you'll be there for me. They embraced in a warm hug, lost in the moment until a honk interrupted them. A black limo pulled up. Oh, Izuku, that's my ride. I'll send you the details about the party later, she said, breaking away from their hug. Though slightly annoyed to leave, she felt comforted knowing she would see him again soon. Alright, Momo. You be safe and I'll let you know if I'm free, he replied, a small smile on his face. I mostly am on the weekends. She smirked and winked at him before walking to her car, waving goodbye. Be safe. As she got into the limo, Izuku put his hands in his pockets, watching it drive away. She really is going to be the end of me, isn't she? The weekend arrived quickly for Izuku Midoriya. He found himself dressed in a suit Momo had given him during their last meeting. Noticing his mother was absent from the kitchen, he sighed in relief and sent her a quick text, letting her know he was going to a friend's house and would be back later. After closing his phone, he exited the apartment and looked out toward the distance. At the bottom of the steps, he channeled one for all through his body, shifting his feet. Wearing different shoes wasn't his forte, so he opted for red ones. He crouched down and jumped into the sky, using finger flicks to keep himself airborne. As he soared through the air, he closed his eyes, feeling the breeze on his face. He landed on a rooftop, skidding to a halt before running toward the edge and launching himself off the railing, denting the metal as he flew upward. The sensation was exhilarating and he felt alive. Ever since he had shared his feelings that had been locked away for years, he felt free. As he opened his eyes, he shot upward again, looking down at Tokyo. A sudden voice startled him. And what, you feel like you can fly? He jumped in surprise, scanning the area for the source of the voice. He turned around to see a floating woman approaching him, a smirk on her face. Izuku instinctively got into a fighting stance, his glare hardening. So, you're the 9th holder of One for All, Izuku Midoriya. Correct. His eyes widened. Who is she? A memory surfaced in his mind, recalling 7 others who had looked at him from the shadows of his thoughts. He remembered a name from his MSTR and her quirk during training long ago. Nana Shimura. The woman laughed softly, wiping a tear from her eye as she regarded him. She floated closer, assessing the young boy before her. Strong, worthy, selfless, he might just be the one. Including knowledgeable. So, Izuku Midoriya. How's Toshinori doing? Or should I say, All Might? She was cut off by Izuku's voice, and her eyes widened. I know you. The 7th holder of One for All. Your quirk was float. Now it was his turn to look at the woman, surprised he had caught on so quickly. Well, there wasn't much she could do now. She chuckled and nodded at him. You're a smart kid. Yes, I am indeed Toshinori Zemsar and the 7th holder of One for All. It's a pleasure to meet you, Ninth. My name is Nana Shimura. She bowed slightly before looking up with a smile. So, how are you exactly alive? Didn't you die in a fight against All for One? Nana looked at the boy with a serious glare. Did Toshinori tell him about All for One already? She realized it at first, but she was indeed dead. She didn't know how she was here, physically enough to communicate with him. And no, I died against All for One. And I am also alive. In a way that I can't really explain. But I'll do my best. She sat down, at least it looked like she was, as she started to explain. Basically, One for All is a type of stockpiling quirk, having been transferred from generation to generation. It generally adds up over time, forming not only the strength of each quirk that past users, aside from Toshinori and yourself, have had, but it also strengthens our presences. And with yours. She pointed towards herself, then motioned for him to put a hand on her shoulder. As he attempted to do so, he phased through her, slightly tripping before righting himself. It then struck him. You're a poltergeist? At least, something that is of my own imagination but also real at the same time. She nodded, continuing her explanation. Yep. With your generation and how alive your quirk genes are, it's practically evolving now as we speak. And when something evolves within a person. She raised her fingers, showing 5, with her other hand bringing up 3 others. Putting them together, it was 8. 8 other generations. 7 with quirks, 1 quirkless. This, although new to us all, will be going down in condescending order, or in an order we don't know of yet. Also, you currently have 3 quirks. Izuku took a moment to process this, but suddenly his eyes widened and his jaw dropped. W8, what do you mean? 3. She chuckled at the revelation before she started to float a little. During the sports festival, my quirk slightly began to manifest. Although you didn't realize it, you pulled on my quirk, float, and you floated a little during your fight with the explosive Pomeranian. At the mention of explosive Pomeranian, Izuku let out a chuckle, and Nana smirked at her own joke. After a moment, she continued. And the other quirk. The ability to give One for All away. Essentially, you have 3 quirks for now. One for All's passive quirk to be given away from DNA, and it also strengthens it to a point where it can be considered One for All's infinite. She paused, chuckling at the name. That name I made up. We don't really have a decision for what the stockpiling and giving of the quirk away is. So maybe you could decide it for us. She motioned for Izuku to follow her. After listening to what she said, he realized she was right. At least in some regard. Being able to name the stockpiling quirk and gifting quirk of One for All would take some time. However, he noticed Nana motion towards the railing as she began explaining something. Now, you pulled out my quirk by channeling raw emotions when you were fighting that explosive firecracker. Also, is it me, or does he seem constipated all the time? Izuku, looking confused, slightly brought a hand to his chin. Looking back at him, he normally always seemed to be, even though he wasn't. She was oddly right. That is true. Not only that, but he's got a major stick up his back that he needs to remove, so if you put 2 and 2 together. Katsuki does have a constipated look. The pair entered a laughing fit as Nana proceeded to mimic a constipated face, making Izuku laugh heartily. After a few minutes of cracking jokes at one another, Izuku fixed his suit a bit before shaking his head. Nana, however, stopped floating and got up. She turned to face him as she started to walk towards him, then passed through the boy, who shuddered at the cold feeling and turned around. She looked back with a grin. Let's teach you how to use my quirk and surprise an old friend. Grand Torino. Given Izuku had a little over half an hour left to spare, he decided to get this done. As he adjusted his suit coat, making sure it wasn't crinkled, he looked at Nana, who had been sitting down. Now, let's start by driving all emotions out of your body. Breathe in and breathe out, and concentrate on nothing but everything at the same time. He gave her a curious look but nodded as he breathed in and out. He sat down cross-legged, placing his hands on his knees. As he did as instructed, he found it easier than expected. There was no emotional wall holding him back anymore, and he felt no fear. He was calm. Too calm, even for his own liking. As Izuku did this, Nana slowly floated over to his side, beginning to speak again. With his mind cleared and his body at peace, Izuku imagined himself with someone he enjoyed being around, grasping a newfound feeling of joy. He thought only about her, envisioning himself flying, the wind against his face, and the sensation of being truly alive. When he opened his eyes, he found Nana smiling down at him. Standing up, he cleared his thoughts, his mind drifting to Momo Yayarosu. Her black, spiky hair and appealing onyx eyes captivated him, and he couldn't help but feel a soft spot for her. She seemed perfect in nearly every way, and while he usually focused on how someone treated him rather than their appearance, he was still a young boy with thoughts and desires. Returning to his main focus, he slowly started to float upward. The feeling of jumping from rooftop to rooftop, the air hitting his face, and the warmth of her hugs pushed him forward. Nana was surprised by his quick progress. Learning to control his quirk in such a short time was impressive. She felt proud of her student, Izuku Midoriya, the next symbol of peace. As he floated a bit higher, he landed back on the roof and looked toward Nana with a happy smile, only for it to fade when he realized she had disappeared. A voice startled him. "I'm not gone yet. I'll be here for a while and will pop in now and then. If you want to train, just ask. But you better get going, Gaki. A gentleman never leaves a girl hanging." Izuku chuckled at Nana's teasing as she faded away. He smiled at the spot where she had been. "Sayonara, Nana. Let's talk later." With that he grabbed his suit jacket, flung it around himself, and floated upward, leaving behind a green streak in the sky. As he soared through the air, he recalled the 9 generations of One for All users and the 7 different quirks associated with each. He currently had float, which felt like second nature, but he knew more quirks were coming his way. Life had a way of throwing curveballs, and this was one of them. The route to his destination took longer than usual due to his thoughts about Nana. He landed next to the Yayarosu residence, skidding to a halt and coughing slightly. Clearing his throat, he approached the gate, glancing at his phone to steel his resolve. This was the first time he had been invited to an event like this, and nerves began to creep in. He looked at the manor, then opened his messaging app. Izuku typed a message to Momo. "Hey, Momo. I'm sorry for the wait. Something happened along the way. I'm outside your place. Do you want me to wait for you?" As he sent the message, he shifted in his suit, feeling the weight of the moment. Nana, still present but invisible to him, lowered herself over his shoulder. "You know, this used to be a much smaller mansion before the Yayarosus took it over. I knew her mother, Mika Yayarosu. We were good friends before I went my own way. Maybe you can say something to her mother that won't give away our secret." Izuku turned to Nana, confused but nodded, then looked back at the building. Suddenly, his phone vibrated, startling him. Nana smirked. "Oop, there's your girlfriend. Might want to answer her before she thinks you're seeing another girl." Izuku's face turned a deep red at her teasing remark, feeling flustered by the idea of Momo being called his girlfriend. "Hold on, it's not like that, Nana." He laughed a bit, before motioning towards the phone. "Well, never leave a lady waiting." He stared at the gate for a moment longer, scoffing slightly. Putting a hand to his face, he shook his head, trying to wipe away the blush that crept up. A slight chuckle escaped him as he looked at his phone, seeing it was Momo. Naturally, he answered after a moment's hesitation. Bringing the phone to his ear, he spoke, "Hey, Momo." Izuku glanced at Nana, who seemed to be lost in her thoughts as Momo responded quickly, "Hey, Izuku. The gate should be open for you. I'll be walking out in a minute, and just so you know, my mother will be there to greet you. Don't worry too much about her though. She wanted to meet the winner of the sports festival and congratulate you on a job well done." He looked at the gate as he approached it. As he pushed it slightly, it began to open automatically for him, prompting a laugh from Nana. "Nice, not only are you getting the red carpet treatment and the girl, but soon the whole home. Although that's more of a joke, don't give me grandchildren already, Izuku. You move too quickly for this old lady. I don't need to feel older already." He looked back at her, muting himself as he snickered at her playful drama before shaking his head. He unmuted himself, but then realized something and turned to look at the gate, then back at Nana. Wait or never mind. Shaking his head, he brought the phone back to his ear. Alright, Momo. I'm walking up to the door. Do I knock or? Silence. Surprisingly, she had hung up on him. Well, if that was the case, there wasn't much else he could do. He slipped his phone into his pocket and walked into the estate. As he took his first few steps inside, he was suddenly approached by 4 people emerging from the shadows of the walkway. Instinctively, he entered a fighting stance, readying himself. Instead of attacking, they all bowed. Izuku straightened up and cleared his throat. One of the figures stepped forward, a distinguished older gentleman with glasses and an unusual hairstyle. Hello, Mr. Midoriya. Mr. Mika and Mr. Deacon have been expecting your arrival. My name is Stan Lee, the head butler here and courier of young Momo. Now, if you please, follow me. Izuku was taken aback by the greeting. Never had someone personally greeted him like this. Well, thank you for the introduction, but please, refrain from calling me Mr. Midoriya. You can use my first name without the Mstr. The old man nodded slightly and began walking. Izuku took a moment to process it all before Nana snickered from behind him. Glancing back at her, the older man turned his head to face Izuku. Is something the matter, Midoriya? Izuku realized only he could hear and see Nana. He needed to be a bit more careful but could easily come up with an excuse. Why yes, everything is fine. This is just my first time in a house like this, so I'm kind of getting used to everything. Lee smiled in understanding. After a few seconds, Lee turned back and continued walking, with Izuku following closely behind. Upon closer inspection, the manor was enormous. That was all he could really say. The whole place was huge. Lee rang the doorbell and stepped back, bowing to the door. Mr. Mika and Mr. Deacon, Izuku has arrived, earlier than you predicted. As he spoke, 2 individuals emerged from the door that seemed to appear out of nowhere. The woman, who resembled Momo, was likely Mika, a fair-looking beauty in her mid-40s. Next to her stood a man named Deacon, who shared the same hair as Mika but had lighter eyes. Mika narrowed her gaze at Izuku, smirking slightly. Izuku Midoriya, yes? I'll be surprised, you don't look as wild as I thought you'd be. Although that hair certainly is something else. Unsure if that was a compliment or a jab, Izuku simply bowed. He wasn't familiar with the whole fancy etiquette but did his best to respond. Wise, I am Izuku Midoriya. She chuckled a bit, while her husband remained quiet for the most part. However, as Deacon walked around Izuku, Mika crouched down slightly, gently lifting his chin so their eyes could meet. He was confused, and this showed on his face. Naturally, when his eyes met hers, she raised a brow. You know, Momo has been talking a lot about you these past few days. She mentioned making a new friend she could trust and even train with. But seeing you now, as opposed to the battle-ready person I saw on the screen, you are much more respectable than I thought. A bit stiff due to uncertainty in a new environment, but still brave nonetheless. She removed her hand from her chin and clapped to the other 3, who took their leave as Deacon, who had been standing quietly after observing Izuku's posture and manners, walked toward his wife. The 2 stood side by side, appearing rather intimidating. You know, I did some research on you, the older man said, his deep yet gruff voice resonating in Izuku's mind. I understand little about how you are. What's the term? Special? I truly don't know why, but Izuku Midoriya, our daughter has spoken a lot about you, and seeing you in person, I can tell why. He paused for a moment, glancing at his wife and giving her a small smile, the first real emotion from the stoic man who seemed to be in his 40s. You have a history written in your eyes. One full of mystery yet so timid. Considering you have had a difficult past, I'm guessing. Izuku hesitated, then spoke. No, I don't let my past define me. I've moved past the issues I dealt with long before and decided to change myself for the better. He slowly stood up from his bow, feeling a spark of determination from their words. Both Mika and Deacon smiled at each other and nodded. He also had guts, another quality of a man who understood the situation at hand. Well, I've already deduced you're a good person. Even from watching the sports festival, your aura radiated that of a true hero, and not only that, but you've struck a chord with our daughter that no one else has been able to do thus far. Deacon paused, folding his arms slightly, a solemn expression appearing on his face as he thought of something. Sadly, we don't want to force her into love, so we let her choose on her own. She's found you to be quite interesting, so I congratulate you on a splendid performance and an outstanding victory. Deacon placed his hand on Izuku's shoulder as he crouched down, catching Izuku off guard with his speed. My name is Deacon Yayarosu. This here, by my side, is Mika Yayarosu, the mother and father of your fellow classmate, and our daughter, Momo Yayarosu. He stood up and extended his hand. Izuku took a moment to process everything, the man's speed, the strength of his grip, and his status. As his green eyes met Deacon's, he took the man's hand. He felt a mix of apprehension and curiosity, unsure which parent possessed the quirk of creation, but guessing it was the mother. Looking up into Deacon's eyes, he felt the older man's iron grip, which he was able to match not with his quirk but with his natural strength. After a moment, Deacon chuckled and turned to his wife. He's stronger than he looks, darling. Definitely a find and a keeper. Izuku chuckled at the father's antics as they released their hands, the feeling of the firm grip still lingering. Mika walked over to Izuku, smiling. Also, Midoriya, you can call me Mika and my husband Deke. You don't have to be formal around us, we don't mind it. But every now and then, we appreciate a bit of respect. Just not in that way. Izuku nodded, still processing everything until a familiar voice broke through his moment of shock. Mother, father. Are you done terrorizing Izuku? Upon hearing Momo's voice, his eyes met hers, and they smiled at one another. A hand rested on his shoulder as Deacon chuckled. Young Izuku here has already passed my test, and he has earned my respect for being the way he is. Even when he was walking over, he simply waited at the gate. Of course, he called you to let him in, but he had the demeanor of a true hero, a respectful young man, and maybe. He grinned at Izuku, who was surprised they had noticed his actions. A future, Deacon was cut off by Mika, who playfully wrapped a lasso around him. Enough out of you, you rascal. She pulled him inside, knowing exactly where her husband was heading. You two have a good night. I'm terribly sorry about my husband. He has a knack for not shutting up about things he shouldn't be talking about. Be back before dawn, dear, or if you want to stay out, let me know. Bye now. She shut the door, leaving Izuku and Momo staring at the doorway before turning to each other. That was something. Your father has quite the grip. He paused, his gaze drifting down to her dress, a appealing jade green, with her hair cascading down instead of being tied up. She wore ruby red heels, and a turquoise rose clip relaxed at the base of her hair. In that moment, he felt as if the world around him ceased. Wow. You are appealing. Momo blushed slightly and gave Izuku a gentle spin. She had chosen this dress for their day of relaxation, and she was astonished at how well he filled out the suit she had picked for him. It suited him better than his usual attire. They both had the same thought and spoke simultaneously. Handsome, Izuku. That suit really does fit you well. They took a moment to process this, both surprised by their shared reaction but relieved they didn't look away from each other. WL. Shall we get going, Momo? Izuku reached out his hand for her to take. Though he didn't show it, he was shaking, and Momo noticed. She gently hugged him close. It's all right, Izuku. Calm down. You did really well with my parents. Don't be afraid, they're always like that. His breath hitched slightly, but he hugged her back, feeling that this girl truly would be the end of him if he wasn't careful. Unsure of where to place his hands, he did his best to hold her. Fair enough. This is just new to me, so I still need to get used to it all. They maintained a steady hold on one another, enjoying the silence. Sometimes, the little things in life bring the most happiness. The peace of an embrace can be more fulfilling than one might expect. As they broke away, they smiled at each other before intertwining their hands. Let's get going, shall we? Momo nodded, turning to face her butler, Lee, who had been watching in silence. He cleared his throat. Yes, let's get to the party. I'll drive you there. Izuku and Momo nodded in agreement. As they headed toward the limo to avoid being late, Nana smiled at the ninth holder's antics. She truly hoped for the best for him, but something felt off. Turning slightly, she greeted someone she hadn't expected to see so soon. So, the fifth arrives. What brings you here, Daigoro? Daigoro stood up, cracking his neck, a satisfied expression on his face. He didn't know why, but like Nana, he had the ability to leave the core of one for all. He let out a sigh before chuckling. Hello, Nana. I'm here to discuss something with the ninth when he's done getting his daily dose of fluff. Nana nodded at the older male, who chuckled as he sat back. He scratched his chin, looking at her seriously. I sadly need to drop a hard truth on the ninth for the eighth too. Although vaguely, I'm sure you can sense it. As much as I hate to see such a young kid fight, he will have to one day. Because the sad truth is. He paused, ensuring he had Nana's full attention. It seems that somewhere, All for One is still alive. Nana gave a sad nod at that. Even if they were gone, they could feel it. All for One lived. Izuku and Momo exited the limo, adjusting their clothes as Izuku turned to Lee. You two enjoy yourselves. I'll be in the parking area. Just let me know if you need anything. Will do, Mr. Lee. You take care of yourself and be safe. Momo waved as she watched him drive off. Gently taking Izuku's hand, she noticed he stiffened at the sudden contact. Man, you really are not used to this, are you? I'll help with that. Izuku turned to see Momo smiling, and he found himself smiling back. About time another one of us girls got here. I was the only girl here, Momo. I had to deal with 6 boys. Izuku and Momo turned to the pink-skinned girl, who had mock tears in her eyes. Well, we are here now. Izuku replied. They were pretty early, and counting them, there were 6 guys. He didn't know who exactly had come, but he didn't mind. Ashido hugged Momo. Holy hell, you are gorgeous. I love the outfit, it really fits. Momo blushed at the compliment, then glanced at Izuku, putting 2 and 2 together before an amused grin spread across her face. After stepping back from Momo, Ashido decided to tease the pair. Well, Midori, you look stunning. If you didn't come here alone, I might have taken you for myself. The words caught Izuku off guard. He shifted his gaze from Ashido to Momo, hoping for help, but his eyes widened slightly as he noticed her staring at Mina with annoyance. Confused, he watched as Mina shot Momo a glance before smirking and pressing the subject further. And if you're not careful, you might find yourself walking into my hotel room tonight after the party. Before she could close the distance, Momo acted quickly, bonking Ashido on the head. Ashido staggered back, surprised. Hey, what was that for? Enough out of you, go inside. Momo insisted, pushing Ashido toward the entrance. Ashido complained but glanced back at Izuku. See ya, Izuku. As Momo ushered Ashido inside, Izuku cleared his throat, processing the interesting interaction. He looked at Momo, uncertain about what had just happened. I don't know, honestly. She was just joking and flirting with you, but don't take it seriously, Momo said. Flirting? Izuku slowly nodded, adjusting his tie. He didn't know how to respond, and Momo seemed equally unsure. Annoyed by the teasing she had acted, Momo moved to his side, intertwining her fingers with his as they began to enter the building. A comfortable silence enveloped them. Izuku was unsure how to register everything around him. It was unfamiliar territory. Momo, on the other hand, felt her heart flutter when she was near him. It was a feeling she had considered before. She might like him. He was different from others she had encountered, who often focused on superficial traits. They rarely called her appealing. It was always about being sexy or hot. But Izuku was different. Her outfit choice was out of necessity. She hated wearing revealing clothing. When her friend suggested a design for her uniform that was more durable and flexible, she was grateful. Izuku had pulled her aside before the sports festival to help her. However, there was one person she couldn't stand, Mineta Minoru. It took her an entire day to get rid of his antics, and she had never thought she would enjoy burning his things. Brought back to the moment by Izuku's blush, she realized she was still holding his hands. You were mumbling about that pervert we both know and despise, he said, and how you burned his things. You looked angry, so I decided to help, but you were lost in thought. Momo blinked, her cheeks turning red. Ignore what I said. Let's get inside, alright? She removed one hand from his, dragging him inside with her right hand in his left. As they entered, upbeat techno music filled the air, and they spotted Mina dancing with Kirishima. Class 1B had also arrived, along with some teachers, including Nizu and Mr. Yagi. Izuku looked at his mentor, surprised as Mr. Yagi mouthed, "Good luck, young Midoriya," giving him a thumbs up before returning to his conversation with Nizu. As Izuku and Momo walked further in, a few members of Class 1B saluted him before returning to their dancing. Momo and Izuku shrugged and decided to head to a private booth in the back. Mina noticed them and smirked at Kirishima. As she stepped forward, her heel cracked, and to her surprise, she tripped. Instead of hitting the floor, she was caught by a muscular body that quickly grabbed her. He had been aware of what Mina did to tease Momo, and he knew that Ishido was just the type to troll. When she looked up to see who her savior was, she saw it was none other than Kirishima, who smirked. "Wouldn't have been very manly if I let my date down like that, would it, Mina?" Mina blushed a little before turning away, but she glanced at him and smiled. "Thank you, Kiri." A similar event occurred with the new appearance of Jairu and Kaminari, who swiftly jumped in to help her. However, it was not as romantic. At least Jairu had a nice seat. After the pair made their way back to the private booth, they both sat down next to one another. Izuku let out a small chuckle as he turned to see Momo laughing at a remark he made about a Pomeranian making the whole party explode. Momo simply looked at Izuku as he gazed down at his hands. A gentle, yet small smile appeared on his face, which grew as he met her eyes. The pair took a moment before Izuku began speaking. "I'm grateful to have you as a friend, Momo. And I'll be honest, I don't deserve someone as good as you to be my friend. But I'm glad you are. The past few days were interesting and I'm glad your parents don't hate me." Momo listened to his words. She noticed he mentioned friend, but truthfully, she didn't view him as just a friend. Deep down, there was something more brewing within her. She looked at him before deciding to ask something that had been on her mind. "Hey, Izuku. Do you still like Uraraka?" Izuku raised his brow at that comment. "Uraraka?" He looked back at her with a questioning gaze but decided to humor her. "Do I like Uraraka? I mean, she's a good friend, so naturally, I do like her." Momo cursed her luck. She simply nodded, subconsciously thinking about something. However, she broke away from her thoughts and watched as he continued. "But those feelings are nothing but as a friend." "I don't get it, did you think?" He paused, confused by what he had just said, before looking into her eyes again. "Truth be told, I don't really know the feeling of falling in love. But I think that's changed. As of recently. I like another girl who is appealing, smart, amazing, strong, skilled, and just. Overall, she's perfect." He let out a dry chuckle as he looked down, shaking his head. "Then there's. I'm not perfect. Mind you, Momo, you know my history. Even if most of it is a white lie." The last part was said in a hushed manner that she didn't register, but she simply put a hand on his shoulder and smiled. "You're a bright and amazing individual yourself, Izuku. Even for knowing you for a little bit, you are my best friend. One of them, of course, but as a guy, are my first ever and most likely the last best friend I'd ever consider having." Izuku smiled a bit as he looked at her, his frown turning into the smile she enjoyed seeing. Before they could process what happened next, to both of their surprises, she was pulled to the side as one of the classmates from 1B was sent flying into the wall. The rubble slightly hit Izuku as he protected her. He scoffed as the damage was mainly a cartoonish type of indent. Izuku looked at Momo, who appeared amused and thankful. She shook her head as the guy got up, dusting off his clothes before heading back to his own thing. "Want anything to drink?" Momo nodded with a smile. "I'll take some iced tea. You go get it for us and I'll wait here, okay, Izuku?" He nodded as he stood up. "I'll be right back, Momo." She giggled at this, shaking her head at his antics. However, as Momo watched him leave, Someone slid into the booth and hugged her. She jumped a bit before hearing a familiar giggle. Her suspicion was confirmed when she saw pink hair glide into her peripheral vision. Mina had come over to see how her friend was doing. As she put her arm around Momo's shoulder, she grinned. "Hey, ya Momo. I wanted to let you know, I'm not gonna take Midori from you. However, you gave me a really good hint that you like him." Momo simply pushed her off, chuckling a bit and shaking her head as Mina stood back up. "Alright, you have fun tonight, girl. I'm gonna go party." Woohoo! Mina walked away, catching the attention of some classmates from 1B, who looked at her with admiration. Meanwhile, Izuku felt a hand on his shoulder. The timid boy jumped slightly at the surprise before looking over his shoulder. A familiar face appeared, Bakugo Katsuki. The boy looked at Izuku, whose confusion turned into an uneasy sense of anger. "What do you want, Bakugo?" Bakugo glanced at where Momo was before speaking in a hushed tone, the words that would shape both of their futures. "After this party, you and I need to have a talk. About us. Our past, now, and the future. There's something we need to settle." He let out a rigid sigh, looking down at the floor before whispering something only Izuku could catch. "Because I need to make amends and rethink how I have done things in my life. And it starts from the beginning." Phew. Bakugo removed his hand from the bot's shoulder and walked away with a small smirk, leaving behind words to fluster the boy a bit. "Enjoy the party. Don't get too frisky at night. I'd rather not have to tell Auntie Inko about her son giving her a child at the age of 16. As Bakugo disappeared into the crowd, Izuku blinked in surprise. It was odd, but ever since he and Bakugo fought, the hatred he once felt had transformed into respect. He shook his head and made his way back toward Momo, who had turned to see her date approaching. "Hey Izu, I saw Bakugo talk with you. What was it about, if I may ask?" He set down the drinks as he sat down. Pondering for a moment, he turned to face her and gave her a warm smile. "Oh, Kaken simply told me to enjoy the party and that tomorrow or so we were going to talk." Momo's eyes narrowed slightly as she looked down, then took a sip of her drink. She noticed it didn't taste how she expected, bitter and odd. Izuku saw the confusion in her eyes and took a sip of his own, finding the same taste, but stronger. "That wasn't what I ordered for us." Meanwhile, Aizawa and Midnight had taken the drinks they were given and both sipped, their eyes widening in realization. Someone had swapped their drinks with alcohol by mistake. Back with Izuku and Momo, they put their drinks down and looked at one another. "My bad, I think I grabbed the wrong ones." Momo shook her head and leaned back. Luckily, they hadn't drunk much, so they didn't have to worry about feeling the effects. However, given their lack of experience, Aizawa and Midnight rushed over to them. Both drinks were half empty, and the pair were just chatting and laughing at each other's jokes when Izuku looked up at Aizawa, who had removed his bandages and grumbled. "Problem child, you got the wrong drinks and now you may or may not be tipsy or drunk, but considering you drank half of it, I'm going to ask you a question." Izuku, with a slight blush on his cheeks, looked at Aizawa in confusion. "How many fingers am I holding up?" Aizawa showed 4 fingers, to which Izuku chuckled a bit. "That's a 4, Mr. Aizawa. We both feel funny from the drink, but we can still process our actions well, and considering the blush, don't worry about us, the feeling will go away soon." Momo nodded, having drunk a little more than Izuku, but they were both just tipsy. Aizawa let out a small sigh, relieved that they had enough sense not to drink too much. He set down their drinks and took his and Midnight's away, leaving the pair to relax. Momo looked at Izuku, who was looking away, and pondered something about him. Even in her tipsy state, she recalled what he had said about his past. "Hey Izuku, thinking back to what you said about your past, I couldn't help but think about some things." Izuku looked at her with a confused expression, leaning against the seat and tilting his head slightly. Momo continued, gathering her thoughts. "I wanted to ask that you mentioned that you were bullied for 12 years of your life. However, you never mentioned something indirectly. Given how Bakugo acts." Izuku's eyes widened as he realized where she was going with this. Before he could respond, she dropped a bombshell. "By any chance, was Bakugo your main bully? I mean, that much could be certain, but considering how he always calls you Deku and mentions that you were quirkless before you came to UA?" He opened his mouth, then closed it, looking off to the side. Finally, he looked at her and gently held her hand, catching her off guard as he stood up. I'll explain it but not here. Good eye though. Momo nodded as she stood up with Izuku's help. Bakugo, Mina, and Kirishima watched the pair enter a doorway that led to hotel rooms, sharing a similar thought. Even Bakugo felt a sense of pride for Izuku. Good luck, soldier. Meanwhile, Nana and Daigoro exchanged sad smiles, knowing what was about to happen. Subconsciously, they gave their regards to the ninth. Good luck, Izuku Midoriya. You're going to need it. The situation was quite the interesting predicament. The duo of Momo and Izuku walked in a silence they weren't used to. Both were having similar yet unfamiliar thoughts. One was wondering how this talk would affect them, while the other considered her options. Izuku glanced over at Momo, who hadn't looked his way. A lot of thoughts were trailing through their minds. What would happen? Momo had started to piece things together that perhaps she shouldn't have. Maybe it wasn't the healthiest idea at the moment, but he understood she might be upset. After a few minutes of walking, Momo decided to break the uncomfortable silence by pulling Izuku into a doorway and pinning him to the wall. This caught both of them off guard. She locked the door and looked at him. Izuku, after we have this talk, I want to get some things off my chest. What would that be exactly? Is it in regards to? She placed a hand over his mouth and simply stared at him. He took this as a cue to be quiet and nodded. Once inside the small hotel room, Momo led Izuku to the bed. After double-checking that the door was locked, she directed him to sit. It took him a moment, but he slowly nodded and complied with her request as she sat down next to him, her body facing his with her hands on her lap. Intently, she focused on Izuku, and after a few minutes of silence, he began. But sometimes forget how smart you are, Momo. Even the slightest bit of information can lead you to know a lot. He chuckled and shook his head. Momo raised a brow at the flattery before smiling a bit herself, the odd mood lifting slightly. I guess you could say that, Izuku. But I hope I don't come off as demanding. If you want to tell me another day, I'd understand. Momo radiated a gentle, warm aura. Although the drinks they had were not very strong, she still felt a bit tipsy. Izuku turned his head, focusing on his hands, and noticed one for all's lightning slowly arcing around him. He closed his eyes and began to speak. I was bullied for most of my life for being quirkless. Yes. He opened his eyes to meet hers as one for all remained active. With Bakugo, we have a past. In fact, I've known him for a long time, more than just 12 years of history, to be exact. Momo's eyes widened in surprise. Considering her speculations, she started to piece the answer together but shook her head, narrowing her eyes. Bakugo and I were childhood friends. At least I thought we were. The day he got his quirk, I thought I would get mine too. After people found out I was quirkless, it started off slow. You know the rest of the story, but I left some important details out. He looked down at his arms and continued. After the sludge villain attack, or rather during it, I was still quirkless. The first time I even used my quirk was in the exam to enter UA. I shot forward in a burst of speed and destroyed the zero-pointer robot. That day, if I hadn't been stopped by All Might, who took me under his wing to train me, I might have decided to end my life. He let out a dry chuckle, recalling a dark time in his life. He shook his head and looked out the window, his thoughts trailing off. Because of this, I trained for 10 months, honing my body to become a fit vessel for my strength quirk. Even though it broke my arms and legs at times, I still had a chance to improve. I trained day and night. Bakugo even came after me, but not in the same way. The bullying slightly stopped as people began to see my improvement, Bakugo included. Momo gently placed her hand on his, which he took. He looked up to meet the eyes of his crush, and they shared a smile. However, he frowned slightly, feeling the weight of what he needed to say next. My quirk isn't exactly a strength quirk. And it isn't what you think it is. Momo paused, shaking her head in confusion but decided to let him continue. I need to call someone in. If that's fine. Momo nodded slowly, still confused. Who do you plan on bringing in, Izuku? Izuku pulled out his phone and sent a message to All Might with their location. He received a quick response. Sighing, he looked at her. "We'll see. You deserve to know, but whatever you're told, you must swear you won't speak to anyone else about this. It will be easier with the person here to help fill in the gaps." Momo clenched his hand in affirmation and smiled. "Of course, Izuku. You have my word that I won't say anything. But who's coming here?" Izuku let out a small chuckle and motioned to the door as a familiar face walked through. His eyes were shadowed for a moment before it was revealed to be Mr. Yagi? Momo simply raised a brow before Toshinori closed the door. As he walked in, he slid his jacket off and set it down in a chair as he sat back. "So, young Midoriya, you're telling her already?" Momo sat back in confusion, her eyes widening as she looked at Toshinori more closely. "W-are-you?" She couldn't finish her thought as Toshinori transformed from Mr. Yagi to All Might himself. He looked at her before Izuku, who nodded slightly as All Might began speaking. "Now, you may be a bit confused, but all will be explained. Young Midoriya speaks highly of you and has been for a while. Way before you two talked, actually." Momo blushed at the comment but focused and began listening to the number one hero. "Young Midoriya here is my successor." Silence filled the room before Momo chuckled softly, not at what All Might said, but at the whole ordeal. Izuku raised a brow, slightly worried she would berate him, but was taken aback by something else. Momo turned to him and gently hugged him close, causing him to blush from both surprise and suddenness. She even giggled a little. "You, Izuku Midoriya, are the successor of All Might? Izu, that's amazing. He's not only your teacher, but you're his successor? Wait, successor?" Something clicked in her mind, and she looked at All Might, who smiled slightly. He slowly pulled his shirt up and pointed to his scar. "Young Midoriya is my legacy. He isn't my son, before you think of it that way. We don't need another young Todoroki. No, he's the next symbol of peace after I retire in the future." Momo looked at the scar, covering her mouth to stifle a gasp as she saw Izuku get up a bit. As she moved, Izuku cracked his neck before he surged one for all throughout his body, causing All Might to sigh. "And with my legacy being passed on, so has my quirk. Young Midoriya and I both have a quirk called." Izuku looked towards All Might and nodded, then turned back to Momo, who looked at him in surprise but felt oddly calmed, perhaps because she knew this was a secret he willingly shared with her. The electricity arcing off his body in waves was mesmerizing. "I am the 9th holder of All Might's quirk, him being the 8th. Our quirk is called One for All, a type of stockpiling quirk that, over generations, has been used to fight an evil called All for One. About a year before I met All Might, I was attacked by the same sludge villain that captured him." Momo took a moment to process the information before something struck her harder than she could have guessed. "W8, 9th holder? You mean you were given his quirk. And All Might was given his quirk?" All Might nodded, chuckling softly. "Indeed, young Yayarosu. One for All is given if a person is not only worthy but accepted by the current holder, aka me at the time, and it must be willingly passed through DNA. This includes blood, cells, hair, etc. Any type of substance that young Midoriya has can be given as DNA. Even in a few ways, if he so wished, a child he has in the future can be given One for All, and even as a FTS, the child will grow with One for All in their blood." All Might finished his explanation as Momo scratched her chin, piecing it all together. Any and all types of DNA could lead to acquiring the world's most notorious, yet most wanted quirk. Here she was, talking to the man himself about something she never expected in her lifetime. One for All, huh? Wow. Momo sighed a bit before turning to Izuku and Toshinori. So, let me get this straight. All Might, you're Mr. Yagi, the All Might, and you suffered a scar from a man named All for One a few years ago. You barely came out of it, but you won the fight, correct?" All Might nodded slightly, letting out a sigh as he looked down. "Sadly, I wasn't able to land a finishing blow against him. Yes, I won, although barely. All for One escaped me, but I definitely smashed him into the ground. If anything, he would need a lot of time to recover. And guessing him, he may have been able to come out from it. although I haven't heard anything from a few connections I have. So either A, he's covered his tracks so well that he isn't even considered alive, or B, he's in hiding, preparing for a war that none of us will see coming. Izuku and Momo looked at All Might, who had deflated back into his normal state. The three of them exchanged glances before Izuku spoke up. Hey, All Might, I want to let you know something else as well. Izuku stood up, much to Momo and Toshinori's confusion, their eyes widening when they saw him float in the air. A slight chuckle escaped his lips as he continued, the seventh, Nana Shimura, your came to me. The spirits of One for All have decided I was worthy, and they are giving me their quirks. 5 others in total that I currently have 3 quirks now. All Might looked at Izuku in awe, a hint of jealousy creeping in at the mention of 3 quirks. Toshinori tilted his head, feeling a pang of sadness at the familiar name. He looked at the boy and began to speak. So, young Midoriya, you're telling me. Let me get this correct. Nana's spirit is with you, as a type of poltergeist, that came to tell you. You have her quirk. Float. Izuku nodded, chuckling softly. He paused as tears began to form in his eyes, the first in a while. He placed a hand on his mentor's shoulder. She said she was proud of you and sorry she couldn't help you in your fight with All for One. She also said to continue being a symbol everyone can respect. And to never lose your smile. Even if the pain becomes too much. Always keep a smile. Toshinori Yagi and Izuku Midoriya shared a father-son hug, both new to this kind of affection, but Izuku knew his mentor needed it. Momo felt like a third wheel but smiled slightly. There was so much she didn't know about the two, and she planned to tell Izuku how she felt soon enough. Now wasn't the time. However, she said something that caught both of their attentions. So, 3 quirks. One for All, being the stockpile of others, which also amounts to a strength and speed quirk. The ability to give the quirk away willingly by DNA. And the ability to float are your current quirks. Izuku broke away from the teary-eyed All Might, who remained silent. Who knew the number 1 hero was human as well. Both Izuku and All Might looked at one another before their eyes landed on Momo, who wore a smug expression. Yes, that's correct, young Yayarosu. I'm quite impressed at how well you are with finding out information. If you were a villain, even I would have trouble beating you. But yes, 3 quirks in total for now that young Midoriya has. All Might stood up, grabbed his coat, and looked at the pair, chuckling softly. Now, before I leave, young Yayarosu, you must swear that anything that happened, was said, or done in this room remains between us. I will be announcing my retirement, but not my quirk to the world. He paused for a moment to let this sink in. Although I plan to do it later in my life. They can see the real me and at least respect that I, a man with only skin and bones, protected them for a long time. However, they cannot know about One for All. Many people wouldn't understand the risks it puts them under. This also puts not only a target on my own back but on yours as well. So, young Yayarosu, do you swear loyalty to me and Izuku, to never speak of such a thing unless it is just the 3 of us? Do you understand these terms? Momo quickly nodded, her head bobbing back and forth, making All Might chuckle at her enthusiasm. Alright, now, I'm going back to the party. I hope you two have a good day and please don't get too carried away. Momo blushed at this, looking away in embarrassment, while Izuku matched her expression. Alright, All Might, you have a good night. Toshinori nodded, patting the boy's head before he left the room. The pair looked at one another, a wave of sleepiness hitting them hard. Momo yawned slightly, and considering how contagious yawns were, Izuku followed suit. Sleep? Yeah, sleep. And as cliché as it was, before they knew it, they were out like a light. Upon the sun hitting the face of one Momo Yayarosu, she awoke to find herself still in her dress. She blinked a little before slowly raising her head, only to discover her hands were trapped under something. Looking up, she rested her chin on something firm and muscular. Opening her eyes fully, she saw a familiar pair of green hair and a relaxed sleeping face. It took her a moment to process where exactly she was. Realization hit her, and she felt herself blush deeply. She shook her head before slowly getting up. As Izuku's arm gently fell to the side, she realized her left hand was holding his right, the same one that had been around her. She scratched her neck, shaking her head again. Looking down at her clothes, she noted she still had her dress. One crisis averted. Carefully, so as not to wake the sleeping boy, she let his hand go and took a few steps back from the bed. Remembering where he had held her, she marveled at how even in his sleep, he was a gentleman. Her eyes widened as memories of last night slowly returned. It was a bit too much first thing in the morning, so she decided to occupy herself with something else. Creating a new set of clothes for herself and Izuku seemed like a good plan. She decided to take some alone time to herself. Exiting the hotel room and quickly entering the bathroom to the side, she changed into a comfy set of clothes. Her thoughts drifted back to last night and everything that had happened. One for all, a stockpiling quirk that had grown stronger over generations, had finally found its way to Izuku, who had recently also gained another quirk called Float from the seventh holder, Nana Shimura. She rubbed her eyes as she looked at herself in the mirror and chuckled. Momo Yayarosu, like Izuku Midoriya, the ninth holder of all might and his. Their quirk. What have I gotten myself into? She smiled a bit before slipping on her shirt when a knock made her jump. Outside the door stood a sleepy Izuku. He guessed she was still in the room but didn't want to enter the bathroom without permission, so he knocked before making himself known. Hey Momo. You in there? I wanted to talk with you about last night and one for all, and the secret we were sworn to keep. Momo opened the door, revealing herself in a simple white shirt and shorts. She had just finished getting dressed and noticed he was still in his suit. He looked a bit goofy, but she found it endearing. She pulled him into a hug, enjoying the comfort of the moment. Izuku, caught off guard, turned bright red for a moment before they broke apart, both exchanging a chuckle. We can talk later about that, Izuku. You change out of that suit and see if you fit the clothes I made you. Izuku nodded and went ahead to get dressed. He found her neediness amusing. After changing into his normal outfit, he sighed, reflecting on the memories of last night. As he exited the bathroom, he held the suit in his right arm. Seeing Momo still blocking his way, he smiled slightly and placed a hand on her shoulder. She flinched and grabbed his wrist, giving him a serious glare. Sorry about that, Momo. However, I wanted to tell you that everything you heard last night needs to stay between us three. All right. Momo, surprised at first, relaxed and let go of his wrist. Of course, I just wanted to say that I'm grateful you trust me with the information. I know it's a dangerous task, but I appreciate it. She smiled and gently took his hand in hers. Let's get going, all right? It's about time we greet everyone before they start thinking things. Izuku nodded and led her outside. After grabbing their things, they headed out to the pub. When questioned about their disappearance last night, they simply said they went to their hotel rooms to rest, no one noticing their hands were still together. As time passed, Izuku and Momo decided to set up a date for themselves in the future, a special day just for them. Meanwhile, Izuku was at Gym Gamma, shooting around as Aizawa and All Might watched his progress. He bounced off the walls that Cementos was creating, kicking through a wall and dodging pillars of cement. As he flipped mid-air, he planted his feet onto one of the rectangular pillars and shot off again. Using his float quirk, he clenched his fist and slammed it down onto a pillar that narrowly missed him. 10% Detroit smash, he yelled, propelling himself back and quickly bringing his legs up before slamming his left arm down onto the pillar as he slid across it. Aizawa observed Izuku's use of his newest quirk, impressed by his natural talent. The speed at which he moved was remarkable, and a sense of pride formed within him. Izuku turned, only to be met with a pillar that broke off and slammed him into the ground. Coughing, he channeled one for all through his fingers, firing them in quick succession at the incoming pillars before freeing himself. After rebounding up, he shot into the air, using float, while Nana Shimura, the seventh user, yelled out moments to dodge, only intervening when necessary. The fifth user sat on a wall of cement, also impressed by Izuku's improvement. Izuku looked towards the fifth user, who gave him a thumbs up, and he cracked a smirk in response. However, he let his guard down, allowing Cementos to bring up 3 pillars. 2 slammed into the chest of the boy, and one struck his back before it began to wrap around him. As Izuku was bound by cement, he winced at the rough material but let out a sigh followed by a chuckle. Cementos brought Izuku over to him and released the boy. Ruffling Izuku's hair, he began speaking. "You did well, Midoriya. You're getting better at dodging." Izuku chuckled softly and nodded as Cementos turned to Aizawa and Toshinori. "This boy here is going to be a fine hero one day. I'm done for the day as well, so use the gym as you please. The pillars are arranged so you can bounce around using them now. Have a good day, you three." Cementos disappeared into the ground. Aizawa turned to Izuku. "All right, you troublesome child. You are refining that new quirk well, and I could tell you swapped between flight and... you know what?" Aizawa paused, glancing at Toshinori, who nodded. He looked back at Izuku, smiling slightly. "Now, young Midoriya, you should be able to use 22% soon. Given a surprise visit from a certain somebody, I decided to bring my old MSTR to help with your development." Aizawa raised an eyebrow. "Old MSTR?" He didn't care much as he could sleep more thanks to, never mind. His thoughts were interrupted by a blur as a small, older man appeared next to Izuku. The man was cracking his knuckles with a grin on his face as he looked up at Toshinori. "Ah, and here he is. My MSTR who helped me hone my quirk. Gran Torino, it's been a while." Toshinori crouched down to greet the old man, and they exchanged a brief hug before breaking apart. Gran Torino turned to face Izuku, eyeing him critically. "So, you're the 9th, huh? You look nothing like I expected. Much shorter in person than I thought. However, enough chit-chat, kid. I'm here to train you, something Toshinori can't properly do." Toshinori rolled his eyes at his teacher's antics, chuckling a bit. Even if he hadn't shown it, he still felt a bit intimidated by the old man, just not as much as he once did. Izuku was still processing everything but nodded after a moment, getting into a fighting stance. "All right, Gran Torino. I can try my best against you. However, don't be calling Uncle a minute into the match." Gran Torino grinned as he shifted his stance, the grin turning into an audible smirk. "I like you, kid. You've got spunk, so this should be fun. Don't talk so big unless you can back it up. Let's begin. Now." He shot off faster than Izuku could react, kicking him in the chest. The kick pushed him back, and he coughed from the sudden impact. His eyes darted around, narrowing slightly as he tilted his head, narrowly avoiding another kick from Gran Torino. He raised his left arm to block a punch, which caused him to skid back. Looking down at his hand, he scoffed. "Wow. He hits harder than I thought." Taking a deep breath, Izuku closed his eyes. Time seemed to slow for him as he channeled one for all into his right arm, raising it to block another kick. To the surprise of the two spectators and even Gran Torino, who dismissed it as luck, Izuku managed to hold his ground. Opening his eyes, he channeled one for all throughout his body, increasing to 15% as he shifted his feet. "You hit hard, Gran Torino." His eyes and head moved slightly as he anticipated the older man's next move. Instead of a kick, he dodged a block of cement that was thrown at him. Izuku shot backward, kicking off the pillars. He slammed his fist into another block of cement, launching himself toward Gran Torino, initiating hand-to-hand combat. Every punch thrown at Izuku was either taken or blocked, and even with Gran Torino's speed and experience, what happened next surprised them all. Izuku dodged a kick, then slammed his fist into Gran Torino's stomach. With a swift kick to his chest, he sent the older man down to the ground. Although Gran Torino managed to rebound, the kick and punch still caused considerable damage. A smirk formed on Gran Torino's face as he placed his hands on his hips. Izuku, having jumped down, waved his arms. Even though he landed some hits, he still felt sore from the earlier attacks. "Good job, kid. You're surprisingly better than Toshinori over there. However, your skills need refining. I was informed about your new development, and I have a few ways to help you hone them." Gran Torino turned to the two spectators, who listened intently. "Now, Aizawa, you can cancel his quirk, correct?" Aizawa nodded, raising an eyebrow, curious about what Gran Torino had in mind. "Good. We can utilize that when I train him. I want to work on becoming a teacher here to train Izuku alongside you guys. With the upcoming camping trip, I think I can go along with you. Me and Nizu are still discussing it exactly, but Izuku, who was listening, sat down as he pondered ways to shatter his limits. He had a few ideas but wanted to save them as a last resort. Grand Torino turned to Izuku, who looked up. Gaki, I'm going to say that the training I plan on putting you through will be hard. You have my style, which is good. Considering how you shoot off the walls and your ability to float, you can be extremely versatile. All you need now is experience, more training, and a few styles you can change up. Think outside the box and grow from your current abilities. Izuku nodded but then raised his head to speak. I was thinking of something to help students train. Considering we have just the person for such a thing. I was thinking that since Uraraka can use gravity, she can make anything lighter and have no gravity. However, maybe she can swap gravity in a way. She can most likely utilize it now, but she needs to train it more. Tashinori, who had caught on first, finished his sentence. So, you can utilize gravity in your training. With this, you can strain your body, but it's like weights. It can definitely do damage if not careful, but if done properly. Grand Torino and Aizawa both subconsciously said the final bit at the same time. It can make you a god among men. The three teachers looked at one another as Izuku chuckled a bit. Before nodding. Yes. But not entirely a god. It can help me control one for all better, and it can help my body grow stronger over time. I can also talk with the support department about it. It's a good idea if done properly. Tashinori chuckled a bit before nodding. Aizawa simply nodded, while Torino grinned. He walked over to Izuku and extended his hand for the boy to take. From now on, Gaki, I'm one of your teachers and your emsir. And from now on, you're my student like these two. Understand? Izuku looked down at the old man before smirking as he took his hand, clenching it before shaking. Fine by me. Emsir. Izuku and Torino exchanged looks, while the spirits of Nana Shimura and Daigoro Banjo shared a thought. This kid is going to be somebody one day. Someone to be a symbol beyond peace. A symbol even villains respect. A symbol of divinity. Bakugo Katsuki aimed his palm towards a pillar and fired off a massive explosion, his eyes focused as he clenched his fists. Rage bubbled deep within him. Why out of everybody was it him? Why him out of every student in this school? He was the best there was. How did someone else swoop in and steal his thunder? He was left stunned and uncertain about how to process his loss in their first encounter at the sports festival. The once quirkless Izuku Midoriya had decided to kick him in the rear and become the new top dog. Bakugo seethed whenever he heard the name Izuku and wanted nothing to do with him. At least until now. He lowered his bruised hand and turned towards the open door, where Izuku stood staring at him. Katsuki faced the once timid boy, who walked forward. They exchanged glances before Bakugo broke the silence. So, I take it you accepted the challenge. I'll keep to the stakes I set. If I win, you tell me how you got a quirk. And if I lose, I admit that I'm the weaker of us and I'll listen to you. Izuku stared at Bakugo before sighing and cracking his neck. His body shifted slightly as he chuckled. I guess that's the case here, Kung. It's me against you. We both have everything to win and to lose. Bakugo nodded, opening his palms as he let the nitroglycerin within his veins pop. A grin formed on his face at the prospect of finally proving who was better, and Izuku couldn't help but channel one for all throughout his body in response. Little did they know, their fight was being observed by Tashinori and Momo Yayarosu, who exchanged worried glances. But they had faith in one thing. Izuku will win. I have faith in his skill. Izuku shot forward, slamming his right foot down as Bakugo crossed his arms above his head. The force of the kick, fueled by 5% of one for all, pushed Bakugo slightly into the ground. Izuku flipped midair and slammed his left fist into Bakugo's face, the impact causing the ground around them to crack and break away as Bakugo was sent flying back. Meanwhile, Izuku landed on his hands, spinning his body upward before landing on his feet. The rubble around them exploded upward as Bakugo stood, ready for the next round. Izuku's eyes widened as he spun around, feeling the impact of Bakugo's punch send him flying back. Bakugo charged forward, his natural speed far surpassing Izuku's. As Izuku crashed to the ground, he quickly fired finger flicks toward Bakugo, who countered with his own explosive blasts. The two forces clashed, and Izuku began to flick faster. Channeling one for all into his right leg, he slammed his foot into the ground, causing debris to erupt around them. Using float, he kicked off the rocks, but Bakugo retaliated by slamming his hands together and unleashing a large explosion that pushed them both back. Bakugo smirked, while Izuku scoffed. "You look like you're getting winded, Deku. Might want to sit down and J." Bakugo was cut off as Izuku appeared in front of him, catching him off guard. He attempted to block, but Izuku landed a precise punch to his chest, silencing him. Following up with a swift kick, he sent Bakugo flying back. Izuku then appeared behind Bakugo, delivering a spinning kick that drove him into the ground. Izuku chuckled, a smirk forming on his face. "You've talked big since the beginning, Bakugo. Your ego clouds your judgment. You walk around thinking you're the best." Groaning, Bakugo slowly rose from the rubble, blood trickling from his mouth. "You say my ego got the better of me. But you're turning into me, Izuku. You're a jackass, and I'm going to put you down." With that, he kicked off the ground, his speed and power increasing as he clenched his fist. Time seemed to slow as Izuku pulled his fist back, one for all coursing through him like a raging fire. His eyes widened as he felt a primal surge of power. Dodging Bakugo's fist, he burst forward with incredible speed, slamming his fist into Bakugo's stomach before spinning out of the way. He followed up with a palm strike that sent Bakugo soaring into the air. Bakugo looked at Izuku with surprise. Where did he get that speed? No, he's adapting. Before Izuku could fully process it, he threw Bakugo back and fired a compressed blast of air that sent him crashing through several concrete walls. The gym, designed for intense training, was unprepared for the unleashed power of Midoriya. Spectators watched in awe as Toshinori scratched his chin, a smirk forming. That boy, unbeknownst to him, just invented something new that we can both utilize. Even now, I don't regret making him my successor. He's saved me in ways he doesn't even know. Momo listened to Toshinori's words, reflecting on what Izuku had done for her. Though they hadn't known each other long, his presence had positively impacted everyone in their class. Izuku's words were a hard pill for Momo to swallow. She felt in sync with his emotions, each step forward feeling like 2 steps back. She thought she understood him, but realized she had only scratched the surface. Despite the confusion of her feelings, she was determined to help him. As she ran to catch up, she formed running shoes and took off, worried for him as he headed toward the gym's tall roof. Izuku climbed the stairs to the roof, pondering why he enjoyed being in places like this. His thoughts drifted to the recent battles and the lingering pain in his arms. Though the pain had subsided, he still felt the effects of the intense agony he had endured. Thankfully, Bakugo had held back a bit, allowing him to push his limits and grow stronger in their fight. However, he thought back to his speech as he was met with the blinding light of a setting sun, causing him to raise his left arm to block the sun's rays from beating down on his eyes. It was quite appealing, honestly. The world they lived in could be overthrown at any point in time, and they would never even know. He simply walked to the edge of the roof and looked down at the ground. Kids were walking away, and he smiled. He hadn't exactly thought about it at first, but truthfully, he felt at peace. He stood on top of the thick railing before finding his footing and sitting down. He won. He really won. This wasn't just a simple match. It was a fight to finally set an example. And an example he did. He saw the change in his eyes, the adaptability he showcased. He understood fully what the boy was thinking. He simply looked at the setting sun in the distance with a distant smile in his eyes. The wind hit his hair at an even pace as he thought of the good things in his life. All Might, his mother, one for all, his friends. And then realization hit him. Something caused him to snap back to reality as he thought of one name that stuck by his side and befriended him in quite an odd way. Momo Yayarosu. A very appealing and elegant girl whom he had helped out in the end. He grit his teeth before clenching his fists. I realize if she saw me now she'd be upset. He let out a small curse but decided to just have it healed later as he looked up at the sky. It was an appealing orange sunset, mixed with clouds of different shapes and sizes that hit a soft spot with him. He rarely got to see this, and if he had his phone, he would have taken a picture. A smile formed on his face. He always found comfort in the smallest things he had never expected, such as sitting on a roof and enjoying appealing scenery. But that changed for a moment as he was broken from his thoughts by the bang of a door resonating behind him. He turned his head, his eyes widening as he looked at Momo, who had been breathing. She had run from the teacher's office to Gym Gamma, which was quite a distance away. The same had been true for All Might, who was currently downstairs talking to Bakugo. Momo? What are you doing here? He was cut off as she suddenly grabbed him away from the railing, pulling him back and hugging him. This caught him off guard as the girl started to cry. Her tears were not from where he was at, because she knew he would never consider that. Not ever again. Izuku simply stared down at her, not knowing what exactly went down, but he gently put his arms around her. The wind hit the pair as the ragged scraps of what remained of his hero costume fluttered with the breeze, in sync with her hair. Momo gripped him tighter before deciding to let out what was on her mind. Izuku, you don't need to fight alone anymore. I know you didn't want me to watch, but I saw everything. She looked up at him with eyes filled with sadness and worry. I saw the fight with Bakugo. What he said to you. Izuku's eyes widened as he slowly processed this, but upon opening his mouth to speak, he stopped himself and gently lifted her onto his lap, deciding it was better to let her get her thoughts off. I'm sorry for worrying you like that, Momo. Some things were said that I most likely shouldn't have said, and the speech I gave that, however, I'd thank you. Izuku gave her his best smile. He didn't want her to be sad. That was the last thing he wanted to happen. He felt like an idiot seeing the appealing woman before him crying. It was his fault in a sense. His own actions had made Momo cry, and he despised that. He cared for her as a friend? No, he wasn't sure honestly. The whole thing was still new to him, still odd. There were things he had to think about, things he had to look her in the eyes for. Momo simply looked at him before putting her hand against his cheek. Her tears were still falling, but they had at least subsided. The words of his, "thank you," slowly registered in her mind as she began her own speech. Words like hate tend to rip us apart from the inside out. When people get hurt, they learn to hate. When people hurt others, they become hated and racked with guilt. But knowing that pain allows people to be kind. Pain allows people to grow. And how you grow is up to you. She paused for a moment. The tears had stopped as Izuku gently cupped her face with his left hand. He took a moment to wipe her tears away, her gaze focused solely on him. To him, she was so appealing. Why was it that in moments like these, his latent nature as a hero had to shine? Crying doesn't suit you, Momo. Smile for me because I am here. With that rather cheesy line, she gave him a small smile before continuing. Her hand gently slipped into a grasp that held both of their hands together, their fingers intertwining and resting against each other in almost perfect harmony. We are humans, not fish. We don't know what kind of people we truly are until the moment before our deaths. As death comes to embrace you, you will realize what you are. That's what death is in the end. You shouldn't have to think about giving up to realize just how amazing you can be. She paused, wanting her words to settle in for Izuku. At first, he was confused by the sudden mention of fish, but he chuckled and nodded in agreement, guessing where she had pulled that from. Like us. No single thing is perfect by itself. That's why we're born to attract other things to make up for what we lack. And I guess I attracted someone as amazing as you. Momo looked into Izuku's jade eyes, feeling a warm sensation flow through her. It felt. To no one's surprise, she slowly moved closer to him, who was looking at her with a blissful expression. Izuku took a moment, unsure why she was moving closer, as the pain in his body was evident. However, he smiled slightly and opened his mouth to speak. But he fell silent. He couldn't articulate his thoughts as silence filled the air like a cold blanket. The small breeze that had been there no longer blew. Something was off, and his mind had yet to catch up with what was happening. Processing the events would have overwhelmed him if not for the pain he felt from his battle. But once his mind caught up, his eyes widened in surprise. In that moment, he was stopped by her lips touching his own. Now, he was kissing Momo. Her lips were soft, with a hint of cherry and strawberry. Odd how that came to mind now, but it was enjoyable. Meanwhile, Momo's body was on autopilot, driven by instinct. She hadn't fully processed her actions. Did she really consider him just a friend and classmate? This was definitely not something you did with someone like that. Her arms wrapped around Izuku, who was still frozen in place. No pain, no fear, not even surprise. He was short-circuited by the sudden move of the bold Yayarosu, activating something in his own mindset. He too entered autopilot as they succumbed to this new sensation. To us. A soothing and calming feeling that was new to both of them. They would consider the situation later, but for now, they allowed themselves to enjoy this kiss, their first kiss. One thing was for certain. They both wondered how they would tell their classmates. But that was a thought for later. The two found themselves separating after what felt like an eternity, both slightly breathing from the loss of breath. They gently placed their foreheads against one another. Momo shushed him with a single finger, her onyx eyes gazing into his with a gentle stare. Maybe it would be better to enjoy the moment now. So, he leaned back in and they engaged in another kiss. The night was long, and their choices were even longer. What would come of this would be something they needed to think about, a situation that would remain between them. But for now, natural instincts as humans pushed through in moments of sorrow. This sorrowful moment had more than one takeaway. Depending on how you viewed it, this may have been fated to happen in ways neither of them could fully process. Meanwhile, Bakugo sat where Izuku had left him, blood leaking from numerous cuts and bruises across his body, requiring immediate attention. Even in pain, he chuckled slightly. It was ironic how this whole ordeal happened because of his own ego. His body was in immense pain, possibly more than what he inflicted on Izuku. His legs felt numb, his face hurt, and he could swear some of his bones were broken. Izuku really packed a punch. Or more like a kick. He had to switch it up after using 100% of his power in certain situations. He wished he had one so he could figure out what Izuku's quirk was. Slowly he pulled himself up, taking a moment to think. Izuku Midoriya. What a guy. To think all of this happened because he told him to take a swan dive off a roof. I guess he really did have that second chance, and this was life biting back for all the wrong he had done. Again, Izuku was someone who had been thrown down so many times in life, only to rise again. He was truly remarkable. Even now, in his current state, he felt a mix of annoyance and frustration. He had been bested yet again by someone he considered insignificant. This time, however, he knew he deserved it. He coughed slightly, wiping away the blood from his earlier defeat, and leaned back, closing his eyes. A familiar voice broke through his thoughts. Toshinori appeared from the rubble, transformed into his heroic form, and approached the injured boy. That was quite the fight. Incredible, if I do say so myself. Even the speech about the king and the horse was magnificent. Bakugo's eyes shot open in a mix of fear and panic as he looked up at his idol. The teacher grinned, crouching down to one knee to meet Bakugo's gaze. All Might? What are you doing here? Bakugo could see anger, pity, and even disappointment in Toshinori's expression. He understood that this was inevitable, but he could tell that the smile on Toshinori's face was not genuine. It was a scowl, and he knew he had messed up. Simple. Shut up and listen, young Bakugo. I'm here to give you a few choices. Depending on how you take this, it could lead you down a path you can't escape. This is something that needs to happen, and you will suffer from it. Toshinori hated using his status to convey this message, but it was necessary. On the surface, this was just training between two students who had permission to use the gym, but in reality, it was a fight to prove superiority. Clearing his throat, Toshinori held out his hands, surprisingly empty. One hand represents the righteous might of good, while the other embodies pure evil. Each holds its own story, one of suffering so deep it drives the mind to agony, while the other is filled with acceptance and pride. He clenched his right fist and then opened his left palm. One hand holds the criticism faced by the one who was beaten down, while the other shows no remorse. He then clenched both fists, positioning one near Bakugo's head and the other near his chest. The symbolism was clear, and Bakugo began to understand Toshinori's message. As the saying goes, where there's good, there's evil. Toshinori pressed his palm against Bakugo's chest. However, where there may be evil, there will always be good. Toshinori paused, allowing the weight of his words to sink in. Bakugo looked down, his expression unreadable. He told you, didn't he? Or you heard, whatever it may have been. Toshinori nodded as Bakugo continued. You've come to realize too late what you've created. A boy so fragile when I first encountered him. He was weak and lacked support, yet he became the same force that defeated you. Even then. 3 times you tried to hurt him. Toshinori gritted his teeth, raising his left hand to Bakugo's temple and showing 3 fingers, each representing a time Bakugo had attempted to harm a classmate. 3, young Bakugo. 3 times. To jog your memory, combat training, you tried to hurt him with a blast filled with your sweat and nitroglycerin. The second time was during the sports festival in your fight with him. And finally, today, have you considered that this is villain behavior? He stood up, gesturing around at the destruction. With great power comes great responsibility, young Bakugo. You are a hero in training, are you not? You strive to be number 1 in the world, yes. Bakugo remained silent for a moment, reflecting on his dreams of being a hero and whether he was truly deserving of that title. I always dreamed of being a hero. To become number 1 and to be the best there was, but now, seeing what I've done, am I really deserving of this? He trailed off, contemplating his actions. He looked up at Toshinori, who spoke again. Before you decide to challenge my title, you must first break through your own barriers. You have a lot to work on. Remember the final words that boy said? You were lucky he protected you. If not for him, you'd be in serious trouble. Bakugo cracked a smile at this, acknowledging the truth in Toshinori's words, but his focus soon returned to the gravity of the situation. The realization that Izuku, despite everything, still protected him weighed heavily on his mind. And let me tell you this, young Bakugo. Toshinori crouched down, looking into Bakugo's eyes. Bakugo nodded, indicating he was listening. As a hero, what will you decide to be? Endeavor or All Might? A hero who is often misunderstood, seen by some as a disgrace, while others look up to him with respect. The choice is yours to make. Steer away from this path of hatred and become someone of legend, or continue down this road to ruin. Bakugo stared at his teacher as he walked away, the final words echoing in his mind. A small smile crept onto his face as he realized the weight of those words. The choice is yours, Bakugo Katsuki. Make the most of it, or face the consequences of your own actions. Setting an example is sometimes difficult, but it is essential for change. Would you say this is the worst way to do it? Perhaps. But does that truly matter when the stakes are high? Since the fight with Bakugo, not much had changed. Despite the damage done, no one asked what had happened. The atmosphere was tense, yet oddly quiet. However, one thing did change: the bullying had stopped. Even Bakugo had begun to avoid him, which was unusual. The others noticed the shift after a couple of days, and what surprised them most was how much better things felt, at least partially. After the kiss he and Momo had shared, the energy between them became strange. Despite his longing to talk, they hadn't exchanged a word since. He found himself wondering why she hadn't reached out. Did he say something wrong? What caused their silence? He didn't want to have hurt her in any way. The memory of their kiss lingered in his mind, a sudden yet appealing moment that he cherished. Even if she began to resent him, he wouldn't feel the same. Lost in thought, Izuku was jolted back to reality by his MSTR's voice. Young Midoriya, are you feeling all right? You seem deep in thought since we boarded the plane. Is it about the past users, or something more private? Blinking, Izuku turned to his mentor, wondering if he truly was all right. Considering everything that had happened since he met Momo, he realized he had fallen in love with her. Shaking his head slightly, he cleared his throat. It's not nothing, just some thoughts I've been having. Toshinori narrowed his eyes, unconvinced, but he let it go and sat down. Listen, when we land, stick with me. Your status is growing, and the fame you'll earn will be significant. He flicked Izuku's forehead playfully, bringing him back to the moment. You're going to be the talk of the day. The #1 hero and his sidekick heading to Island. Quite the story, isn't it? But there's something I've been meaning to tell you. Izuku rubbed his forehead, curious about what Toshinori had to say. He focused on his mentor, offering a small smile. Toshinori returned the smile, having thought about this for a while. I've watched you grow from a quirkless boy facing challenges to an incredible young man who exemplifies what a hero should be. Izuku's smile faltered as confusion washed over. He didn't know how to process this, but he felt a surge of happiness. Thank you? What brought this on, All Might? Toshinori chuckled, understanding the confusion. I'm not done yet, kid. Izuku raised an eyebrow, intrigued. You are an amazing person, and I regret not saying the right words when we first met. The look in your eyes was heartbreaking, and I've come to regret that. Your smile shines brighter than my own, filled with pure emotion that has saved me more than once. You've saved me too. He paused, noticing Izuku's face turning red from embarrassment. One could see him start to tear up if you looked close enough. Toshinori smiled at this before he continued. The first instance was with the sludge villain. You ran in when even I couldn't. Your quick thinking not only saved young Bakugo but also avenged countless others who had fallen to that same villain. During our 10 months of training, I had lost my purpose, to be fair. Seeing your improvement was something I looked forward to all that time. Turning from a scrawny little kid. Izuku and Toshinori snorted simultaneously at that remark. It was rare for the #1 hero to even curse, but this moment felt lighthearted. To a man whose muscles rival most of the school's hardworking boys. You, like Kirishima has called you, are manly, my son. Izuku paused for a moment. Did his MSTer just call him son? This thought began to break down the emotional barriers he had been holding back. Tears slowly formed in the boy's eyes. He had never really heard those words before. Even his own father, who remained absent from his life, never said anything, no letters, nothing. Now that this is where I should mention this, but your mother and I have met under a few different circumstances. She doesn't know about One for All yet, but I thought back about my life, and she has seen how happy you are when around me, so she decided to let me call you my son. Although it's sudden and most likely a bombshell. He trailed off, unsure how to express it properly. Thankfully, he didn't need to think too hard. Izuku's tears flowed freely now. Before Toshinori could say anything else, he was wrapped in a hug as Izuku finished his sentence. I get it. You're my mother's boyfriend, and now I guess my surrogate father. Something I've wanted to hear someone say for so long. But let me say this. I've always viewed you as the father I never had. Toshinori chuckled before hugging the crying boy, gently patting his head as he looked down at him. You got that right, kid. We have been together for about a week or so. I was hesitant at first, but I swallowed my pride and asked her out. Considering she wanted to try it out, we are currently in the early stages of it. However, since you and I are closer in more ways than one. Toshinori paused as Izuku looked up at his mentor. The pair stared at one another as they finished the sentence together. I thought of you as my father from the moment I started training you. Well, and you thought of me as your son for the whole time we have known one another. Both fell quiet before chuckling as they simply hugged one another. I'm glad to call you my father, All Might. Toshinori chuckled before gently patting the boy's head. Of course, my boy. And I'm glad to have you as my son. The incoming silence hit them faster than they expected, but they still enjoyed it. However, the pilot let them know they were on the clock, though they weren't in a rush. Truth be told, there was one other person who was in her own world. The thoughts of the recent days were fresh. Naturally, it was how things needed to be after having kissed your best friend. She had been avoiding him, scared of what would happen. Every time he tried to talk to her, she felt her heart ache. She truly wanted to speak with him, but she felt conflicted. This was noticed by her two friends, even if she tried to hide her uncertainty. In an unusual turn, the Yayarosu family decided to buy tickets for the entirety of Class 1A, with some exceptions, to the island. In question were Jairu and Mina. Quite an odd duo, one could agree, but still a duo that naturally complemented each other. However, the two girls were not focused on that. No, they were worried about something entirely different. Mina and Jairu looked at their friend with puzzled expressions. What exactly happened to her to get her in such a state? It had been before they arrived, but the excitement they shared seemed to be for themselves. Say, when are the others coming? Jairu asked, turning her head toward Ishido, who simply shrugged. The pair then looked at Momo, who seemed lost in her own thoughts. Ever since they got to the island, she had been silent, only making simple gestures. Mina glanced at Momo before turning her head and shrugging at Jairu, who shook her head. Neither knew why, but something caught Jairu's attention. Momo subconsciously put a hand to her lips. Momo, are you all right? Jairu placed a hand on her shoulder, stopping Momo from walking any further. Momo gave a small ip of confusion. I'm sorry, what? Momo shyly looked at the two girls, who wore confused expressions. Mina seemed to be piecing something together, while Jairu looked concerned. You are acting weird. Ever since we got here, you've been shy and scared for some reason. Momo didn't know how to respond. She wasn't sure what went wrong. Why had they been ignoring each other? They were inseparable. They had even shared a bed once, though thankfully, they weren't outright drunk. However, she did enjoy their sleep. It was peaceful. Although they hadn't acted on their feelings since then, they lingered in her mind. But then again she remembered. He had shared a significant secret with her, one that could put them in danger, and she had accepted it with a smile. However, that focus wasn't what she needed to be aware of right now. I don't know, sadly. I've just been feeling off, I guess. Mina gently poked Momo in the shoulder as she looked at her. You know, I can see that something is wrong with you. Your whole demeanor has a different aura. You look like a lost puppy with that expression. So please, tell us what happened. After all, we are your friends, aren't we? Jairu nodded slightly before shaking her head, deciding to add something that might snap Momo out of her stupor. What Mina is trying to say is that you're our vice. You can't take on everything yourself in this world. Lighten the load and let us and everyone else in our class help out as well. Even Midoriya, who you've come to be friends with, is there for you. So please tell us what's wrong. Momo blushed at the mention of Izuku, prompting Mina and Jairu to raise their eyebrows. Mina, quick to connect the dots, realized the significance of Momo's expression. Wait, hold on, don't tell me. It's Midoriya, isn't it? Jairu turned to Mina with a confused glance. Midoriya? What did it have to do with? Actually, thinking about it, with Momo's reaction, it started to make sense. Momo stared at the two in silence before chuckling. They were perceptive, she had to admit that. Yeah. Believe it or not, last week Izu and I kissed. Mina and Jairu looked momentarily lost before snapping back to reality, still bewildered. They repeated the words in disbelief. Could you repeat that? Kissed? You kissed Midoriya? Momo gave Mina a small smile, feeling a bit different about things. She couldn't hide it anymore. She loved him, and while it might be temporary, she had a lot to figure out. Yeah. Did. And I enjoyed it. One would have to admit, Island truly was magnificent in all its glory. All fears and worries disappeared as they found themselves with Izuku, who, unsurprisingly, was looking around in utter awe. The buildings, the agriculture, the people, everything was breathtaking. However, this moment of wonder didn't last long. After a few minutes of landing, it became clear that All Might had arrived, along with his new sidekick. Izuku never thought it would be so overwhelming. Now he understood the challenges his teacher faced after being a hero for over 50 years. Toshinori laughed at his apprentice's misfortunes as he patted the boy's head. Izuku gave an annoyed expression, but Toshinori chuckled and removed his hand. Hail! No, Dad, where are we going if I may ask? Toshinori looked down at the boy, surprised by the change in address, but felt pride swell within him at being considered a father. Well, listen, I was going to meet an old friend of mine named David Shield. However, I want you to meet someone first. Izuku stood confused and slightly dazed. David Shield? The David Shield? That man was a key figure in quirk innovations, and he was going to meet him? But who else was he going to see? Izuku watched as All Might waved his hand toward a certain direction. His eyes followed to see a woman approaching them on a pogo stick. He looked up at All Might with a confused glance but decided to wait. The woman seemed to be closing the distance quickly. That was when Izuku realized just who it was. Toshinori laughed. Melissa! With a few steps forward, All Might opened his arms wide. The girl known as Melissa stopped bouncing on the pogo stick and shot toward All Might, yelling something that caught Izuku off guard. Uncle Might! The tall figure and the small girl, now known as Melissa, embraced in a warm hug. After a moment, they broke apart, and All Might crouched down to meet his niece's gaze. Izuku watched with a small smile on his face. My goodness, look how much you've grown, Melissa. I remember when you were just a little squirt trying to match my height. Melissa giggled, looking up at him. Oh hush, Uncle Might. I'm getting there, so stop teasing me about my height. But it's good to see you again. As they chatted, Izuku stepped back and sat down on a nearby bench. He glanced to the side and saw Nana approaching, a smile on her face as she gave him a thumbs up. He had been training hard to maintain and utilize Black Whip and Float. Although he was still struggling with it, he was making progress, albeit slowly. He returned Nana's smile before looking at his teacher, who turned to him. Melissa, this is my protege, Izuku Midoriya from Class 1A. He was the boy who won the sports festival. He is also the person I requested that. Item 4. Melissa nodded slowly, and Izuku watched with slight confusion. An item? For who exactly? He turned his gaze to Melissa as she faced him. I've heard a lot about you from the media. Your fight with that half-ice, half-fire quirk user was amazing. You moved with such grace, it was hard not to mess up with this puppy here. She gestured to a small bracelet, noticing the scars on his arms, likely from his quirk, which she planned to discuss with him later. I loved what you said to him too. It was something along the lines of. She pulled out her phone and played the audio, mimicking the fist clench and raising her hand. Todoroki, it's your power, not your father's, not your siblings, not your enemies, no, it's your power. Make it your own and fight me with everything you have. The audio stopped, and she looked at Izuku with a grin. His eyes widened a bit. He had been so focused on the fight that he hadn't really thought about the words he had said. Shaking his head, he chuckled. I guess I was just in the moment and decided to throw a bone. In the end, it worked out. He glanced at his arm, frowning slightly. I only had a small percentage of control over my quirk, so I wasn't able to do the damage I needed. Only when I pushed past my limits was I able to do some damage. Melissa looked down at his arm, focusing on the right one, remembering how it had looked purple during the fight. Yeah, I saw that whenever you go beyond your limit, you damage your body. You know, before she could continue, Toshinori placed a hand on her shoulder, signaling her to stop as he motioned to Izuku. He didn't want her to spoil the surprise just yet. My scars are a sign of where I came from and how much I've grown. They're not a burden I'm afraid of. I embrace them. It's like, imagine you shatter glass and fix it by remodeling the glass itself. He paused as green electricity sparked around him, alarming Melissa, but with a gentle squeeze from her uncle-like figure, she continued to listen. I put myself through the pain to push forward. I'm titanium. I don't give in, even if it kills me. These scars don't scare me. They make me. They embrace me as I embrace them. We are one in the sense of being like one another. It may sound silly, but I am me. Not what someone else wants me to be. I make my own destiny and pave my own path. He took a moment to collect himself, realizing he had gone on a tirade about his past. Clenching his fist, the green lightning disappeared. I'm grateful. His eyes drifted to Melissa and Toshinori before he gave them a gentle smile. Believe it or not, I was quirkless when I was younger. Only recently did I actually get a quirk that, even though it destroyed my body, I embraced it. I was a late bloomer due to some things the doctors could never figure out. He looked at Melissa and Toshinori, who smiled at him, knowing his successor would get along well with her. Now that I have a quirk, I can do what I've always wanted. I'm going to make this power my own, to save people who can't save themselves. I will be the hero everyone knows and respects, not for the fame or spotlight, but for the true reason heroes exist. A true hero, one with a legacy like no other. Toshinori felt pride in his surrogate son as he walked over to him. Leaving Melissa in quite the position from that speech, Toshinori patted Izuku's head as he looked at her. He's like a son to me, with some of my ideals to be an even better symbol of peace. Izuku, still new to this sort of encouragement, blushed. No, All Might, you will always be the symbol of peace. I'm only here to help you out in the end and protect the people. Melissa, however, remembered something that caught her attention regarding the item Toshinori had requested to be made. Hey Izuku, you mind if you come with me? Uncle Might can follow behind, but I want to talk with you about something. Izuku caught the notion of her using his first name, nodded slightly, and put his hands firmly in his pockets. Melissa motioned for them to follow, and the trio started walking together. Izuku looked around the area one more time before turning to his surrogate father figure. Hey, all-might.is that Melissa Shield? You kept mentioning her, and the only logical thought I had was that she was the daughter of the infamous David Shield. Are we here because... He trailed off slightly, and Toshinori smiled and nodded. Yes. We are meeting the David Shield, young Midoriya. Do take care and don't hyperventilate. Izuku's eyes widened as he looked at Melissa. She was actually Melissa Shield? And here he was talking with her so casually. He cleared his throat and gently elbowed Toshinori in the stomach. Feeling the gentle tap, Toshinori shook his head and looked at Melissa before turning back to Izuku. Alright, at first I meet the #1 hero, and now the world's arguably second-best scientist, the daughter of the top scientist in the whole world. He scratched his head before being patted on the back by Melissa. Listen, Midoriya. David knows about One for All and how you're my successor. He gave me a surprise call not long before this trip and asked me to come in so we can talk. Izuku thought about it, realizing that the Shields were close allies of All Might. But then he brought you up and he suggested bringing you as my +1. I was going to bring you regardless, but he has said many great things about you. So don't worry too much about a good first impression. You've made a good one on a lot of people. Izuku looked up at his mentor, making a scrunched-up face. That's good, but what exactly did he say? Now you've piqued my curiosity. Toshinori coughed slightly as he looked at his student. Nothing bad, don't worry about it. You'll see later on. Izuku's expression relaxed somewhat as he nodded and continued walking forward, Toshinori wearing a small smile. You're going to grow up to do many amazing things in this world, Izuku. A hero's legacy always starts off difficult, just like your own. The bullying, the challenges, the villains. And even, sadly, Bakugo. You must first grow from who you were to who you are now. Surpass your own limits and grow stronger. That's your current path, my son. Never go back on your word, because as your mentor, it should be my way of thinking too. Toshinori smiled as he looked up at the sky. Here, they entered a moment of peace. David Shield was highly regarded as the world's greatest scientist, but in terms of his daughter, perhaps he should let her take on more of his duties. The man, who was working on the same item that had been requested by All Might, was double-checking that it was functioning well. Melissa. I forget just how close she is with her mother. I never understood how her mother worked with this. I need to ask her when she gets back. He looked at the contraption, scratching his chin. I love my daughter, but it's pretty much done. Granted, she needs to make it out of stronger material and make it smaller, but other than that. He chuckled and sighed. She's going to surpass even me this year. I'm glad. He genuinely felt happy for his daughter. She had accomplished so much in her 17 years that what he had achieved at her age was only a figment of a dream. Just then, a knock echoed through the room. He turned his head and cleared his throat. Who is it? A muffled voice answered, and his demeanor softened at the sound of his daughter's voice. It's me, Dad. I brought someone special. He chuckled, pondering who exactly had come. As the door opened, David Shield nearly fainted. There stood his old friend, whom he hadn't seen in quite some time. Toshinori walked into the room, chuckling, with Izuku following closely behind. Melissa stood next to him, and Toshinori motioned for Izuku to wait before entering. It's good to see you, old friend. How's life been treating you, David? David simply stared at him before shaking his head, a bright smile replacing his initial surprise as he laughed. Toshinori, it's been too long, my friend. How have you been? You don't look too much different, except for your face looking a bit sunken in. Well, whatever, Toshinori. David smirked, scratching his neck. It was true that Toshinori had a more sunken face, but he didn't mind. It's been 6 years. 5 to 6 years is a long while, my friend. I'm sorry for not talking with you more than I should. David waved his hand, motioning for Toshinori to sit down. He chuckled slightly and turned to face the man again. As he took a few steps back, he noticed someone who looked familiar. Who is, he began, but Izuku stepped to the side of Toshinori, meeting the eyes of Melissa Shield's father. Izuku gave the older man a slight bow. Izuku Midoriya, it's nice to finally meet you. David Shield took a moment to process the name and chuckled slightly. Guess it was a 2-in-1 deal today. Izuku lifted his head as David extended his hand. Come on then, don't be shy, boy. Izuku was gently pushed forward by All Might, who gave his student a grin. The two looked at each other before Izuku shook David's hand. The pleasure is all mine, Midoriya. Welcome to my island. So, Toshinori, this is the boy you've decided to take under your wing? I must say he is quite the interesting fellow. Very strong standing, has an aura of a hero, bright future. Went from nothing to something with a simple match? He has a lot of potential. Say, Izuku, what drives you as a hero? Izuku had remained silent as he listened to the pair talk. For the past 40 minutes, they had exchanged pleasant conversations about quirks and the purpose behind Island's creation. Izuku even learned something new. However, the topic eventually turned back to him. By this point, Melissa had decided to work on something off to the side, but his attention was focused on the two in front of him. Izuku thought for a moment. To make people smile. That's one of the many reasons I chose to become a hero, but it was also to prove to those who thought it was impossible for someone quirkless to become a hero. To prove everyone wrong and to save everyone with a big happy grin. With my own twist. David Shield nodded, turning his gaze to Toshinori. He smiled and gave a slow nod. He really is like you, isn't he, my friend? Yep, that he is, David. This boy has done a lot for me, more than I can truthfully say without a simple speech. He truly has come from nothing, and I think he deserves the attention he's getting because he is worthy of it. Wouldn't you agree, Melissa? Toshinori placed a hand on Izuku's shoulder, glancing back at Melissa, who was working on a bracelet she had on her wrist. She gave a thumbs up. See? Even she agrees. Lift your chin and stand proud. You are strong. All Might removed his hand from Izuku's shoulder and turned his gaze down to him. I'm sorry all of this. Everything from me becoming your student to being here feels like a dream. But I know this is reality, and I plan on using this gift to help with my own improvements and to be better. That is my promise. Izuku raised his hand outward and clenched it, a grin on his face, before being playfully smacked upside the head. Calm yourself, boy. The playful smack came from All Might, who looked down at Izuku, who had been holding his head slightly. Ow! All Might walked over to David, who had just watched the small interaction with amusement. Now, no fighting in my laboratory. All Might and I need to chat for a little bit. Melissa, could you give Izuku a tour of the island? And that was history. About 30 minutes later, Melissa and Izuku were heading to her laboratory. He turned to the girl, who had been silent during the conversation, deciding to voice what was on his mind. Hey Melissa. What exactly do you want to do? Melissa took a moment to think. Truth be told, she had been deep in thought about his quirk and how the device she and her father had been creating would help him. She looked at him and chuckled a bit. Oh, nothing much. I've been working on something for the past few months, and I noticed you kept mentioning the percentage of what you can use. Say. She turned around, grinning. I guess there's no use hiding it anymore. There's been talk of an item in question that no one answered for you yet, so allow me to be the first. She paused, looking forward. Now I was curious. What's your max percentage you can exactly use now? His max percentage? Izuku looked at her with a surprised expression. He didn't actually know what his max percentage was, but after thinking it over he decided to test something out. Angling his hands and clenching his fists, jade lightning began to arc around his body as he focused. He had not utilized everything in his fight with Bakugo, but he did get an idea of what he could do. Could he go higher? With an angled shift of his glare, he pushed his body to its peak. The ground below him formed slight cracks along its surface as the young man gritted his teeth. 2.21%. Taking a moment, he noted that 21 was his peak. He'd need to surpass this. Melissa suddenly grabbed him by the arm, catching Izuku off guard as she began dragging him. She's stronger than she looks. He stumbled slightly but caught himself. As they ran, Izuku thought about something. One for All had been growing, adapting, and changing. Right now, he only had two other quirks, Float and Black WHP. His control over them was minimal, making them more of a hindrance than a help. He needed to increase his training and find a way to hone each quirk. He needed to defend those he loved, defeat the League, and make his own legacy. More importantly, he needed to go even further beyond. Whatever this item was that had been created for him, he hoped it would help in the future. He shook his head as he followed Melissa. Those were thoughts for another day. We are almost there, come on. After a few minutes of running, they arrived at a door, which Melissa opened with a keycard. Here we are, home sweet lab. She turned around and pulled him inside. Slightly dazed from all the running, Izuku was forced into a chair while the hyperactive scientist rummaged around. Taking a moment to himself, Izuku looked around the room and noted the blueprints scattered about. However, that wasn't his main focus. Returning to the clearing, Melissa smiled at Izuku. After some thought and what I've been told by Toshinori, plus him contacting my father to help develop these items, he said you needed assistance with your quirk and that we could help in its development. Here, let me show you. She gently grabbed his wrist and slipped an item onto it. Izuku took a moment to look at the device before she pressed a button on the bracelet. This little device can handle roughly triple the amount of force you put through. Since you said 21% is your max, you could potentially use it at 63%, although I wouldn't push it that far. However, this is not its final product. I'm still making updates, but considering how close you and Uncle Might are in terms of quirks, I think it would be wise for you to use it. So, instead of 1.my father and I decided to make two. She paused before pressing both items. A type of gauntlet formed around his forearm, and his eyes widened. Yep, I call them full gauntlets because I heard you mention something called full cowling. So, I decided to name them full gauntlets. She watched as they fully transformed, wrapping around Izuku's forearms. The name also implies that they hug your arms, adding a protective brace to help absorb more damage than you think they can. Izuku flexed his muscles slightly to adjust to the sudden increase in weight, but he had to admit it was surprisingly light. He looked back at Melissa and nodded. Thank you. I'm going to make sure to put it to good use, Melissa. With a cheeky grin, he looked back at his hands, keeping in mind that the full gauntlet was compact for something that could allow him to surpass his limits. Melissa placed a hand on his shoulder, and he turned his gaze to her as she continued. When you go back to UA, promise me this. Keep Uncle Might out of trouble. All right. Izuku paused before nodding. That was his plan. He knew that All Might wouldn't stay the #1 hero for long, so he needed to grow stronger and surpass him. That was one of his goals. Gran Torino was coming to train him, but with All for One and everything else, he couldn't help but wonder about the purpose behind it all. Villains and heroes, what was their true purpose? He had never cared much for that ideology, but after much thought, he realized the answer to everyone's problems could be right in front of him. He was one of the answers to this world's problems. Although he'd need to work hard to achieve that mindset, All Might was only a symbol of peace, not order. He protected those he could but didn't save them. A hero's job was to save people, right? What about order and justice? Peace wasn't everything, and he would find that out the hard way. One day, the world everyone knew could quite literally come tumbling down. One small pillar cracked can only support the weight of what's on top of it for so long, and once all might was gone, well, all hell would break loose. However, breaking from his thoughts, Izuku simply nodded to Melissa before he began speaking. Thank you, Melissa. I'll remember this, and I promise you I will. She smiled and grabbed his wrist again. I'll send a blueprint of the designs to UA in Japan, so the people there can work alongside me. Anywho, you best be going, I gotta get back to work. As Melissa pushed Izuku out, she left the room with him before closing the door. As the pair turned to go right, a voice rang out, causing Izuku to stop in his tracks and surprisingly break the grip that Melissa had on him. Huh? Izuku, is that you? The voice behind them was filled with hurt, as if betrayed. Naturally, Izuku knew who this was. Staying quiet for a moment, he turned around and, well, he didn't know what to say besides the latter's name. Hey, and Momo. Momo saw Melissa first, and as she watched her turn around, a confused glare replaced her expression when their eyes met. Most people would consider seeing someone they loved with another girl to be a surprise. Izuku looked quite bad in this situation, while Momo held an air of confusion, surprise, and even a hint of loss. However, what she feared most hadn't transpired. Melissa scratched her neck and chuckled, trying to break the sudden tense atmosphere. My name's Melissa Shield, and I'm an acquaintance of Midoriya here. If I may ask, who are you? Melissa smiled warmly at the UA student in front of her. Momo narrowed her eyes at Melissa but softened a bit, giving her a small smile. She had seemingly overreacted and misread the situation. At least she hoped. Momo Yayarosu, at your service. Guess it was going to be all right after all, right? Momo didn't exactly know what to think as she stood next to her friends. Her eyes narrowed at what she was witnessing in front of her. Was what she saw even possible? Why was this chef so good at flipping those burgers? And why was the burger so tasty as well? Mina smiled at her friend's flustered face as she enjoyed the surprisingly good burger. It was rare for her to have such food since her family considered it to be unorthodox, but since she wasn't with them, who cared? As she ate, she was temporarily blinded by a flash from a camera and gave an annoyed glare towards Jairu, who was chuckling at her annoyance. I'm sorry, Yamamoto, but you just look adorable eating like that. I mean, you do come from the richest family in all of Japan, and never have I thought I'd get to see someone of such high status eating a burger like it was their first meal. Momo rolled her eyes and gently smacked Jairu with the plastic plate that had held the burger. Apparently, this burger is originally from a place in the US called In-N-Out. They make everything fresh, plus there's more to it than just this. Maybe if we ever get the chance, we should all head down there. Listening to Mina speak, Momo made sure to finish what was left in her mouth. She truly hadn't expected such a thing to be so good, and yes, she felt slightly embarrassed. Clearing her throat, she looked at Jairu. Hush up, Jairu. Don't send anyone that picture, or I'll have to make different arrangements for helping you with your homework. Jairu's eyes widened before she swiftly put her phone away. Please, anything but that. You have my word that I won't show anyone else. You know how my grades are. With a slight bit of playful pleading, Jairu held her wrist. Fine. That was quick. Momo blinked in slight confusion but grinned slightly. I won't show it to anyone else. Except Midoriya. Looking at her friend and seeing her fingers crossed, Momo sighed. Either way, she would show Izuku, and she knew she was in good hands with the green-haired boy. Fine. But if he doesn't ask for it, don't show him. Got that? Jairu nodded and smiled. Of course, girl. You know me, I wouldn't do that. Besides, it's too adorable not to. In any case. Momo chuckled and nodded. I know. Just getting the point across. Jairu nodded before finishing her own food as Momo looked to Mina, who was throwing her trash away. A stray thought came to her mind as Mina gently hugged Yayarosu. Hey Momo, you didn't explain exactly what happened about the kiss or anything. I want you to spill the details, please. Mina smiled at her friend. The main goal behind asking was, well, she was worried. Beyond the mischief, she truly felt concerned for her friend. It was natural to be worried, especially since situations like this rarely came up in their time together. Although she didn't feel mad at Izuku since it wasn't actually his fault, it also wasn't Momo's. It was more so the lack of details that made her wonder about the full story. Although it was high time it came, Momo looked at her friends as she scratched her chin. Her eyes traveled to Mina for a moment as she saw the girl nod. It was a simple gesture, but they were among friends. No one would be judged, and Jaira placed both of her hands on the table, one gently grasping Momo's hand. She glanced at her friends and decided. What did she have to lose? It wasn't that bad of a situation, she thought. I'm not too sure about the full start of any of this. Truth be told, with Izuku and Bakugo, I only know that they knew each other before this. But what? It started with Bakugo and Izuku fighting one another at Gym Gamma, with All Might as a witness. She had to give them a slight lie. She knew more than she let on, but it was out of respect for Izuku that she didn't tell them the true reason. Mina narrowed her eyes as she glanced towards Jaira. If it was a fight like that, then it was obvious why the sudden change had occurred between the trio. They looked at one another, both confused but nodded as they looked back at her. Momo looked at them before she continued. Anyways, from what I was told and more so permitted to tell, which isn't much. Again, she had to give her friends a white lie. There were still things she didn't know, but it was better not to dwell on that anymore. So, Izuku and Bakugo have a bad history. I can't say what exactly happened, but they were childhood friends at one point. Hence why Izuku called Bakugo Kaken, or still does sometimes. Momo paused a moment before she continued, taking it step by step. After a few minutes of them fighting, Izuku went into quite a speech. I was able to record with permission from the group surprisingly, and this speech entailed about a horse and a king. It reminded me of something I saw once as a kid, an anime. I forget which one though. She paused before pulling out her phone and played the same audio that was said. Despite what was stated, the video captured a majority of what their relationship had entailed. The tensions between Izuku and Bakugo were within this audio, and it was about to be listened to by two individuals who, up until this point, had no clue what was going on. So, Bakugo, you remember us when we were kids? Right. The sounds of crashing could be heard within the audio as the fight resumed. She looked at it before pushing the audio forward. After a moment, she stopped it and allowed it to continue. Of course I do. You were always following me around like a puppy. What else do you expect me to say, huh? You want me to say sorry for the things I put you through? Well, tough luck, you're not getting that out of me. You were always below me. And even now, you're still below me. A quirkless reject who somehow had a quirk this whole time. She paused it for a moment as she looked at her friends. Alright, I can't exactly lie to you. I know a good bit, but I can't specifically say what I know about Izuku or Bakugo. I was trusted, and that trust needs to stick. However, what leaves this group stays between us three. I won't ever forgive you if you spread this. Do you both understand, Ashido? Both girls momentarily gained looks of surprise at the comment, but they nodded. Very rarely did Momo get serious, but they could tell this was no joke. The past with the two boys was much deeper than they could imagine. Momo nodded before playing it again. The sounds of fighting resumed with the audio as large crashes were heard. The sounds of fists colliding, explosions, and yells of anger could be heard. It continued for a minute before they could hear a voice. Izuku's. A much different shade than his usual calm demeanor in the classroom. Why no? I never thought of you as below me. Or above me for that matter. I thought we were good at first. A short pause again, before they could hear a snap. At least that's what they thought, as Bakugo could be heard yelling in pain while a wall crumbled. Ashido winced and Jaira focused. I never hated or despised you like you did me. But it all changed when I realized how much of a JRK you are. Because, let me tell you something. More grunts of pain could be heard as Momo stopped it. She turned her gaze to the two who were slightly surprised by this sort of behavior from the usually dorky boy. Although it was audio, they could feel the fight happening. That was quite something honestly. But they knew it wasn't done. Suddenly, Momo let out a dry chuckle, but she turned her head to Ashido and patted the girl's head. As she did so, the young woman pressed play again, this time not stopping. I must admit it never ceases to amaze me how reckless you can be. You've lost your weapon, So why are you just standing there? Tell me this, Bakugo. What's the difference between a king and his horse? Rough coughing could be heard coming from a battered voice, one barely audible. Each focused on the audio to imagine the visualization of the situation. With how good the recorder was, one could feel as if they were in the fight itself. One's a horse. And the other. A pause resonated for a moment before more coughing could be heard before Bakugo responded yet again, the pain evident in his voice from whatever Izuku had done just moments prior. Is a king? What type of question is that? A loud kick, which they considered came from Izuku, was heard from the audio, startling Jiraiya. The sudden noise made her jump, causing her to fix her posture and clear her throat quietly as she listened back in. Her hearing was sharper than the other two, so the noise stung a bit. You know, I'm not talking about obvious stuff, like one's an animal and one's a person, or one has 2 legs and one has 4. It's all about form, ability, and power. Another short pause followed, seemingly allowing Bakugo time to let the information sink in. Bakugo. That's what's puzzling. If their form, ability, and power are exactly the same, why does one become the king and lead them into battle while the other becomes the horse and carries the king? What characteristics distinguish these two beings? Tell me, what do you think the answer is? Silence settled into the audio. Momo paused it for a moment, and they all looked at one another as Jiraiya opened her mouth. Momo went to stop her but hesitated, raising a brow. You want a shot at answering it? Jiraiya felt a slight blush at being called out but decided to put herself forward. She thought for a moment about what defined the difference between a king and a horse. If I had to think about it, it's mentality. They are different in more ways than one, and they aren't in sync half the time. Right? Jiraiya raised an eyebrow, curious about the answer. Momo chuckled. That's actually really good. But sadly, Mina? Do you want a shot? Mina thought for a moment. She was going to say mentality too, but if not that, then what could it be? Ashido shrugged as Momo motioned to the tape and played it again. I forget how badly I slammed you into the ground. However, it's not strength, pride, or even greed. There's only one answer. And that is instinct. Momo stopped the audio again as Jiraiya scratched her chin. Mentality would have made more sense, but instinct? She glared at Ashido, who was just as confused. How is it instinct? In theory, that doesn't make much sense. Right? At least to me, it makes little to no sense. What's the case behind that? Mina's eyes widened as she turned to Jiraiya, surprised that it hadn't clicked yet. It had me thrown for a loop as well, but I can assure you that it is instinct, Jiraiya. Although it may not be obvious. I'll go ahead and play it back. The girls nodded in confirmation, curious about the answer and deciding to remain silent for now. You see, Bakugo, it's not strength, nor is it pride or even greed. It's honestly quite hilarious if you think about it, but it's simple. There's only one answer. And that is instinct. The voice didn't sound much like Izuku, it was deeper, filled with a mix of emotions, anger, sadness, and regret. In order for identical beings to get stronger and gain power, they need to develop a killer instinct, and that instinct is mostly forged in battle. It took a moment for the information to sink in. If they considered it and really thought about what Izuku meant. In the heat of battle, adrenaline would kick in and fuel a person with instinctive movements, similar to that of a hero. Mina put both hands to her face and reeled back. Wow, I was 50-50 with that, but to hell with that. It makes so much more sense. Momo sighed before looking at Jiraiya. Your idea was also right, as that can add to those terms pretty well. However, this makes more sense. The mentality between the king and the horse derives not just from that but instinct. Izuku said it best himself. Momo cleared her throat and smiled, nodding toward the device as she resumed it. Mina and Jiraiya adjusted their positions to listen. A king and a horse must develop an insatiable hunger to engage in battle. Since they must live to mercilessly crush, shred, and slice their enemies. This thirst for power is not an unnatural longing. In fact, it forms the very essence of our beings. Deep within our bodies lies the instinct to dominate and defeat our enemies. My friend, you don't have that. You try to use your fists to win a fight, you attempt to defeat your enemies with curses, And with so much clouded judgment, you can't see right from left. You don't tap into those pure base instincts that exist within your core, waiting to be released. Momo paused the audio again. Mina was taken aback by how well Midoriya, the shy and seemingly fragile nerd, had expressed such powerful ideas. She would need to give him credit where it was due. Yayarosu shared this sentiment. Rather than thinking Midoriya was weak, she realized she just didn't know who he really was as a person. The shy nature of the boy was surprising. Maybe if he wasn't a hero in training, he could be a music artist. Deepening Midoriya. You really got yourself a keeper, Momo. Don't let him go for nothing. We both stand by your side to support you with this. Momo raised a brow at that, feeling a blush creep up at her friend's words. She shook her head and cleared her throat. Enough. Here, let me play it. And the simple matter is that it doesn't work, you're just weak, Bakugo. I won't put up with that, am I clear? Because I don't know about all of these other heroes out there in this world, but I refuse to play second fiddle to a make-believe king who's far weaker than me. Someone whose uncertainty and hesitation will end up getting us both cut to pieces. If not by the League of Villains, then by our own doubt and inability to save a single person. The praise that had filled the air was immediately replaced by a heavy silence as all three shared a look of surprise. Momo glanced down at the recorder, raising a brow. There were parts of the fight she hadn't picked up, but that was not something she had heard. Visibly, she frowned, not out of disappointment, but out of understanding. Mina and Yayarosu winced at the words. They cut deep if you thought about it. Essentially, Izuku had crushed someone's dream. Speech or not, that was more damaging than anything he had done in battle, even more so than the giant zero-pointer. Momo felt the weight of those words. She had spaced out while listening to them. I didn't hear that part. I'm sorry, that caught me off guard as well. Mina and Yayarosu paused. Honestly, they didn't actually hate him. Sure, that shouldn't have been said, but both shook their heads as Mina took the lead. Don't worry, you understand? Momo nodded slowly, contemplating those words. There wasn't much she could do now. And look at you now. If you aren't willing to assert your strength and retain the crown, then I'll destroy you. Which means I'll be king, the #1 hero. Izuku Midoriya. The boy who proved he was something, even after being told he couldn't by everyone. You will always be inferior to me. Look at it this way, telling someone to take a swan dive off of a roof really doesn't seem fitting for a hero. Now does it, Bakugo? Momo put the device away and looked at her two friends. She needed to figure out a lot, but also to help keep the two calm because knowing what they knew now, she did not want Izuku to hate her even more. As I mentioned before, what you heard stays between the three of us. No one else can know about this. I'm trusting you both with this. If you have questions, ask them. Mina pondered something, while Yayarosu remained quiet. Mina tilted her head back and forth before deciding to ask the question both of them had on their minds. Hasn't Izuku decided to get him expelled? Momo slowly nodded, honestly unsure of why. She wanted to do everything in her power to get him expelled, but it wasn't her right. So, in what seemed like an uncaring tone, she answered, Bakugo, the same explosive idiot we know, was my crush's bully. He told me the story not long before we became friends, and we just stuck together like milk and cheese. I guess. Was it known that both were at Island? Yes, it was. Just about everyone from 1A, save for a few exceptions, had decided to notify one another that they were around. Although the timing and place of which both groups met was too perfect. Almost as if something had made them walk this very way. In any case, no one was expecting the sudden appearance of either party. Izuku and Momo took a moment to stare at each other. A lot of thoughts came to mind as their current mood was not exactly the best. Something had happened between the two after their shared kiss, and neither knew why. Rounding the corner was Melissa Shield, confused at the sudden stop Izuku had made until she realized the situation. With or without Izuku, she had a mission to complete, and it seemed like they could talk later. Melissa glanced towards the company of Momo and motioned her head to the side. If they needed some alone time, maybe she could get better answers from the other two. Although they noticed the girl with Izuku had called for them, Yayarosu was about to point her out, but Mina clasped her hand over the girl's mouth, slightly pulling Jiraiya back and whispering into her ear. Hey, this is perfect for them. Let's follow her. I think I know who that is as well. Jiraiya glanced towards Mina, but she looked at the current situation and sighed. She was right. This was the moment they both needed. Melissa motioned for them to come as Mina and Jiraiya glanced at Izuku and Momo. Momo simply nodded to the green-haired boy, but it seemed he was focused on something more important. In the end, Momo and Izuku were left alone in the corridor, with all others having disbanded. Hey, Izuku. Fancy seeing you here. How are you doing? It was just a plain question. Why did it have to be so ordinary? Izuku took a moment to process the current situation at hand. A simple question never seemed as tough as it did that day, and he was unsure how to answer her. Everything was moving quickly. I'm sorry, he said. Momo closed her eyes at the sudden apology. She understood what it was about and didn't know how to respond. She had a lot on her mind after the incident, but she wasn't angry, nor did she hate him for it. Deep down, she had formed a bond with the boy. He was someone she could trust. You don't need to be, she replied softly. It was more of a reflexive thought to kiss you that day, but I don't regret it. Truth be told, I've just been confused. Momo brought her hand to her arm and tilted her head down. However, she felt her chin being raised in an endearing way, specific to the green-haired boy, who smiled at her. I can understand that. I've been confused as well. There were just so many things on my mind. Let's walk. My day has been good, and I hope yours was as well, Momo. You look amazing. Deep down, Izuku was nervous. They both were. He hadn't missed her comment about not regretting the kiss, which made him happy and helped him realize there was a lot on both of their minds. They shouldn't rush it, they needed time to think. Momo hadn't realized it, but ever since the kiss they shared, she had been thinking about the small things about Izuku. His stuttering and muttering had somewhat disappeared, although it still appeared occasionally when he was deep in thought. Was it annoying to their classmates? Yes, but whenever it returned in embarrassing moments like this, she couldn't help but feel drawn to it. In an odd way, she was happy with his presence and enjoyed the time they shared together. It felt as if the days they spent apart were nothing but a dream. They were back and close. Both of their faces began to turn a shade of red, and out of reflex, they took a step back. Anyways, let's move on. You wanted to walk, right? Momo glanced away for a moment. Being who she was, she slowly nodded before stealing her gaze. She took a deep breath and cleared her throat, while Izuku took the initiative to walk forward slightly. So, how's your time been on Island? Izuku asked as they began their slow-paced walk. It took her a moment to ponder her time, but she smiled and glanced toward him. Unlike her, Izuku had a red tint that showed his embarrassment. Honestly, I've had quite a good time. I met up with Mina and Jiraiya as they were here earlier. I heard you got in yesterday. How was your flight with All Might? Izuku glanced at Momo for a moment, recalling the flight. It had actually gone by pretty quickly. He was supposed to come a day earlier, but he had decided against it due to some injuries from his fight with Bakugo that still needed to be checked out. It actually went by pretty quick. Besides the fight with Bakugo and those injuries I hadn't fully been cleared for yet, it went well. The girl you saw me with earlier was Melissa Shield. I won't lie to you, she is amazing. Momo narrowed her eyes slightly at Izuku's comment, realizing it might have sounded like he was hitting on another girl in front of her. He cleared his throat and shook his head. Not in that way. I promise. She had been working on a project for All Might and his quirk for a little while now. Although he doesn't need it, she realized who I was and, after seeing the fight I had with Bakugo during the sports festival, she decided to use it for me instead. He motioned to his wrist and she looked down at it, noticing the red bracelet on his right arm. It was quite the gift he received, but it was a prototype more than anything. Since it was a prototype, it was in a testing phase which he planned on helping her with when they got back to you. Well, she gave me something she called full gauntlets, which is an homage to my quirk and its full cowling ability. It can basically help me utilize higher percentages of my quirk. With these, I can push it up to 90%, and it won't break my body, at least the part that's protected. Momo glanced at the bracelet as she stopped moving. Is that so? She reached her hand out, and he let her as she gently grasped the object. After pressing the mechanism, she moved her hand back and watched it transform into the full gauntlet. I must say, I'm impressed. How long were you alone with her? Izuku glanced toward his wrist, moving his left hand to help transform it back into the bracelet as he pondered the moment. I think about 2 hours? Although we spent most of that time with All Might and her father. After that, she mentioned she was heading to send the blueprints to UA for production. Nothing significant happened in that room aside from their conversation. She had taken Mina and Jairu with her to give them some time alone. Momo looked down for a moment, pondering something. She felt a twinge of jealousy, which she disliked. However, she trusted Izuku, knowing that even if they shared their first kiss, he was different from others. They had a mutual trust, but she still found ways to tease him. All right. That makes more sense, honestly. I won't lie, though, when it comes to those two. I just hope Melissa will be all right. Momo nodded and matched his pace. She wondered why jealousy existed and how it affected people. It was amusing in a way, but she had trust that had yet to be misplaced. She had even embraced his idea for a new costume he designed for her, something she loved about him. She paused, reflecting on her feelings. But why was that thought in her mind now? Deep down, she knew she loved him wholeheartedly. He had proven himself time and again, not just as a fighter but as a hero and someone she could trust. But did she know why? No, she didn't, and it felt odd. She appreciated how he was always kind and gentle yet fierce in battle, whether against friends or foes. He carried himself with the confidence of a hero but had the humility of a farmer. She realized she had been captivated from the beginning. Even before they became friends and talked during the festival, he was the only one who truly caught her eye. She recalled a moment when she saw a boy rush in to save his friend. At the time, she hadn't thought much of it, but remembering how he stood out now felt significant. A year had passed, and it was impressive to think about how he honed his skills while balancing school and gaining the confidence to enter UA. She wanted to learn more about his story and who he was. Suddenly, she stopped moving, and the silence caused Izuku to glance back at her, worry etched on his face. Momo, are you all right? Although he didn't realize it, she noticed his body language, the fluidity of his movements, the way he trained. He never looked at her inappropriately, always maintaining eye contact, which made him even more endearing. Yeah. I'm fine, Izuku. Thank you for asking. His worried expression shifted to a more relaxed, yet still skeptical, look as he nodded slowly. She cherished this notion of his. She would be his sword and shield, while he was her armor, or vice versa, depending on how one viewed it. Her train of thought was interrupted by a grumbling stomach. She glanced at Izuku, who looked slightly embarrassed. I forgot to eat. She chuckled at his embarrassment. Sure, Izuku. Do you want to get something to eat? It's important to take care of your health. He grumbled slightly at her teasing, but it was nice that she cared about him, and their relationship hadn't changed much. His gaze returned to her, and he nodded slightly, motioning toward a sign. Honestly, yeah, that would be nice. I have a lot of stuff I'd like to talk about. Then it's settled. Let's go eat something, shall we? We can talk while we eat. They both nodded and chuckled. Let's go eat, Green Bean. Izuku raised an eyebrow at the nickname. He would have to ask about that later, but he nodded in agreement. Suddenly, Momo grabbed his wrist, causing him to yelp. Her eyes locked onto his as she beamed with a proud smile. Let's go. From the shadows, the fifth user of One for All, Daigoro Banjo, observed with a thoughtful expression. Young love was truly fascinating. It was this love that fueled Midoriya to strive further and grow stronger. He chuckled at the misfortune of the ninth user, then turned his gaze to Nana Shimura, who floated nearby. It was just the two of them for now, but the others would awaken soon. The two Vestiges exchanged glances as they settled in, Nana floating effortlessly while Daigoro used his quirk, Black Whip, to recline comfortably. He narrowed his eyes, lost in thought. So, seventh. What did you find out about your suspicion? Is it true you think the others will awaken at the pace we are going at now? Nana sighed a bit before nodding. Yes. He is on the move. We will need to increase Izuku's training after this event. It's the best I can think of to help prepare him for the other Vestige's awakening and for All for One. Daigoro looked at the ground for a moment. All for One, a name he wished was gone, but sadly it wasn't that simple. It never was, but both gazed at each other and nodded. Indeed. The culmination of One for All and its growth depends on Izuku, but he is progressing at an excellent rate. I know he will do great things in the future. Nana chuckled a bit before stealing her gaze and nodding. When the time is right, we will convert the next quirk on the One for All list, Black WHP. You will either take it on yourself or personally train him. We also need to keep in mind the others waking up and everything else. Daigoro nodded at this, scratching his chin as he sat back. First, it will take him to about 35% to properly hold it. Although I could give it to him now or whenever it's needed the most. If Gran Torino trains him as well, it can help his improvement. With this added on, I can teach him to slowly draw it out instead of all at once. It could inevitably damage his body if he took it all at once. Nana cut him off, finishing his sentence. Which can cause his body to lose One for All or at least damage it to the point where he can't use your quirk. Correct. Daigoro smirked a bit before nodding. That is indeed right. I'm surprised you caught onto my quirk's ability so easily. The sixth spoke highly of you, and I think he was right in that regard. Her eyes widened slightly at the mention of the sixth user. The sixth had talked about her to Daigoro? The same one who had given his quirk to her before he died, and she was thrown into a world that was beyond her understanding. Given it was just a need to give it to me, I'm surprised he talked about me. Daigoro nodded sadly as he looked down. Even if we are here as spirits, we still know exactly what one another says. If that makes sense to you. Just know he had many good things he wanted you to know but never had the time to prepare you for. Nana simply nodded before looking in the direction Izuku and Momo had left, sighing. Even then, Daigoro, he's a young boy. But he's more worthy of anything we give him than we are ourselves. Let's just hope. She turned to Daigoro one final time as she started to fade. Let's hope he will be the one to defeat such a monster and finally let us be at peace. Daigoro himself started to disappear, but a small smile formed on his face as he closed his eyes. It was true that the final words between the two were shared in a single yet formidable way. Let us hope indeed. Nana. What factors define a person? What makes them the way they are or the way they act, feel, and understand? There was something that just never came to mind properly. In the case of Izuku, he didn't know. He didn't know what plans people had or what they wanted to achieve. What did they want? In the eyes of a boy who grew up powerless, power was all he wanted in life. A chance to make a change, a chance to have something that others around him had. Something he could be happy for. His own courage. But really, those were just fruitless dreams that he had no chance of achieving. The way the world revolved around those with strength, vigor, and pride sickened him. Deep down, there would always be a boy who was shut out and left to fend for himself, walking the world he lived in on his own terms. If he considered who he was and what he had achieved in the short time of having One for All, it was a vast contrast. He had what it required, he had what it needed, and he had what he desired. But if he compared it to those around him, the heroes of society, he couldn't help but feel sad. Many around him were interesting in the way they did things. Heroes became heroes for a select few reasons, some for fame, glory, and prestige, others for their own selfish deeds hidden behind a mask. On rare occasions, there were those who truly just wanted to help. In his case, he didn't know what he wanted. He had always wanted to be a hero who could save lives with a smile, but now, as a hero in training, someone who had been through so much, he wasn't sure anymore. Not in the case of wanting to still be a hero, but in the case of why he was one. He looked up to a person his whole life whom he respected, who, in the end, had let him down. Yes, he understood what was said and that things had been fixed, but that scar would never fade. The mental scar of being told he couldn't be a hero without a quirk made him wonder. What if things had been different that day? What if he made a note to himself that even if he decided to heed those words of advice, he wouldn't have done so. Even in his darkest moment, even in his last breaths, he would never take the jump. Now, with a quirk that would allow him the capability of changing lives, he had something he always lacked. He just never realized it. It was tenacity that pushed him, an urge to keep fighting, a fire lit under the boy who, without powers, did what other heroes couldn't: take the step forward and push past their own fears. In the case of an individual's tenacity or the variable strength of their quirk, it was never really certain which was which. On one hand, you could easily say the two aren't similar, but there is always something to the little parts. Take the tenacity of someone like the number 2 hero, Endeavor, for example. He always seeks to surpass his rival, who barely acknowledges his existence. His tenacity to prove he is better drives him, pushing his strength forward and making his tenacious lifestyle livable. When comparing the strength of a quirk and its possible evolution, it really depended. If he compared it to Shoto Todoroki, Izuku would have to admit that, as sad as it was, the boy was an evolution, a byproduct of two separate quirks forming one to surpass another. Ironically, the same man who wanted his son to surpass the number 1 hero had already been surpassed by his protege, Izuku Midoriya. But with that, something formed, a friendship between two unlikely individuals. Now that is what you call tenacious. These were the thoughts of Nana Shimura as she stood in silence, watching over the boy and reflecting on the days before. He had a way with people, and she couldn't deny that she took a fond liking to the boy who reminded her of her own child. It was similar to Toshinori when they first met. Both aspired to achieve something greater than themselves, something they could achieve together. Although she sadly never saw the end due to her own fall at the hands of All for One, her sacrifice led to something amazing: the rise of the number 1 hero. It was a sacrifice she was willing to make, one she knew she had to do. From her last moments of memory, she felt a deep-seated hatred for the villain. Hate was one of the many things that drove the quirk factor of One for All, stemming not from anger but from confusion. At least Toshinori bought them time. A time they would use as best as they could to train the boy to become even greater. Izuku would be a greater hero than even All Might, not because of his insane growth, his fondness for being a hero, or his looks. It was his compassion, his spirit, and his drive, the urge to push forward and his tenacity to never give in. His courage and, most importantly, his own tenacity. Even Daigoro had to admit Izuku was something else, something none of them could have ever dreamed to be. Without a doubt in her mind, she also had to admit that the boy before her was destined for greatness. She had faith in that fact and in her trust for his developmental growth. Shaking her head, she gazed back at Momo and Izuku. If she were honest, she saw Izuku as a surrogate son. The time they shared and her watching over his development, plus teaching him how to use float, helped their bond grow. The boy still had a lot to learn, but he was a quick learner. It was time to see that development herself. A loud bell rang, and the sound of boots crashing and skidding to a halt on the ground below caused everyone to focus on the obstacle course. A proud huff, with a hint of sass, was all some needed to recognize who it was. "Beat that, you Dmed extras." 7 seconds. Bakugo stepped away from the obstacle course, moving to the side. Nana's gaze followed him, wondering why Izuku wanted to keep that arrogant individual around. Even after their fight, it seemed nothing had really changed. But she would ask him later. Momo watched as Bakugo made his way away from the exit of the obstacle course. Their eyes met briefly as he narrowed his gaze, but he didn't make a remark. Instead, he glanced at Izuku, who hadn't noticed the glare. Momo looked to Izuku and smiled, placing a gentle hand on his shoulder. "You can do it, Izuku. Beat the 7-second timer." Taking a moment, he nodded and closed his eyes. "Izuku, use this opportunity to test out float. I know you've been wanting to improve your versatility with it, so this course can help you a lot. Give it a shot." Nana's words reached him, and although he didn't respond verbally, he offered a smirk. Opening his eyes and stepping forward, the girl overseeing the course looked at him with intrigue, her gaze trailing up and down his body before meeting his jade eyes as she motioned to the stage behind her. "So, I take it you want to give this a try. Think you got what it takes to beat this year's record of 7 seconds? The year before this was 15 seconds, so at least beating that will get you a reward." I see. So all I have to do is beat 7 seconds to win. That should be somewhat simple. I think I can do it. The woman's furrowed brow raised further than she ever would have considered. 7 seconds alone was already incredible, but to say he could beat it in less? Now this she had to see. Oh, bravado is what we like to see. Let's see what you are capable of then, boy. Once I say, go, you can start. Understood? Finishing her words, she motioned towards the start of the race, which Izuku's gaze followed. With a nod, he focused forward and readied himself. Understood. Can I ready my quirk? The woman nodded as she noticed Izuku get into place. Lightning sparked around his body with a low intensity, his feet shuffled apart, and his stance remained rather unorthodox. That's intriguing for a stance, but are you ready, boy? Izuku smirked and shifted his fist to his side. The power of one for all intensified as he raised his left hand, his posture obvious and his focus clear. Deku. The woman turned her focus back to him as Izuku's jade eyes glared towards her. It's Deku. And yeah, I would say I was born ready. The woman smirked but nodded. Deku it is then. Get ready. While Izuku was getting ready, Momo stepped away from the obstacle course and towards Bakugo. It was obvious that there was something the two needed to discuss, and she knew he was not happy now. That much was clear once he realized Izuku and she were there. But she at least had something up her sleeve. Poking his shoulder from behind, Bakugo jumped slightly from the surprise, his drink rattling as he turned his focus to her. Putting down his drink, he glared at her. The hell, ponytail? What are you doing here? And why are you touching me? Don't. Bakugo started off rather harshly but stopped himself. However, it was only for a moment as he shook his head. Don't surprise me like that. Izuku was quite the individual. He would run into battle without a fear in the world, taking on every villain in his wake, paving the path to a future of freedom and choice for all, to be a hero that everyone, good and evil, can look up to. But even heroes had their nemesis. And in his case? His hair. He huffed in slight annoyance as he set down the comb. It was obvious that combing his hair wasn't going to work for him, since he had spent the last half hour trying to push it back, and even gel wouldn't help. That was genuinely frustrating. Curse his genetics. He shook his head and ran water through his hair once more, removing any residue gel that lingered. Deciding, what the hell, if he couldn't get his hair right, he might as well just go as himself. He needed a haircut one of these days, but what style suited him? He didn't know honestly. Maybe for the better. Grabbing the towel hanging to his left, he dried his hair and hung it behind his neck. Even with all the change in the world, he still was somehow himself. Through the fight against Bakugo that happened recently, to the newer feelings he had attained for his vice president. The life of a hero truly wasn't as perfect as it should be, was it? He took a moment to look at himself in the mirror. Silently, he wondered what he had gotten himself into. Closing his eyes, he quickly ran the towel through his hair an extra time before throwing it into a basket to the side. Tonight is the night. To us. He had to not deny himself. He had to talk to Momo about their relationship. He knew the girl was thinking about it. The fact was obvious that she was at a loss for words more than he was, so he wanted tonight to be the night he properly told her his feelings. But before that? This is tight. But scarily comfy. Why did I even bring it with me? Damn it, Mom, I could have gotten one tailored. Fixing his posture as he opened his eyes, he glanced down at the mirror and looked at the outfit. There were some things he was never the smartest at, and that was his own personal preferences when it came to outfits. And, of course, his shoes. He glanced down at the red sneakers he had always been a fan of and shook his head. Why was it now he became self-aware of what he wore? He shook his head before ruffling his own hair. The natural messiness would always be with him no matter what he attempted to do. It was always going to be the case for him, and that was something Momo always enjoyed about Izuku. Just the way his natural features were, his jade eyes, his instinct as a hero. There was a lot to it, she had to admit. She wondered something. What was it that made him the way he was, besides his obvious past? It was clear to those who knew her that she had become infatuated with the boy, since it wasn't just the way he carried himself but also her own surprise that she had never before met someone like him. The same could be said for Izuku as well. You know, Momo, you've been staring into the mirror for some time now. Are you thinking about Midoriya by any chance? It was quite funny to see her friend blush and turn her gaze away from the mirror. She had clearly lost her train of thought. Shoto, I am. Just wondering if I look good. I mean, I'm feeling so odd right now. What if things go wrong? No, sorry, Shoto stepped away from her position and walked over to Momo. Gently placing a hand over the girl's mouth, Mina tilted her head and smiled. Listen, that boy obviously cares about you. You two shared a kiss, did you not? I think what you need to do, my friend, is relax. I know you are nervous. Heck, I would be too. I'm going with Kirishima. Look, I understand you feel odd and unsure about this, but listen. Mina gently moved her hand from Momo's mouth to her chin. That boy, Midoriya? Relax. Coming into the school year, he was easily the weakest. But he proved a lot of people wrong, me included. He is a good soul who cares about those around him, his friends and you. He may be a hero, but I know he isn't oblivious. I bet you he is just as nervous right now because he is about to dance with an appealing woman. So, chin up. Momo moved her hand to Mina's wrist, gently moving it away as she took a step back. Turning her gaze back to the mirror, she gave a meek smile. I guess you're right. I'm just nervous. This is different. Different than the time we shared that kiss. Different than feeling this way. I just want to make sure this night goes well, you know? Mina nodded but cleared her throat and shook her head. Listen, just go in there and be you. Don't be something you aren't. He likes you for who you are, not for your money, not for your status, not your appearance. He isn't like Mineta and has a respect that honestly I'm jealous of. But he is your man, don't let this slip by. You have a chance at something great, but you just have to get over your own inner turmoil first before it's possible. So, step it up and grow a backbone, girl. Izuku looked towards the mirror and smirked. A knock on his door took his attention as he stepped away from the bathroom and into the hotel room. Although confused, he walked over to the door and waited a moment. Hello. Hey. It's me, you asked me to come and meet you. Izuku's confusion turned to surprise. He had come earlier than he expected, but he smirked and unlocked his door. Hey, sorry about that, I forgot I asked. I lost track of time. Come in. Opening the door, he noticed Kirishima in a red and black blazer, and similarly his hair was styled like his own. Both had been inflicted with the cowlick curse, and its conditions for removal were unknown. In any case, he stepped aside and allowed the manly individual inside. So, you ready for your little escapade with our vice president? I was surprised when you told me about it, but I'm glad you can trust me. It means a lot, coming from the strongest in our class. Izuku blushed at the mention, but strongest? He wasn't the strongest. Well, he was. But he wasn't. Shaking his head, he raised his hand. Please don't. I don't like to be called the strongest in our class. You give me too much credit. I'm simply a hero to save lives, nothing more, nothing less. I will never consider myself above my own friends or family. Remember that, Kirishima. We all are strong, not as one but together. Kirishima placed a hand across his chest and sniffed. But he nodded and smirked. Moving his hand back to his side, he grabbed Izuku's tie and took the time to help him. So, what's your plan, Mr. Humble? How do you think you are going to tell her? Just go with the flow. Letting Kirishima tie his tie, Izuku remained silent as he glanced down at the floor. What was he going to do? He really wasn't sure. He had asked Shimura and Daigoro, but both hadn't responded, so he was simply thinking to himself, and what he came up with. Nothing. That is what I'm nervous about, honestly. I don't know. I'm just worried I may mess up. Yeah, we already kissed, but our relationship was odd for a little bit. Truth be told, Kirishima didn't know the details about Momo Yayarosu. However, he did know something. He had his own inside information after all, the best girl to go for. He knew what the two were going through after talking with Ishido, and since she wanted to help, well, they set up their own little plan. So you kissed, That's already step 1 done. Listen, you are just confused. Both of you are. You don't know what the other wants, nor how to really react about everything, but it's obvious what you both want. You want to fix your relationship and get together. She likes you, bro. You have to realize that before it's too late. You're right. But am I good as me? Is there something I should do, maybe something I can try to get? I see. Activating his quirk, Kirishima landed a rough chop to the back of Izuku's neck, causing his train of thought to cease entirely. Izuku crouched down slightly from the pain as Kirishima followed. Listen, Midoriya. I respect you a lot, but your self-doubt is going to get you nowhere. You know what I think? I think she wants you to be yourself. Not as some wannabe husk, but... How do I know this? I don't. It's called a hunch and trusting my gut. You asked me for my advice, so here it is. Stop overthinking your own decisions. You love her, right? Kirishima stared down at Midoriya, who was rubbing his neck from the pain. Do I love her? That question had been going through Izuku's mind for quite some time after that day. Do I? I do. No, I truly do love her. He may have seemed like he was second-guessing himself, but in reality, he had been thinking about what he could tell her every day. What he could say to help her understand just how much of an impact she had on him. Izuku remained in his posture, still massaging his neck from the painful strike, but his mind was set on a simple thing. Kirishima smirked and slowly nodded. If Izuku thought about it, he always came back to her smile. Her attitude, the way she carried herself as a person, as a hero, she was just an angel, and he had truly fallen for her in more ways than one. Why were his emotions so all over the place? He had never really been in love until now. If Momo thought about it, she would always consider his actions something that had caught her attention first. His mumbling about quirks, his adaptability? There was just something amusing about it, something that showed he was special. His natural way to utilize quirks, his super quirk? That was definitely a superpower quirk. Maybe she would ask him about that one day, but it wasn't just that, it was him as a person. They both considered it, they were special, not just to the people around them, but to themselves. They fit together like puzzle pieces, and without one, you wouldn't get the other. That was just how it was for them, how it always had been. From the sports festival to now, there was something obvious that both were blind to, the fact that it took another person to help them figure it out. You like them. So, prove it to them. Kirishima helped Izuku stand up, and Ishido assisted with Momo's ribbon. Kirishima placed the boy's tie around his neck and fastened it, slightly fixing the woman's dress and fluffing it out. He then threw the boy's jacket towards him. It's time to go, so steel yourself and be ready. It's time for the night to be yours. To be fair, it was she and he. He was one of the reasons why they decided to push themselves so far. Even before they found themselves looking at each other, they had admired each other's courage and tenacity. Unlike him, who would always jump into a fight against a villain, he wouldn't give in. The once quirkless boy who had known nothing but despair proved that was not how things worked. She was smart, quick-witted, knowledgeable, and ready for change, ready to grow stronger and be a leader to those who needed it. She was someone who could change the tide of a situation in her favor. She was special, not just because of her quirk or her strengths or weaknesses, but because of who she was. From the silence of one to the rise of another, they both thought. Words could never hold so little emotion compared to the steel of their resolve. As it said, it is not wise to judge others based on your own preconceptions and appearances, but by their actions and who they can become. If she had to consider it, Bakugo was a prime example of this. The Pomeranian himself was always the key factor behind this sudden increase. The urge to surpass and prove that he was better had struck Izuku hard one morning, leading to the vast improvement that came before the sports festival. Kirishima ushered Izuku into the elevator, as Ishido followed suit. Both parties glanced at one another, Ishido and Momo smiling, and Izuku and Kirishima smirking. One was nervous for what was to come, and the other was ready for what would come. If both considered the situation, they would understand that they had a bond forged through their own LBR, a bond forged through similarities. And that bond was simple. It was love. A childish, unsure, immature imitation of something greater, sure. But at the same time, it was not even close. That feeling was true love. The kiss was a constant reminder that there was something greater for both of them. Maybe it was just the mood, the time, and the feeling, the sense of loneliness that surged through the pair. But honestly, both understood that it felt legitimate, full of passion. A passion that Izuku had never received from anyone before, a first for the two to share together. Their mothers were different. Their siblings and family were different. That was how it was naturally meant to be. But for both of them, they felt alive and free. Their kiss was something else, an intoxicating feeling that always made them want more than what they came with. Izuku took a moment as he activated One for All, feeling the thrill of power coursing through his veins. Momo glanced out the window of the elevator and stared into the sea of lights before her. She would understand that no matter what, she would go through hell and high water with Izuku. No matter what came of it, she would fight by his side and be the one he could always rely on. Even with the threat of an ever-looming titan that had killed the past 7 users of One for All weighing over his head, he held no fear. He wasn't scared, nor was he intimidated. It was his decision to take on the quirk of One for All, consequences included. Everyone faced their own mortality, but to him, at least he could fight with dignity and pride, knowing he stood against the pinnacle of evil. To her, a threat was always around the corner. It didn't matter how strong someone was, there would always be someone out there who wanted to hurt and take. So, she would simply become better, smarter, faster, stronger. She would work harder to improve, as the saying went, harder, better, faster, stronger. Izuku Midoriya and Momo Yayarosu were bound by more than fate. They were tied by honor, spirit, pride, decisions, and choice. A code that, unbeknownst to them, would lead them to face challenges head-on. That was their promise. Izuku sighed as he reflected on this. He knew it would one day come to fruition, and the same was true for Momo, who was ready. Both were prepared. Instead of worrying about the future, they embraced the present, living life to the fullest while also improving themselves. He had far surpassed everyone's expectations of his growth, and she was becoming something greater in her own right. Now, he had a crutch to help him, the full gauntlets, courtesy of Melissa Shield. But more importantly, he had his classmates, All Might, his mother, and most importantly, Momo. She had a quirk that could create anything, a power that could either make or break society. Her goal was to ensure her abilities were used for the good of the world around her. She compared it to an old proverb, all good things must come to an end, as nothing lasts forever. After all things and situations are temporary. They can be resolved in their own way but can also change just as quickly. They wanted to maintain peace, to keep the smiles on the faces of many, and to bring joy to those who couldn't smile. He wanted to help those who had lost their joy to embrace the success life had to offer, while she aimed to strive for a better tomorrow. However, he was no fool. He understood right from wrong and knew life wasn't all sunshine and rainbows. He wanted to remove the darkness, but that was impossible. No matter how hard she tried, it would always resurface. Instead, his goal was to change people, not with a smile, but through his actions. He respected All Might's ideals, but he knew that you couldn't always save someone with a smile. After all, All Might, his father, was human. He could only do so much. He was no god or demigod, no alien with powers to transform and fire lasers from his hands. He was simply Izuku Midoriya, human like everyone else, living life as it should be lived. She was Momo Yayarosu, born into a rich family but treating those around her as people, not objects. You ready? A question that resonated in their minds as the elevator doors opened before them. A choice that was clear as day. No matter what happened, they would always love each other. That was a promise they would never doubt. As both groups exited the elevator, Izuku and Momo glanced at each other, smiles on their faces as they walked toward one another. Tonight was their night. Are we ready, you ask? No, I'm not, but for them. Yeah, I am. So, the unexpected variables will always come into play, shaping the outline of what is right and what is wrong. The weight of reality looms over them, much like an endless drifter cast adrift by the circumstances around them. It is only a matter of time before this reality settles in for them. Even the mysteries that unfold can't help but smile in satisfaction under the gaze of Stardust, as the light of the cosmos radiates with a rare elegance. History teaches us that there are always forces lurking in the shadows, waiting to be revealed. With a smirk, a figure clenched something in the palm of their hand, hinting at a change that would alter everything as they knew it. One day soon, Izuku Midoriya, you will know the name Vestige, and only then will the course of your history be altered. Bide your time well, the moment we meet will come. Meanwhile, Nana observed Izuku, who was nervously adjusting his tie for the 30th time. His hands fidgeted, revealing his anxiety. So, Izuku, are you ready to see her? She asked. He hesitated, admitting, I'm not, I won't lie to you. But he finally adjusted the tie properly and glanced at Nana, who nodded and smiled. But I want to make sure I don't lose her. Knowing how much she means to me now, I don't want to lose her. You know. Nana nodded, taking a seat nearby. You know, love can bring both happiness and sadness. It's a double-edged sword. You need to get stronger if you want to protect not just yourself, but her. You are formidable already, and with that gauntlet of yours, I don't want you to become complacent. Use it only when necessary and when facing an opponent out of your league. That's fair. I wasn't planning to rely on it too much. I want to get stronger on my own, Izuku replied, adjusting his tie again. I know there will be enemies at my level that I can't fully compete against. Remember, there will always be people stronger than you. You must consider all unexpected variables, Nana cautioned. After all, you never know what will happen. Izuku narrowed his gaze, reflecting on Nana's words from earlier. The night had started well. He met up with his friends and found Momo. But then they discovered that the heroes in attendance had been captured, including All Might, who had warned them to be careful. Now, he faced AI defense robots that, thanks to the defense team, were only low-powered lasers meant to subdue targets. However, they were still capable of rapid-fire attacks. Today was not going his way. Taking cover behind a wall, he glanced to his left and saw Bakugo and a few others. Their team consisted of him, Todoroki, Kaminari, Momo, Ochako, Kirishima, and Ida. Channeling one for all, he rebounded from the wall and slammed into a robot targeting Ida, forcing it back as Ida cleaved it in half. Nice going, my friend. Izuku smirked. He then watched as Ochako grabbed onto Todoroki, the icy hot quirk user surging forward with ice as they helped each other out. It was an odd team-up, but there had been several unusual pairings. Bakugo and Kirishima, Jiraiya and Kaminari, Ochako and Todoroki, Izuku and Ida. Izuku, watch your six. Momo called out, rushing forward and creating a katana from her body. She used Izuku's back for cover as she moved the blade down, shifting her stance to slash at the robot a few more times. Although it was only one robot, Izuku widened his gaze in surprise as it moved. When did you get good with a katana? Momo smiled at Izuku before suddenly noticing something heading towards them. She pushed the pair out of the way, and Izuku utilized the momentum to roll over just as an explosion from Bakugo cleared the path. Hey, are you two all right? Izuku had landed on the ground, so Momo was on his lap. They took a moment to recollect themselves as Kirishima walked over, his hardened armor receding with a grin. He raised his left hand out for Momo, who took it with a smirk. Yeah, weird, thanks. To his side, Izuku watched as Ochako utilized her gunhead martial arts to slam her fist into a robot. A slight electric spark resonated from the machine as she activated her quirk, using it like a bowling ball. Although it seemed like she was having fun, she was simply dealing with the threat. Izuku smirked at the sight, while Bakugo observed silently. Bakugo walked past them, clenching his fists. TSK, there are too many of these things. I don't suppose we have a plan, huh? Ida glanced towards the group. Jiraiya and Kaminari had not fought much since they lacked the proper capabilities, but they were supporting each other and shook their heads. Nah man, nothing here. Although it seems like that little horde of defense robots is finished, we don't know if there will be more. We best not stay here. I say we get going. I agree with Kaminari. We must keep moving forward, I have a feeling we need to get to the top of the tower to stop this whole mess. Although she had taken cover near Kaminari and Gyro, Melissa was the de facto leader of the group. She had been coordinating their efforts to reach the control room at the top of the tower, even if it was a hassle. Thanks for the cover as well. You doing all right, Izuku? Momo extended her hand for him to take, and he grasped her forearm gently, using his weight to pull himself up as he surveyed the group. It was mostly the best they had to offer, but he's still worried about the other classmates who had come along. Yet I'm managing. We need a plan, so let me think. Izuku removed his hand from Momo's, a slight shift in both their demeanors that didn't go unnoticed. Taking note of the group, Izuku began to consider their options. You know what I know, let's do things my way. How about that, Midoriya? The group raised their heads, glancing at Bakugo as he kept his left hand raised to ensure he had everyone's attention. Our hardest hitter, as much as I hate to admit it, is you, Midoriya. Whatever is up there will need you at your best. I don't know what's going on, but if we go in order, it's you, me, then icy/hot here. So here's my plan. Me, Kirishima, and Kaminari will hold off the next wave of robots, or whatever we face. That will leave you lot with the hard hitters still. Any objections? The group glanced around at one another, and Kirishima stepped forward, smirking as he slammed his fists together, activating his quirk. Kaminari, however, sighed. I was thinking the same thing. I'm surprised you took the lead there, Baku bro. We can do this, I believe in that. Yet although I'm surprised myself. But hey, no complaints from me, better than doing nothing. Kaminari took a few steps forward as the others focused on dividing their plans. Izuku stood in genuine surprise. He hadn't expected Bakugo to say he was their hardest hitter. May that be true, he still felt there was something more to this. He opened his mouth to speak, but a hand gently rested on his shoulder. He turned to see Momo beside him. I'm as surprised as you are, but he may want to prove himself to you. Let him do it, Izu. Izuku stared into Momo's gaze and slowly nodded. True, both were hesitant to give Bakugo a chance, but they could feel they were being watched. They glanced forward as Bakugo frowned slightly, but then raised a thumb and gave a rigid smile. It wasn't much, but it was a good luck gesture. Bakugo shifted his gaze to Kirishima and Kaminari, who stood side by side, ready to take the lead. All right, let's get this show started. Izuku lowered his gaze for a moment, but Momo passed by him and walked over to the trio. Bakugo, Kirishima, and Kaminari focused their attention on her. Kaminari, hear that you'll need this. She created a riot shield from her back, handing it to him before placing her hand on Bakugo's shoulder. They glared at one another, but rather than hostility, she gave him a small nod and smile. Don't fail, you've got a lot to prove, so I wish you luck. Although surprised, Bakugo smirked and nodded. The trio was ready to go as the group gathered. Melissa glanced at the entirety of Class 1A and smiled. There was a lot about the students she had yet to understand, but it was time to move. All right, let's get going. You three, good luck. The rest of you, follow me. Melissa took the lead as Izuku followed behind. The others moved in unison, but one was stopped. Yayarosu paused at the stairs, turning to see Bakugo looking back at her. They shared a moment of uncertainty before he motioned towards the stairs. Well then go. Don't leave him alone with the others. Who knows what would happen? All I can say for certain is he's waiting. Good luck with your crush. Yayarosu blushed at that but scowled and took her leave, huffing slightly as she ran up the stairs. He wasn't wrong. She did have a crush on Izuku, and it was clear they liked one another. After this whole ordeal, well, that would be fun to think about later. For now, it was time to clear a raid tower. You know, sometimes I wonder why I am even a hero to begin with. But don't even think about commenting on that right now, we have bigger things to worry about. So focus on whatever comes next. Kirishima and Kaminari exchanged glances and shrugged. They weren't exactly informed about what had happened between Bakugo and Izuku, but they had to stay focused. Kaminari glanced at the riot shield Momo had given him, strapping it around his left forearm and flexing his arm. This is weird, I won't lie. But hey, at least it will help. At least I don't have to defend you as much, so I can focus on myself. Although I will try to get to you if I can, just stay close to me. Let's stay in a triangle formation, what do you say? Bakugo looked at the pair before facing forward. He already had a plan in mind but decided to go with theirs. If anything, he could initiate his own plan if things went well. Alright then, that works for me. But if things go south, I have my own plans. Kirashima rolled his eyes at Bakugo's solo rider mindset but shrugged, looking at him with a smirk. Trust me, Bahubro, I'm ready. We both are. You take the lead and Kaminari and I have your back. Bakugo glanced at his friends, wondering why he was lucky to have them on his side. Despite everything he had done and how he had treated them, they still saw him as an equal. He had a long way to go to make it up to Izuku, but maybe he could start with them instead. He knew better than to judge people based on his past thoughts and mindsets. Momo had helped him realize that he was destructive and foolish. He clenched his fists, resonating sparks. It was time to show just how truly destructive he could be, and what better way than to test it on some enemies. They had one job, and it was simple. Kaminari, Kirashima, let's kick some butt. In the darkness, a gleam of silver flickered in the night sky, a tail flicking about within the shadows. The cloak that enshrouded the individual did not reveal the truth of the situation. Kick some butt indeed, because I can't wait to see how things go. Show me what you have in store, Class 1A. Bakubro, slow down. We get that you're in a hurry for some action, but come on, we can't run as fast as you. Kirashima and Kaminari were running behind Bakugo, sharing a glance of confusion. They had been running for quite a while with Bakugo leading the charge, taking out every guard without rest. TSK, like I give a DMN. Keep up, slowpokes. Rounding a corner, Bakugo disappeared for a moment before explosions rang through the hall, followed by an armed villain flying into the corridor wall where Kirashima and Kaminari stood. Kirashima raised his hand, stopping Kaminari from rushing forward just in time, saving him from being hit by the incapacitated man. Holy. That was close, thanks for the save, Kirashima. Kirashima nodded, and Kaminari took a moment to catch his breath as Kirashima glanced past the corner. Bakugo had his foot pressed against one of the villains, knocked out and down for the count. Hey, Bakugo. Take a break, would ya? We've been at this for the past 15 minutes. I get you want to clear the lower floors of all the villains, but even we need to recollect ourselves. Silence fell among the trio. Bakugo considered his allies and their condition. Kaminari wasn't as physically fit as he or Kirashima, so it was natural he might struggle to keep up. But he scoffed and turned to the side. He wanted to be better, he had learned that the hard way. Yes, sorry. I just have a lot on my mind. I understand we need to stick together and support each other. You have a minute to rest, then we get moving. Kaminari, when we get out of this you really need to get into shape. Kaminari and Bakugo raised their eyebrows in surprise. Kaminari took a moment to sit against a wall, relaxing as he looked towards Kirashima. He pondered a plan. Sure. I can work out with Kirashima or you from now on, maybe even take a page from Midoriya's book and go on runs to increase my stamina. I still have this riot shield that Yayarosu gave me, and I have yet to really use my electricity, so I can save it for when it's needed. Kirashima is relatively fine, but you, Bakugo. You've been using your explosions a lot. Are your hands all right? Bakugo glanced at his palms, slowly clenching his fists. There was a slight bit of pain, but it wasn't too much. Thanks to the training he'd been doing after the fight with Izuku, he had been getting better with his control. I'll manage. I haven't been doing strong explosions, so I will be good there. However, I'll be all right. All right. Good, I don't want you to overdo it and leave us without our powerhouse. I'm here in the back as support, Kirashima is our tank, and you are our powerhouse. With the three of us, we can nearly beat anyone. Hell, maybe even Midoriya. Kirashima grinned and nodded in confirmation. That was true, maybe they could. The pair glanced at one another and nodded. Bakugo listened to the words, smiling. He truly wanted to become better, but he knew it would take time to make amends with the boy he'd wronged. It wasn't every day you were given so many chances, and he knew he was at his final one. Maybe. If we work on teamwork. So let's do it, and let's focus on fighting together. I won't run ahead anymore. I'll be relying on you, Kirashima. Kaminari. Let's do this. Kaminari smirked and nodded, while Kirashima raised his right fist, activating his quirk and slamming both fists together, a confident grin on his face. Naturally so. Kaminari stood up, took a breath, and picked up the shield again. Alright, I'm ready. Granted, I would like longer to rest, but we have a job to complete. So, let's get going. And suddenly he stopped in his tracks, eyes widening in surprise as he felt a chill go down his spine, sensing a shift in the atmosphere behind Bakugo and Kirashima. What the? Bakugo and Kirashima glanced behind them, feeling a presence radiating pure intensity in the shape of a hooded figure. As it appeared, it seemed to vanish. Oh, it seems you were right, they nearly jumped. This'll be fun, thanks for the help, stranger. Nobu, let's have some fun. The one named Nobu stepped forward, a grin on his face and posture ready for a fight. The masked individual stayed back, observing. Daigo suddenly transformed and slammed his fists together. That we shall. That boy with the explosive quirk is mine. It's on you, Daigo. Daigo rushed forward first. Despite his size, both he and Nobu were incredibly fast. Get ready. Kirashima activated his quirk and rushed to defend Bakugo, but Daigo pushed him back with a powerful palm strike. Kaminari blocked a punch from Nobu with a move of his shield, while Bakugo aimed his palm at Nobu. The fight had begun, and the hooded figure tilted their head in wonder, intrigued by the hero's instincts. Kirashima was thrown into Bakugo by Daigo, causing Bakugo to strike Daigo in the side of his face. Enrich. Daigo wiped away the mark, shaking his head. Bakugo and Kirashima got up, exchanging determined looks. Bakugo nodded and rushed towards Daigo, with Kirashima running to help him. Kaminari raised the riot shield to counter a hammer fist, the force cracking the shield and causing him to lose his balance. Nobu broke past the shield and struck Kaminari in the stomach, knocking the air out of him. But Kaminari quickly grabbed Nobu's wrist. Dumufkid. Ha! Nobu activated his quirk, causing Kaminari's own electricity to go haywire. Both were shocked, but Kaminari gritted his teeth and amplified his power output, causing Nobu to scream in pain. Adult. Out of nowhere, Kirashima activated his quirk and struck Nobu in the face. Kaminari fell to his knee, electricity sparking around his body, straining his movement. He winced but managed to grab the broken riot shield. Get at this, jerk. Kirishima led the charge, slamming his fist into the man's stomach. Kaminari followed up with the riot shield, striking the back of the man's neck, and Kirishima delivered an uppercut. Nobu coughed but quickly moved his hand out, grabbing Kirishima by the neck. His quirk suddenly deactivated as Nobu slammed his knee into Kirishima's gut. Kirishima coughed but gritted his teeth, grabbing the man's outfit and slamming his head into Nobu, while Kaminari struck his back, electricity sparking through Nobu once again as they held him in place. However, a rough punch sent Kaminari skidding back, and Kirishima was suddenly struck by Daigo, who had taken a moment away from Bakugo to help his ally. Wrong move. Bakugo curved his body and glided below Daigo, rapidly firing blasts into the back and face of the beast quirk user. Daigo groaned and stepped back, but Bakugo planted his palm on the ground, causing an explosion that rocked the floor below them, sending pieces of rubble shooting upwards. Take this. Bakugo slammed his wrists together, sparks of nitroglycerin igniting as a massive explosion fired at point-blank range towards Nobu and Daigo, debris pelting the two. The platform shifted from the force of the explosion, and Kirishima landed first, slamming into the ground and tanking most of the blow with his quirk. He groaned in pain but began to rise, glancing towards Bakugo, who stood in front of him. Did you get them? Kirishima struggled to his feet, gritting his teeth as he looked at Nobu and Daigo, both injured from the explosion, with Daigo taking the brunt of it. Tisk, that was a nifty little attack. Now I see why the men hired by Wolfram were taken out so easily. Daigo flexed his muscles slightly, debris falling from his skin as he shrank a bit. Nobu, you able to still fight? Daigo extended his hand to Nobu, who took it. Yeah, that kid can utilize electricity. Sparky over there is gonna be a pain, but I'm managing. Bakugo wasted no time, rushing forward and aiming his palms down to set off a rocky explosion, causing both Daigo and Nobu to cover themselves, but the shockwave pushed them to their feet. Sheet. Hey, are you two alright? Kaminari was the first to stand, slightly staggering before slamming the riot shield down for stability. He watched as Bakugo initiated the next attack. He glanced at Kirishima, who nodded. I'm alright, but let's support Bakugo. Kaminari gripped the shield and rushed forward, with Kirishima following closely as they ran into the smoke. Nobu and Daigo had momentarily been blinded, which was part of the plan. Now! Daigo felt a strike hit him directly in the chin, causing him to pull back and groan, staggering a step before Kaminari slammed his fist into the man's stomach. Kaminari may have lacked the firepower, but he made up for it with his electric abilities. Electricity! He surged electricity into the villain. Daigo's larger body handled it better than Nobu's, but it still hurt. Jigesh! Daigo grit his teeth and raised his fists, but Kaminari amped up the voltage. Kaminari dodge. Bakugo landed next to Kirishima, both nodding at each other as Bakugo clasped his palms together, small explosions flickering around him. Kirishima jumped slightly, activating his quirk as Bakugo slammed his fist into Kirishima's back, sending him flying into Daigo. Kirishima spun in midair, stealing his resolve for one decisive kick. The impact caused a loud boom as he slammed into Daigo's stomach. Kaminari rolled out of the way, but the shockwave from Kirishima's strike sent him tumbling. Kirishima's yell pierced through Daigo's pained groan as he pulled back his left fist. Go down, you villain! He flung himself forward, slamming his fist directly into Daigo's face as both crashed into the wall. Nobu! Nobu, who had been blown away from the explosion and smoke, was unable to help. As the smoke cleared, he was met with an unexpected outcome. Kirishima had been embedded into the wall next to Daigo, whose eyes were unfocused. Knocked out and back in his humanoid form, Nobu gritted his teeth and glanced towards the masked figure. What are you doing? Help us! Nobu stood up shakily but fixed his posture and activated his quirk. The masked individual he was asking for help simply glanced his way, showing no concern for the fight. TSK, you are only good at finding people, it seems. What a waste of my time. You were never going to get anywhere anyway. Good for nothing scout. Go back, the figure said dismissively. Bakugo gritted his teeth as he watched this unfold. Kirishima removed himself from the wall but staggered to a halt and fell to one knee, glaring weakly at Nobu and the masked individual. All three had felt the killing intent from before, but nothing was happening. He glanced at Kaminari, who kept the shield stationary. It was broken and could likely take only one more hit before it was completely useless. Nobu scoffed, assessing the situation as 3 against 1, or was it 2? He glanced towards Bakugo and shifted his posture, deciding to take down the strongest of the 3. Pivoting his foot, he prepared to dash forward but suddenly found himself falling to the ground instead. All 3 watched in surprise as Nobu fell unconscious. Standing where he had just been was the masked individual. Huh? What are you doing? Kaminari was the first to ask, but received only silence. Bakugo stood up and glanced at the down villain. He was asking you a question. Aren't you on their side? Why would I be on the side of scum? Bakugo registered that the voice was no longer in front of him but behind him, a sudden chill spiking through his body as his eyes widened in surprise. If you are truly curious, I can answer. I was simply putting him in his place. He decided to talk out of line, simple as that. In any case, I wasn't going to let any of you die, but I guess I was surprised by this outcome. Good job, Bakugo Katsuki. Bakugo took a moment to process the words as they sank in. He gritted his teeth and moved his left arm back to strike the individual behind him, but his arm clashed with the figures, who didn't even glance back. My job is done here, so it's best not to attack someone who just saved your life. Do me a favor and go help your friends. The voice sounded masculine. Bakugo stared at the back of the man's cloak, noting the bare right arm save for an unnatural armor guard up to the wrist. Bakugo winced in pain as he gripped his arm, feeling as if he had hit concrete. He glanced up, but the man was gone again. However, he looked up to see the figure glaring down at them. The last thing Bakugo saw before the figure vanished was a silver gaze that seemed to pierce into his very soul. Who the heck was that?